so far. I think it is love. Yes.
Hey. Yep. What's that? Welcome, guys, to another sorcery stream. Where I am very excited. I'm on the edge of my seat already. I'm tapping a knee. Let's go. Gotta play. I'm gonna read more books today. Hey, you know what's hilarious? Next time somebody asks you, hey, what was the last book you read? Instead of being like, I don't know. You should be like, well, I listened to the audiobook of this 1980s series. It was really interesting. You should check it out. Choose Your Own Adventure story, by the way. Steve Jackson's Sorcery. Have you heard of it? Yeah, I listened to the full series audiobooks, all 4. You're going to be able to say that. And when they don't know what you're talking about, that's okay. That gives you the advantage. Because they're expecting you to say something like, yeah, I like Harry Potter. Or, Yeah, I read Game of Thrones, just the first book, though. I couldn't get through it. Honestly, to be on TBH, TV show is easier to watch and better. That's what they're expecting. You're gonna catch them off guard. They're gonna be like, I don't know what that is. I guess I'll look that up and see what it is. You'll sound informed. Hey, Dr. Rendy, James W. Kyrie Topi, Vintage Alfox, Sorcery. Sounds tasty. Hey, she's the worst. WCP, Apotex is Howdy, Xanashar and Dorito. That's the Penta Howdy right there. What is CYOA? I don't know what that is. Anyways, high tech. Have you heard of it? Witches of Elenen. I'll be reading book 3 after this. I have not heard of it, Bagel. Stop leveraging your clearly superior book knowledge. Talking about things I don't even know what that is. Oh, it's choose your own adventure. I see. You just did the thing that I just told you to do. You're learning. Good job. You figured it out. All right, Chet. Give me just a second, please. I need to go get something that's very important to the stream, so just hang tight for 1 secundo. Okay. See? And we're back. It was allergy meds. Acquired. I own over 10,000 books. That's a lot of books. I own 10,000 books too. I have a library card. That's a lie, I don't. But it's still a good lame joke anyway. It was not Midas. Midas is here already. What's up, Lorag? Very fitting name. Hey, guys. You should get a library card. Maybe I should. Frostrout, thank you for the sub early on. Appreciate kicking off the stream with that, sharing the prime. Glad to have you today. We'll get started here in just a sec. She's the worst says if you had a book club. Okay, sorry, I thought you would ask that like 10 minutes ago. I was gonna be like, wow, you're a prophet. If you had a book club like Oprah, what books would you make us read? I wouldn't have any cool choices that you wouldn't already know about. I haven't read any like super niche but excellent secret books. Like if you think about it, reading A Song of Ice and Fire 10 years ago put you in an elite echelon of nerds that knew about something before it rose to complete global domination. I don't have any of those books where it's like, oh, I read this and it changed me. You've never heard of it, but like, it has a profound impact on my day-to-day life. I've read like the books you've read. So I wouldn't be able to, what I'm trying to say is I would not be able to offer challenging or interesting books for a book club. I would never be in charge of a book club. I would be one of the people like, please tell me what to read, because when I go to the bookstore, I can't help but feel completely overwhelmed and insignificant. Not that I've been to the bookstore recently, but if I was to go to the bookstore, I wouldn't even know where to begin. I'd be like, this is some pretty art on the cover. Oh, I bet this is good. I don't know. I wouldn't know what to even do. What's your first step? I will say that I like I like sci-fi and fantasy. That would be my cup of tea. Subset of Antioch. Howdy, everybody else just popping on in here. The only books I read nowadays are indie comics. Fair enough. I remember I tried to read comics once and I was like, wow, these are really, there's too many of them. So I stopped. Just like that. Trying to think. Yeah, the last books I read were Knight of the Seven Kingdoms. That was the last book that I read, was like the last one in that series, I think. Before that, I think I read, I remember I was super hyped for Force Awakens, and I remember I read a Star Wars book, because it was really cool, excuse me, let me start over. I was going to say ideologically, that didn't make any sense. It was really cool in my mind that they were starting a new canon, and I was like, wow, what better place to jump on to this bandwagon instead of having to catch up on hundreds of novels? I can just start with the new canon. And we all know what happened there. I read a couple Star Wars books. My favorite book from childhood is Sabriel. It's probably the only book I've read more than once. I need to go back and read it again and see if it holds up. I think it would. I think it would. I was like, why did they never make a Sabriel movie? And then I realized they'd probably ruin it. That was my favorite young adult book. Maybe younger than young adult. I don't remember the sequels holding up. I didn't like the sequels as much. I remember that much. Anyways, speaking of books, without further delay, here we are in the world of Kakabad. I have not read any Lovecraft. I have not read the Hunger Games trilogy. Sorcery, am I right? You are, Altager. Good timing, too. Thanks for the 100 bits. Just read a book about the Colorado River. Interesting. Hopefully it was. Read my books, Etalyx. Have you gotten on any top 10 lists? If not, don't talk to me. The Arstotzka backseat command. Very well themed. I'm just messing with you, scripts. I just automatically assume everything everyone says on the internet is a lie. So as far as I'm concerned, none of you have written anything. You're all just making stuff up, and I'm replying in kind. All right. So check out my background, I guess, if you want. Welcome to Hoover. While we get the sound on here. Here we are. Now let's do a little recap of where we left off. A lot has happened. This is the third stream of Sorcery Part 3. And the last things we did were, we're now in Lake Ilklala, which we have been trying to get to for a long time. And we have joined with a new companion of dubious origin, known as the Ferryman. And the Ferryman has been forewarned and foreshadowed via other characters and events. He has been said to be someone not to be trusted, and thus we will not trust him. However, we don't really have much choice but to trust him right now, which is always the interesting scenario that the protagonist somehow finds their way into, is they're with someone who they inherently distrust, but they're forced to work with them for their own goals and purposes. It always makes for some good drama. And that's kind of where we're at now. There's no other way, as far as we know, to cross the lake without the ferryman. So we use him. He's using us. For what ends, we'll find out, I suppose. We began our little lake quest. We just freshly got into this third section of the map. So we have not explored any of this except for these small red pips. So we've been to this island. And let's back up. Let's rewind a little ways before then, so that I can try and figure out what happened last stream of significance. The most significant thing is that we did dispense of one of the 7 serpents. This game's called Sorcery and the 7 Serpents. Sorcery Part 3, The 7 Serpents. And our goal, which can be tackled in multiple ways, including being ignored altogether, but our goal for this stream is to defeat the 7 serpents, if possible. And the first one was defeated at the top of this mountain. This was the Moon Serpent. He was allergic to fire, as it turned out, so we fireballed his ass and then killed him and took him to the Nether. So he's gone. And before that, we went through the hillside over here. Did anything happen down here? Because I don't remember. I know we went through the Forest of Snata. That was entertaining. We found some fun characters in here, and underneath the Forest of Snata is a big bog, which may hide some treasures. But if we want to find those treasures, we're going to need infinity stamina, which we clearly don't have. Speaking of stamina, we're carrying something in our pouch. I'm sorry, this is all coming back to me just like it's coming back to you, but something is in our pouch. What's in the pouch? I believe it is a crystal rock of some kind. I don't know what it is. Is it a magical item? Is it an other item? Is it a crystal? Is it the crystal tooth? Might be the crystal tooth. Something that we're carrying, we found in a mine. I think it's the crystal tooth. We passed through a mountain tunnel up here. And notice that the map is fading in and out. There are two different timelines. So the dry, kind of tan land, that is present day. Green, verdant fields, that is the past. And we manipulate the past versus the present with these beacons. So we turn the beacons and direct the light of time to change the era that the lands are in. And then we can revisit landmarks in the present or the past. And they have different events and circumstances and clues there that we need to use and find and wield. So anyways, we walked up here. There's a village, the Kariyama village, where next to the village was a tunnel. We went through the tunnel in the dark, crawling around, accidentally activated an Indiana Jones trap, which tried to kill us with some whirlwinds, as I recall. There were some tunnel whirlwinds, and as we were on the way out, we noticed a small gleam in the rock, dug away at it. I don't remember how we excavated this rock, but it was a crystal tooth that is so heavy that it lowered my max stamina from 19 to 16. And we're still carrying it to this day. Not sure what to do with it. I wonder how this would work in the books. I have no idea. Hey, chat, has anyone downloaded the VODs of Sorcery? Someone claimed to be doing a upload, but I don't know. I think it was Kelly McChess. I don't know if they have it or not, though. I'm not sure. Didn't we have to pay another sorcerer our crystal ball and good sword to cross the bridge? Yeah, that's kind of what we got to. Once we crossed through here, we circled back around to this beacon, shown the beacon on the bridge, which was just a ruin. So we formed the full bridge by manipulating time. So part of it is forest, part of it is swamp. So the bridge, now that it is complete, was crossable, where we looped. All these beacons are connected via some kind of fast travel network. What's the Harry Potter? What's the Harry Potter dust? I don't know, the fireplaces. Anyway, so we climbed up the stairs, and there was a person keeping a toll. He was a master sorcerer. Every single spell, the flu powder, yes. Every single spell we attempted to cast was mitigated and nullified and cast back upon us. We learned a good deal of counter spells, though, by testing our mettle against this strange gentleman. So notice that, for example, we learned that gum counters zip. We learned that dot counters hot. We kind of knew those already, though. We know that throwing pop rocks counters a wall, which I never would have guessed. So thus a wall also counters a pop. Pop is way easier to cast, though. Pop is free. Wall costs like 3, doesn't it? Dim counters kid, and so now we have a much more robust knowledge of counter spells and how to nullify other sorcerers and sorceresses' magic, basically. So, not being able to pass lest we pay his toll, he demanded a item of value from us. And I said, fine, what is it? He wanted a crystal orb. We had just picked up this future seeing enabling, so we could see the future with this crystal orb. Literally from the Moon Serpent that we just dispatched at this location. and the very next person we speak to demanded it as a toll from us. So I reluctantly gave it to him, where the man revealed that he would need 2 payments. And the second payment he wanted was our tel cap. And the tel cap is basically enabling me to read minds of other people. And I think that that's one of my favorite items in the game. So instead of giving that to that guy, we decided to fight him or kill him for trying to double cross me. He froze me in place and stole my broadsword, which was my only good weapon, leaving us, of course, with a mere sword -3. So we are in dire straits right now from a combat perspective. And after that, I was enabled to pass. The sword has been diminished and dulled from a couple of different hacking and slashing of weeds and vines that were blocking the way. We dug into the ground with it. We've been using it as a shovel and a hatchet, basically. Thus, the sword is not worth much anymore. But we did pass. We met an old begging person on the side of the road. No idea what that dude was all about, but we gave him like 3 gold. He tossed each gold over the ledge, never to be seen again. It was like, hey, thanks. You got another one? Yeah, thank you. Hey, I just want to throw one more, buddy. Can I just throw one more piece of gold? Is that okay? Oh, you're such a lad. Thank you. Got all 3. And he was real smug with himself, so we left him. No idea what he's all about. And kind of made a beeline toward the lake, which I now regret, because I didn't realize how stamina draining the lake was going to be. We might even just go back to the shore and try to go explore this little town with the beacon there. Because, as you might notice, we're down to 6 stamina. We got a lot of gold, 0 food. So, the 0 food is obviously an issue. The bad sword is an issue. The low stamina is an issue. We're in a bit of a pickle to start this adventure off. That sword is a joke. It is a joke. Etalyx, would he give you passage for free exposure? He would not. Hey, my little Kilo, what's up, Dingus? Welcome, Blue Man Z. Hey, guys. Yosha Master, welcome. Something or other. How's it going, guys? You're here at a good time. We're just starting. I wanted to give a little recap. Oh, and also, how could I forget? The first island that we visit, we heard a cry out in pain coming from this central tree location. After circumnavigating the island and arriving on the opposite side, we moved in towards the tree, only to discover that the sergeant from the very first game in the tutorial from Analand was strapped to the tree, claiming to have been captured by birdmen and taken here for some unknown purpose and held against his will. So he was here with his eyes closed, saying that he wanted nothing more than to look upon the Analander, but it was very clear something was amiss. There was some power hiding behind those eyes, that he had kept the eyes closed for 7 days straight, in great pain and agony. So we basically told him, hey, no, listen, it's me. It's fine. Keep your eyes closed. I freed him from the tree. I could have left. I freed him from the tree. And I said, someone will, I don't know what you're going to do, buddy. You're on an island. But good luck. So he's there somewhere. You return to the shore of the lake. The pole with the bell marks the edge of the water. The sightmaster's desperate whimpering is carried to you for just a moment on the breeze. That's him. You tug the rope and the bell rings with a clear and steady chime. After a few minutes, the boat slides out from the mist of the lake toward you. The ferryman hops down into the shadows. You again, he smiles. Climb aboard! You clamber into the boat and the ferryman pushes you away from shore. And we now will leave the shore and bam, there goes the stamina just like that. We gon' die. Fox. Ooh. The fox is cunning and always has a scheme. He is a great burglar and dines well off those around him who never seem to see him come or go. A prayer to your spirit will heal you, but after a prayer, your spirit will not hear you again for some time. So, when did we pick up the fox spirit, huh? I forgot what we did that was so cunning. You continue rowing while the ferryman turns the boat with his pole. The sun is now in the lowest quarter of the sky. From the island at your back, there is a sudden, violent scream. You look up to see a flash of flame rising to the sky. That's not funny, chat. That's not something to laugh at. Okay, the Sightmaster's dead now. The Sightmaster. It would seem the Sightmaster chose to look down when he opened his eyes. You travel for a moment in silence, just pulling on the oars. It's a little funny. What, you think it's funny that the sergeant from Analand, with his laser Cyclops eyes, looked down at the ground and opened his eyes, and the energy that emitted from them was with such force that it propelled him into the sky in a burst of flames like a rocket ship? Okay, I guess it's still funny. Thank you, Mr. Fix, for 13 months. Welcome back. Unlucky number 13. You killed the Sightmaster. It's all your fault. Clive says, Clive, don't what the fox say, please, okay? Please don't. Don't do it. So old now, so dusty. What can you tell me of the Seven Serpents? Definitely not gonna ask this dude. I don't trust this dude. And you might be asking, why don't you trust this dude? We got a bunch of clues we've been collecting over the course of the game. Which one is this? Here he is. The ferryman has an air of deceit. The ferryman has an air of deceit. I'm expecting the air serpent to come about as a result of the ferryman. We know the air serpent's weakness is when it leaves its body as a gas, it becomes vulnerable. So I'm not gonna show my hand about the Seven Serpents. Tell me about the lake, you ask. There's something beautiful about water, he replies. The way it gets broken, smashed to bits every time you touch it. His expression is distant and glazed over. Tell me about the ancient road, you continue. There is no reply. He does not seem to have heard you. His face is static and unmoving. Shake him? What have you seen? Draw my sword! Okay, well, my -3 sword is not quite so menacing as it once was. What have you seen? You demand, twisting in your seat. The ferryman's mouth falls open. A curious, hissing sound emerges. He is the air serpent? It's coming out of his mouth like horror movie style, like jaw drops 4 levels too low and like emerging? I think jump overboard might be the answer. I'm gonna jump overboard. I only got 5 stamina and a prayer to the fox, okay? I'm jumping overboard. I'm going. But how am I gonna find the air serpent again? You know? How am I gonna find the air serpent after this if I jump overboard? Tough call. Attack, execute him? Okay, yeah, actually draw my sword might lead to an execute. Okay, that's a good idea. I'm thinking about that. A curious hissing sound emerges. Draw my sword. You go for your sword as a plume of thick smoke emerges from between his teeth. His body remains in place for a moment, then collapses like a limp sack, slithering into the bottom of the boat. Look at the ferryman, wave the gas away, fight, cast a spell, or jump clear of the boat. Must have a thick gap between those teeth for that smoke to come through, huh? What spells can we even cast? I only got 5 stamina. That's gonna be a loud bang. I turned the volume up a little last time for some of the ambient sounds, so every time it's gonna be like bam. HKZD. Well, you know what I don't have anymore? A gale horn that might be able to blow this misty person around. Yeah, that sure would be nice. If only it hadn't been stolen from me. Counters jig, cause clumsiness. That is an expensive Expensive spell. Creating lightning doesn't seem like a great plan at the moment. Summon a replica creature. I don't know, could you summon a replica 7 serpent? That seems awesome. Can 7 serpents feel depression? I don't know that they can. Give up. Air spirit. It is I. Your doom. Oh, we can speak to it. I know we can speak to it. So probably gonna do that. But we can command it to tell me whatever we want. So that's probably the best idea. Fight, wave the gas away. Just go. I don't like you just let out a big wet fart and you hear someone else coming. It's just like, disperse, go before they get here, and then I have to explain myself. Here we go again. Here we go again. I could look at the ferryman. We got time to look at the ferryman. Let's see what he looks like. You bend down toward the ferryman. Nothing remains but for a pile of clothing. The swirling creature overhead becomes agitated and starts to flicker and waft in your face. Its gas is choking and noxious. There is a choking smell filling your nostrils. Uh-oh. I think he's inhabiting a new body. I believe what's going on is he is inhabiting a new body. The only time he is weak. When the air serpent leaves its body as a gas, its body is vulnerable. Define its body, though. You just used its body twice. I want to kill the maybe if I blow up the ferryman literally right now. Apparently this is when this guy is supposed to be vulnerable. Let's just talk to it first. It has to listen to me. It has to answer my questions. Hiss with me, sisters. The gas forms the shape of a winged serpent. This must be the serpent of air. Prepare to die, it cries, as tendrils of its gaseous form begin to enter your nose and eyes. Holding up the serpent ring, you weave the enchantment. The serpent thrashes and screams in furious rage. Foolish adventurer, it cries. You may control me now, but I will still eat your bones. What advice can you give me? Oh, they hate this one. Where are the other serpents? Tell me about Mampang. Let's go for what is your weakness? I don't know how to handle him. Let's get him to admit his own weakness. What is your weakness, you ask? The air serpent hisses and spits at your question. When I become the very storm to eat your soul, it wails, I leave my body behind, and then my body is weak. But it will be of no aid to you. It is too late for you to prepare. Well, then what advice can you give me on how to handle this situation? What advice can you give me? The serpent of air rattles and hisses, but finally it replies. Beware the breath of Etalyx. But I will tell you no more, and I hope you will forget. The air serpent rears back. Now prepare to die. The spell has worn off. Just keep casting over and over again until he gets annoyed and leaves. Beware the breath of the Etalyx. The air serpent hisses and spits. When I leave my body behind, my body is weak, but will be of no aid to you. It is too late for you to prepare. Search the ferryman's clothing. I feel like this is a red herring. What am I possibly going to find in the 2 seconds that I have? I don't know, but that's the thing. It could be anything. It could even be the... it could be anything, chat. What spells can I cast? Could be something that gets me killed. It could be something that lets me save the day. Well, we can't cast Huff. Dumb or Dop. Open locks and doors. Not sure, that's a different spell. Can't summon a duplicate. Zob. Unknown. Isn't this Bind the Enchantment? And we never found a item that goes with that? I remember that being like Bind the Enchantment. I don't think Zap is gonna do anything right now, but it might. It might. Depression's certainly not gonna do anything. We could become 6 clones. I don't know how that would help at all. Tough call. Tough call. None of these spells look like something that's going to save the day. So sometimes you gotta go for a wild card. Sap! Reaching up to the stars, you create the magic and direct it at the serpent. But the creature only cackles at your attempt to influence it. It seems the serpent is already so evil and cold-hearted that nothing can make it more so. It's already as depressed as possible. That's why it's trying to kill me. Alright, search the ferryman's clothing. I'm desperate. Ignoring the smell of the air serpent in your nose, you rifle through the pile of tattered clothing, finding nothing but a shriveled piece of scaly flesh. A fish skin. Leave that, the creature declares, or I will kill you. He's already killing me. He's in my nose. Take it. Chat, I'm gonna remind you about all the tags. You pick up the scaled strip. Not from a fish. It is the skin of a snake. Leave it! Leave it! The creature screams. The choking smell is gathering around you more strongly now. Well, he already told me his weakness. When I become the very storm to eat your soul, I leave my body behind, and then my body is weak. But it will be of no aid to you. And yet here I stand, with the skin of a snake. Gripping both ends of the snake skin, you snap it apart. A loud cry comes from the serpent, and you look up to see it is separated into 2 parts. You rip up the halves until they are separate scales, and above you, the serpent has been dispersed. Nothing remains but puffs of smoke, which are scattered by the wind. They are soon gone. The boat rocks twice, and then falls still. You have now defeated 2 of the 7 serpents. Your good cheer is tempered by the knowledge that you have barely begun to defeat your enemies. There are, after all, still 5 serpents left. You have found 1 new clue. And also, you have to row the boat by yourself now, no matter what. What? Oh, I did get a new clue. That's right, I got some advice. The breath of Etalyx. Beware the breath of Etalyx. We know the time serpent is waiting on an island in the middle of Lake Ilklala, and we have the clues necessary to defeat the time serpent. This is the middle of the lake, so I'm gonna be, well, hang on. He's supposed to be here. I wouldn't say that's the middle, but I think this is the time serpent. However, we could keep going south and try to get to this other beacon, and then go from there back up to the north beacon. My only other option is should I retreat now? I feel like this is gonna be way harder to get to, because you have to go through all these streets, all the ruins, whereas this one is, we're just as close. I think this south one's closer. No, don't rewind. Not what I'm trying to do. To be fair, it was easy because he knew the serpent's weakness. Exactly. peak banana. I knew the serpent's weakness. There are plenty of times in this game where if you spend the energy on the wrong move, you lose. There really was just an equal opportunity that there was nothing on that body. We've searched bodies before, and it's caused us to take undue time, and we got killed by something else. What was his weakness, though? Well, we just went over it. His body becomes weak when he leaves his body. Yep, his weakness is when he's a gas. But also, there are 7 serpents, so it's not that any one of them is the end boss of the game, necessarily. It's, can you deal with all of them in their various ways? When he turns gaseous, his body is vulnerable. By the way, if you guys need me to turn down the volume, let me know. I turned it up so the ambient sounds would be louder, but it makes some of the more dramatic chimes quite a bit louder as well. Wax Cecile says, did you know your SAS is way better at 1.5 speed, but worse at 2 times speed? I did not know. Good VOD watcher information. I think 2 times speed is hard to listen to for anybody, though. You row the boat onwards across the water. Another night begins and you are suffering badly. You need to rest, especially after going all day without food. You pull on the oars, sliding forward through the water. We're gonna have a big, big problem here soon. We're gonna have a big, big problem here soon. You row the boat onward across the water. The moon is climbing the sky. Every stroke is hard through the strange, thick water. You pause for a moment. Several yards ahead, the water is bubbling upwards. .5 speed width. Never. Approach the bubbling water or steer around it. I'm not losing stamina just for rowing anymore, so that's good at least. I gotta approach it. Curiosity kills the Analander, chat. You all know this. Cautiously, you scull toward the frothing water. Closer in, you start to notice that as each bubble breaks on the surface, there is a sickly smell. Option 1, breathe in as deeply as possible. Option 2, look down into the water and fall overboard, or option 3, move away. If you breathe up all the toxin, then you'll get rid of it. I hate myself sometimes because I like to think that in some alternative reality there is an Analander that is just doing things because that's what their brain tells them to do, but I'm controlling the brain. And like I keep making this guy suffer. There's a suspicious looking trap on the ground. Step in it. You walk into a dark room. Sap myself. Depression. You cast Fireball on the shopkeeper. Kill him and take his stuff. The voices in my head are telling me to do terrible things. Like Bandersnatch on Netflix, basically, yes. Breathe it in deeply. You inhale cautiously. The smell makes your stomach turn, but also somehow fills your nostrils with a heady, warm glow. You feel giddy and uplifted. Well, just breathe it again. You take another deep breath, arms and leg muscles swelling with strength. A third time. You take another long breath at the gas from the breaking bubbles. It is wonderfully compelling. The taste is like something familiar, but you cannot quite place it. Time to go. Time to go. Wanting to go closer to the smell, you toss yourself out of the boat and put your head underwater, looking for a bubble on its way to the surface. You put your face into one and breathe in, feeling giddy and more alive than ever before as your throat and lungs fill with thick, syrupy water. You have drowned in Lake Elklala. Your adventure is at an end. I'm sorry, Annalander. I am very sorry. Well, how do you not metagame this? If you die. What happens if you look down into the water? You lean out over the side and peer through the murk. Somewhere far below, something shadowy is moving slowly by. The bubbles rise from a hole in its back. Then the shadow passes, and it is gone. You wait a little longer, but nothing changes. It seems whatever was here truly has moved on. Oh. Well, I guess we don't get any heals in this case. That is our alternative timeline now. We saw that there was a thing down there, and so be it. Okay. That's fair. We did die. We did die. I'm heading towards the beacon. I'm heading towards the beacon. You row your boat onward across the water. The oars draw whirls and ripples in the surface of the lake with every stroke. It's gonna be daytime again, and we're gonna get severely punished. I don't know how to make landfall. You row the boat onward across the water. The moon sets, more stars appear. You heave on the oars, gliding onward. The motion is calm and relaxing, but you seem to move no faster than a crawl, however hard you work. You've come into sight of a small island. At long last, we can go ashore, and I think it's too late. We're gonna end up getting punished here in a second. You row the boat onward across the water and then pull it onto the shore. The stars turn in the sky overhead. There is no way to cross the water in the dark, and exploring the island would be unwise. You will have to rest here. Laying your pack down on the shore of the lake, you try to settle despite the cold. You've eaten nothing today, but you have no provisions and only a single vial of blimberry juice. I ain't drinking that yet. That cures disease. Close my eyes. You lie back and try to forget your troubles. You dream you are trapped in a low straw hut, its door sealed with bolts made of bones. A small fire is burning in one corner, but quickly spreads until you are surrounded by flame. You feel yourself starting to sweat from the heat, and you wake up to find a ball of fire raging mere inches from you. I love this game. Remember, kids, drugs are bad. But maybe just one puff would have been okay. You know, maybe just a 2 stamina heal, 1 puff would have been fine. Instead, we now know there was a creature down there. So we got an alternate timeline. I think that's really fair, though. So we didn't metagame the health. But I didn't mean to not meta, whatever. It's fair. It's fine. A ball of fire. Touch it. Just don't touch it. Keep your hands off. That's how you always get in trouble, okay? Don't full of a took me this time. You can't just touch everything. Look at it. The fire does not seem to be fueled. It is a ball about 3 feet wide, gushing with smoke and steam. A moment later, it unravels, uncurling into a long animal form. It is a firefox, and it is coming for your neck in a blaze of fur and fire. Of course it's a firefox. Well, aren't I glad I didn't touch it? Install Chrome. I already used Chrome. No, wait, I use Firefox. I do use Firefox. Chrome sucks. It was like a memory leak. It would take up so much memory. Cool artwork. I like it a lot. Draw my sword or cast a spell. I have the fox god. Your spirit is the fox. Why don't you just leave me alone if I pray or something? I don't even know what options we've got here. Probably nothing great. Create a stench. We've had bad time with... Okay, first of all, I can't believe 2 things. Shadowlight. Howdy. Soulless Husk, what's up? 2 things. I can't believe the very first thing that I do when starting the story for today is kill one of the serpents. Like, straight away. Literally the first movement tile was to destroy one of the serpents. That's a good start. You know what I mean? Secondly, I died. In just as much time. Success and failure, the highs and lows of sorcery. FOG. Summon darkness. He's fire, though. He's made of fire. Create a force field. Counters mud. Create a shield with a gold piece. But it's fire, though. R? Have we done R? Sharpen blade probably can also... No, we cannot speak to the animal. Turn to stone. I'm in favor of turn to stone. We've been carrying stone dust. Stone counters fire. I don't know how much stone dust I have, but this, I only have like 4 stamina. I'm gonna turn to stone. Rock! You move the constellations into shape around you, tossing out a handful of stone dust at the firefox, but the creature balls up into flame once more and the stone dust burns to sparks in a moment and is gone. Then it is upon you. You draw your sword and ready to fight. Yeah, this is not gonna work. I don't think. I don't think I'm gonna be able to survive. Which is probably for the best because I get my stone dust back. I will try to win though. I'm gonna give it my best. Question, do you think he's gonna go all out? He's an animal, of course he is. Okay. That was -3, by the way. I'm just dead now. The Firefox, why was that -3? It's because my sword is -3? Oh boy. Oh, we are in for some challenges ahead of ourselves today. The Firefox paces the earth before you, sparks of fire flashing across its fur. You raise your sword to defend yourself, expecting the monster to spring. It nips around you. Well, can't wait to die. I can't do 9 damage. I'm not even gonna read these because I can't. Back me out. We screwed ourselves with the stone, to be fair. Alright, we get out of the boat. Maybe I do need to drink a blimberry potion, or just pray to the fox first, huh? I'll pray to the fox before we engage in combat, yeah? You feel yourself starting to sweat from the heat. A fire's raging mere inches from you. What happens if you move away? You shrink away, but the fireball simply follows you, seeming to float through the air. A moment later, it unravels, uncurling into a long animal form. It is a firefox. Okay, let's try this again. This time, we're gonna pray for healing. That should even the odds significantly. We cannot use the fox to get out of the fox scenario, but that's okay. Now we actually have some wiggle room. I might need a shield, actually. A shield is not a terrible idea. That might increase my defense if we end up having to fight this anyways. The only other option is go all in and create a force field, which is pretty hefty as far as spells go, but might be just what we need. Only other options, I could sharpen my blade for one-time use only. I think we saved that for real rainy day. Can't cause any stenches. I'm leaning towards shield pretty heavily. Any letters that I have ignored? How, maybe? No, that's hot. Fireball versus fire. I feel like that's a bad idea. Alright, I'm gonna go money shield. Requires 1 stamina and a gold piece. Walk! You place a gold piece on your wrist and cast the spell. A moment later, the coin is gone. You feel the weight of an invisible shield on your arm. Then it is upon you. You draw your sword and keep your shield high, ready to fight. Make the fire bigger. Make the fire even larger by empowering him with your own fireball. Okay, here we are. We're in. I'm going all in, step 1. Because I learned my lesson last time. We may as well start heavy. I couldn't guarantee he was going to do the exact same 1.3. The firefox paces the earth before you, sparks of fire flashing across its fur. Driven by fear, you charge headlong. It nips around you, but with shield and sword you are well covered. It twists and barks, its flames flickering somewhat. The firefox's eyes flash a deep and hot red. I'm gonna say defend turn 2, because I only have 2.5. Yeah, it's a good idea. Nice big fireball. Ooh, only -1. The slavering beast charges for your throat, but you react fast, dropping down behind your shield. But even the shield cannot protect you from the blast of its heat. Even with the shield, you are badly burned. The monster crouches down and snarls. That is definitely a, I'm gonna basically defend, right? He's basically gonna defend. I'll do 1/6. Okay, could have done even lower. You bring your sword about for a wild blow. The blow catches the firefox as it dodges back and it scratches its fur. Oh, we are going to barely hang on to life here, huh? So that was a 0. It scratches at its fur. I don't know what that's supposed to imply. I can do a 3 max. He can do whatever he wants. It's itchy. Yeah, I know, but does that mean he's gonna block? Or is he's tickled? I'm thinking all in, then defend next turn. Okay, he scratches at fur means he's actually not doing anything. You turn your blade around for a vicious attack, but your sword cannot reach the firefox before it leaps. The creature's fur bristles with flame. All right, time to go on the defense. Excellent. The shield was super useful. We're still down 2 stamina though. The firefox runs for your neck. You fling your shield up and knock it away. But you cannot hide forever. No clue about what he's gonna do next. I can only do 2-9. I don't think he has that much power after a 5-1. But again, I have no indication of his plan. Okay, well, I couldn't tell it was gonna be a 0. You twist your grip around for a manic blow, but the firefox is crouched low and your blade cannot reach it. As the firefox grows weaker, its eyes grow redder, but its fur begins to turn ash gray. 1.7 or block? I don't know. Chat, what do you say? 1.7 or block? Why is my power cap so low? Because I have a -3 default Analander training sword. Because a bridge troll stole my broadsword. Question. If I do like 0.2, for example, does that still block damage? Because the more you go in, like, does 0.2 block more than getting beat with a 1.7? Like, let's say his number's 4 or 3. Will this mitigate more damage than this? I assume so. Last time he did block twice in a row. If they're based on a pattern, he's gonna block again. If he's random, then we don't know. But if there's I guess we'll find out if there's a pattern here. Let's go for the 1.7. No, let's go for like let's go for 0.5. Please don't kill me. Ah! The beast is pounding forward, spittle flying from its open jaws. You flick out your blade, but the firefox is on fire. Barreling forward, it scorches your skin. The creature turns about on the spot. Okay, that was actually really good. The firefox hangs back, swiping with its claws. Its fur shimmers with tiny flames. You risk a lunge. It drops back a short way, snapping and snarling. Drops back says defense to me, right? Drops back, but the snapping and snarling is aggressive, but also defensive at the same time. 2.7. He only did a 0.6. He could have like 4. Ooh, I'm glad I raised that. Oh God, I almost thought he was going for a full defend there. You bring your sword around for a wild attack, and the strike catches the beast deep. The firefox collapses, and then a moment later ignites with powerful flare. A pyre burns for a short instant, and when it fades, the creature is tight skin around bones, with no flesh left. 4 stamina lost. Skilled sword play. That was skilled, chat. We only got hit once. That shield was huge. Also, thank you, Fox God. Spirit Fox, for healing me before this battle. Could not done it without you. You collapse back, exhausted and scorched from the encounter. With luck, the rest of the night will be more peaceful. The creature has no possessions, of course, but it has a fine array of teeth, including 4 front fangs that seem to glow with a faint heat. With the tip of your sword, you dig out the first of the creature's fangs, but as you tug it free, the tooth cracks and suddenly erupts into flames. You drop it smartly, and the fire burns a moment longer before going out. Am I gonna accidentally resurrect this dude? Working more carefully this time, you manage to extract 2 more fangs without incident. The third is harder work, but you cut and tug carefully and manage to extract it successfully. You wrap the teeth in cloth and put them into your pack. They will come in useful should you need to light a fire. Tiredness then overwhelms you. Time to rest as your shield shimmers out of existence. Whew. You have become weaker. Lost a bit of gold, and you defeated the air serpent, meaning there are now only 5 serpents remaining. Day 21. An island. Good morning, family. The sun rises above the waters of the lake. The island is covered in dense trees. The top of a stone tower is just visible above the canopy. By the shoreline is another pole with a bell. Pulled up in the shallows is your rowboat. Black gloomy clouds roll across the sky, flowing from the east. If I push the boat out... Don't push the boat. I kind of need to rest and recover. You seat yourself by the lake shore to meditate and recover your strength. The day is likely to be clear and will be hot once more. It's hot now. You're starting to sweat under your cloak, and you're very hungry, by the way. You get to your feet feeling somewhat refreshed. You move away from the shore and into the tree cover of the island. So in order to do what we just did, we had to spend a good chunk of the day just sitting there to recover 5 stamina. I say that it was absolutely worth it, though, to get that 5 stamina, because 4 is just unlivable. Good fight, though. We had to just do 1 redo on the Firefox, understandably, but of course, we made the best of the situation. How'd they kill the air serpent? It's right at the beginning. The serpent was inhabiting the ferryman's body. And it left the ferryman to try to kill me. And I vroomed it to death. I ran over it with a motorcycle. Basically. Alright, let's go inland. Let's try and get to this tower, shall we? The path winds along the shoreline, skirting an area of dense trees. Then it ducks below the canopy, and you are surrounded by the calling of strange creatures. Insects and birds buzz past your face. From the shore, you saw a stone tower sticking up between the trees that fill the island's heart. But now you cannot see the way forward, and the path seems to twist and turn about. Well, we do have the option to use a compass, which we picked up from a village over here at the foot of the Forest of Snada. One of the Cladamen here in this house appeared to be very skilled with tinkering and creating contraptions of some kind, and after we let him rifle through our belongings and look at what we had, he gave us this strange compass, which we have not yet been able to properly use or ascertain its purpose. So let's try it out. Remembering the compass you picked up from the Cladamen craftsman, you take it out and watch the needle as it settles into place. Eventually, it shows you a narrow track through the trees. A flock of nearby birds startle at something lifting suddenly into the trees. We can follow the narrow track, we can also cast a spell, or we can return to the shore. I'm gonna boom. Boom. Just because I'm curious what spells are available. It's always nice to kind of see where the stars are aligning. Tell. I don't think that's a terrible idea, in as much as we can search the mines and find out if anyone's nearby. How to find safe passage might actually be helpful here. Hover in air. Curious. Also see the future and float. I guess float does nothing right now. I think that's all the letters. I'm curious to read minds. It's kind of nice to be able to just peek into the forest mentally and see what is lying in wait there, if anything. Tell! You move the constellations into shape around you, pulling on the cloth skullcap as the magic takes hold. But you are alone, so there are no thoughts to hear. Something dark flashes past your face. A bat? Let's go down the narrow track. Ignore the bat. Trusting to your compass, you follow the narrow track between the trees. After a few minutes of walking, you come into sight of the base of a stone tower. It is heavily overgrown. In we go. The door to the tower stands open. Gnarled roots and vines have forced it open, and now hold it ajar. Hey, stop that. There's another tower? That's about the best shot you're gonna get. Okay. We will eventually do the map. Even if it's post-mortem. That's fine. At this point. It can't be that easy just to walk on in, can it? No way. The inside of the tower is dank and filled with mud, as though it had been flooded and emptied several times. Stone stairs curve up to a hatch in the roof. You cast an eye over the walls, which are covered floor to ceiling with intricate carvings. Suddenly, something lights up in one dark corner. A flame. Another firefox, perhaps? The flame seems to hover a short way off the ground. As you watch it, it swells in size from a single thumb to a fireball size of a small dish. Call out. Who's there? You demand into the pooled darkness behind the flames. The fire has grown now to a full fireball of clearly magical nature, and in its light you can see what is holding it. It is a rough wooden frame of sticks shaped into the form of a woman with arms spread wide. It is a grimalkin. Like those you saw as an apprentice, magical constructions which gather magic the way a funnel gathers rainwater. I haven't seen a grimalkin in so long that I don't even remember when I saw a grimalkin. It was in part 1, right? Didn't we see a grimalkin in part 1, or am I crazy? What's up, Striker City Mafia? Welcome and good evening. But anyways, when I say I don't know what certain things in the game do or what they are, I mean, you can remind me when I saw a grimalkin, but I'm not looking for help about things that are still to come. So if I have items or things I don't know what they do, then I want to keep it that way until I figure it out, preferably. We saw one before? Well, it says you saw as an apprentice. We were an apprentice in the first game, I'm pretty sure, but maybe I'm wrong. Destroy it, run, wait, and watch. I don't like the idea of destroy it. I don't like the idea of wait and watch. I think run is going to be best case scenario for us. Run. You turn to run. A fireball, hot and fierce, shoots forward from the wooden frame toward you. I knew wait and watch wasn't going to do anything. Dodge left, duck, or dodge right. Yep. You can't go wrong if you go right. You dodge right and the fireball punches past you, not aiming at the door, but instead splashing up the staircase that leads up the tower. The room is dark for a moment. In the pause between fireballs and darkness, you can see a little of the grimalkin. The frame is built from old half-rotten wood, beams that were once perhaps part of a roof. A single upright form. A single upright forms the body and head. Its two arms are angled outward to collect starlight. It has clearly been positioned beneath the stairs of Height, Osiris, and Thara, H-O-T, and angled so the resulting fireball is directed at the staircase. A new fireball begins to form between the arms of the Grimalkin. Well, chat, the bad news is I can counter it, but it's very expensive to counter Hot, is it not? Doc. Doc? That would be such a waste of Blimberry? Seriously, that would be a huge waste of Blimberry just to counter this repeating Hot spell. But I totally can counter it. Look up the stairs, wait, cast a spell, or make a move. So dodging right is away from the stairs. I feel like if I can get to the Grimalkin without destroying it, we may be rewarded somehow. Because it's channeling this magic in some form. Let's see what spells we have on option. Besides Doc. Boom. Hover in air. I wonder if that would give me an edge. There's Doc, of course. Open locks and doors is probably not what I want. Cause slowness. I wonder if I could... I don't know. It's not moving mechanically. Sorry, I just did this. But we also have Zap, obviously. We have... Yep. Talk with animals. Cause invisibility. Create an invisible wall. Also 3 stamina. And I think those are all of the letters that we have on option. Cause speed. Oh, you could just run up the stairs faster than the fireball. That would be cool. Look up the stairs, wait, cast a spell, or make a move. Wait's not the option that we want. Let's look up the stairs and try to get an informed decision. In the light from the Grimalkin, you follow the line of the staircase with your eyes. At the top is a trap door. Aha! Sealed with a rusty old bolt. If the bolt is stiff, it might take some time to coerce it into opening. The fireball spell is completed and splashes across the stones of the staircase. So, basically, bolt at the top is going to slow us down long enough for the fireball to catch up to us, circling around the stairs. What are the moves I can make? I'm scared to push this button. Every fireball that strikes the staircase bounces and boils up the whole length. If it is possible to reach the top unscathed, you will have to be fast. So the only 2 options right now are leave the tower, run for the stairs. There's no way I'm fast enough to make it up the stairs. And stop the door. Right? I don't want to get hit by a fireball. Let's leave the tower, and then just come back in. There's no way past the construction. You will need to find some other approach to defeating it. You return to the shore of the lake. The wind makes the bell shimmer with sound. The little boat is still here. You move away into the thick woods that cover the island. How much? Okay. The path moves away into the trees. Now that you know the path, you waste little time finding your way back to the base of the tower. Okay, so it's easier to get there now. We did waste some time. Of day. I'm kind of tempted to just rewind, because that just kind of wasted partial daytime for literally no reason. But whatever. Whatever, let's just deal with it. You step back inside the dank, smelly tower. Stone stairs curve up to the hatch in the roof. The walls are covered with intricate carvings. A spark in the gloomy interior indicates the Grimalkin is still active, but for a moment the tower is dark. I want to try floating. Hello, how's the game? Hey, Humble Noob. Really good. I don't know if you've seen any of the other parts of Sorcery, so it might be a little confusing for you if you haven't. But Sorcery is a fantastic experience. Part 1 and 2 is only like $12 on Steam. And it's also on mobile, and I highly recommend checking it out. I kind of want to see what happens if we float. Hover in air. Let's try it. Sin! You cast the enchantment, and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently up into the air. Float up through the ceiling hatch. You float up to the ceiling hatch, avoiding the Grimalkin's fireballs by traveling through the middle of the tower. That's amazing. That's truly incredible. Look at that alternative solution. We just float up the center because we got the medallion earlier in this particular area. This tower also has a brass cylinder set into its center with a glowing crystal at its heart. Your weight returns and you settle gradually back down to the ground. That was the exact outcome that I was hoping for when I cast that. So it's awesome that it let me do it. Look at the view. Activating the beacon is going to be huge for stamina. So let's look at the view first. From here, you can see across the island to the water that surrounds it. More interesting is the shoreline further south, where the ruins of 2 statues are just visible atop a broken landing stage. It must have been a grand harbor once. For a moment, you seem to see a great winged creature lift itself up from the waters of the lake. But a moment later, it is gone. A great winged creature lifted itself up from the waters of the lake. I wonder if that was the weird creature we saw underneath, or if the different one. Could be a different one, I don't know. The shoreline further south, the ruins of 2 statues. That's at the south, it said? Must have been a harbor once. Oh, this. Yeah, that must... Okay. Well, we can make it a harbor here in a second. It's time to activate the beacon. You activate the beacon and it sweeps into life. This usually comes with a nice stamina rejuvenation. But I don't know. I guess maybe not. We'll see. Yep. See, check it out. Harbor. No harbor. Harbor. No harbor. Time Serpent. Still a Time Serpent. But I think we have to use the beacons against the Time Serpent. We'll have to play with that and figure it out. I don't know if I want to mess with the Time Serpent just yet. So there's some swirls in the water. I'm just scanning the horizon, basically looking for differences. One of the differences is this riverbed is no longer dry. I don't know if that matters for our playthrough. We can bring this place we just launched the rowboat, and there's a village there now. There's also this island, but in a different era. So I'm kind of in favor of leaving this hamlet here and taking a look at this island with this little streak. And then doing like this, maybe? And kind of covering... I don't know if I can hit this whole village at the same time. That's the only problem. But I think like right there should be good. We hit the village, or we hit this island, we can visit that again. We can check out the fishing village and a teensy bit of the road above it. Alright, that should be good and hit all of them. Hopefully. Hopefully that hits everything. You adjust the cylinder, now almost accustomed to the curious effect of the magical light. It seems to bring the dust of this dead land to life like a sunbeam, picking out motes in the darkness. You feel better for having touched the cylinder. You only get that once per beacon, but it's brought us back to full. Doesn't always bring you to full, but it gives you a big boost. It's crazy. More importantly, if we touch the blue crystal, we can fast travel and teleport between the beacons, which is great as well. But we got the boat here, so we may as well just take the boat, return to the base of the tower. Easier to dodge the fireballs on your way down. You drop the last length off the stairs and fire splashes past you toward the roof. We didn't even disable it, it's just there. It's just still active. A third fireball begins to form. Let's get out of here. Every fireball that strikes bounces up the whole length of the stairs, but it's time for you to go. We still have 0 food, by the way. You return to the shore of the lake. The bell sparkles in the sunshine. The coracle is bobbing in the shallows. I don't know what ringing the bell is gonna do. You push the boat out into the water of the lake and hop aboard. The craft looks well built and freshly oiled. You should make excellent time. And we got full stamina to boot. Okay. Amazing. Let's get out of here. You row the boat onward across the water as the evening draws in. It will be night soon. Every pull on the oars is tiring. The sunlight on the water is all but binding. A lot of different places to go. I want to go back toward this island and see if we can maybe check out this hut. Maybe even rest there for the night. The sun is sinking and soon it will be dark. You sing a song from your boyhood as you draw on the oars. A song of fruit trees and warm milk and soft bedding. What song is that, Chad? Sing me a song. Hey, Acid, what's up? Thank you for the Twitch Prime sub, by the way. Welcome back for a second month. Thanks for the support. Is this the serpent part? Yes, this is part 3, Darth Panzer. The 7 serpents. Captain Peanut says I have to write an essay. Well, why are you writing nerds questions then? Get to work. What are you thinking? Don't waste your time here. Apparently we're still in Cox Drop Frames Day. Nothing like dropping a casual 2,000 frames right here at the beginning of the stream in the first hour. Oh, I love it. Nice slideshow. Thanks, Cox. Oh, wait, did I say 2,000? I meant almost 3. 2 drop frames for the price of 1. It'd be a miracle if you guys can even still hear me during this. Literal slideshow. I know. I can't help you. At least nothing's happening on the screen right now. Maybe it'll even out. Hopefully. Maybe these are just peak hours. It's almost 5 o'clock p.m. here, Pacific time. Hey, Colorful Meat, what's up, Sea Cold? Guys who were just popping in, what I missed? I don't know. You tell me. Getting some great shots of your mug, both literal and your face. Let's go. Between the islands, I feel like is going to be the best way. Please don't accidentally time serpent me. I'm just trying to get up to this island. You row your boat onward across the water. Clouds rumble as they roll across the darkening sky. You lean on the oars, moving slowly forward across the lake. The water falls strangely calm. Rowing becomes easier and you cut quickly through the water. You'll be across the lake in no time. You notice a thin stream of bubbles off the port side. The port side, I believe, is our left side, if we're facing this way. If we're facing this way, this is port, this is starboard. Fore, aft. Right? Those are boat words. I want to go up here. But I also want to investigate the stream of bubbles. Avoid them. Oops. You turn the boat and row away from the rising bubbles. I was going to think about casting a spell, but I guess we're just rowing away now. You pause to look over your shoulder, but that delay is enough for the stream of bubbles to catch up with you. Breaking through the surface of the water is a long, thin shape. It rises to one side of the boat in a coil. By the way, I did try to leave. And then it unfolds 2 dripping, leathery wings. You half smile with pleasure at the encounter. It is the water serpent. Look at this little Peter Pan crocodile guy. Draw my sword or cast a spell. The water serpent is upon us. The water serpent's weakness is he's vulnerable to oil. Oh, I have just the thing. A certain scarab has given me some monarch oil. A glob of monarch oil goo from the queen lynch bug that you were told would harm the water serpent. I also have a regular old flask of oil that I don't even remember where I found that. But I know it was somewhere. It was like on a body or something. It was like over here in the ground. I remember we just found it kind of, maybe it was in the cave. Did I find oil up in the cave in the northwest? Anyways, let's have a little chat with our friend the water serpent if he wants to encroach upon my boat. I can't believe the monarch oil we've been holding since the first stream, and it's time for it to come into play. Wrap is not going to do anything. Turn to stone, I don't think is going to do anything. find the enchantment. We don't have the ability to do that. I could teleport? I don't know. Why would I want to teleport on open water? Seems like a bad play. Force field? P-O-P. Cause explosions. H-O-T. Well, you might be okay for thinking fire might counter water, but it really would be the other way around, wouldn't it, huh? S-A... We've learned our lesson about trying to depress the serpents. They're already so evil. It doesn't matter. Well, let's try and get some information. Hello, serpent. Holding up the serpent ring, you create the spell. The serpent throbs and glows, struggling against the force of the magic. Foolish adventurer, it cries. I will be your death. Kind of a weaselly, insectoid water serpent. Tell me about Mampang. Where are the other serpents? What advice can you give me? What is your weakness? We already know what the weakness is. Maybe we should get some advice and maybe some knowledge about the location of the other serpents. Where are the other serpents, you ask? We have spread out. Some to take our message to Mampang, and the others to wait and kill you. Tell me about Mampang. What advice can you give me? That really didn't answer my question. That was like dodging the genie question. What advice can you give me? The serpent of water writhes and shakes, but finally it answers. Nothing, foul thing. The water serpent whips its tail and thrashes. Enough of this. That was really just useless. The spell has worn off. The water serpent is now free of the water and hovers a massive shape against the dark sky. It stretches open its wide jaws. Throw something into the creature's mouth. Throw the sand, throw the flask of oil, throw the gobbet of lynchbug oil. I'm gonna go with lynchbugs. I trust in the lynchbugs. I believe in them. Something to use as a missile. You toss the glob of lynchbug oil deep into the mouth of the creature, and then watch in amazement as it takes effect. In mere moments, the serpent breaks into splashes of water, which rain down across the surface of the lake. The water falls quiet once more. You have now defeated 3 of the 7 serpents. Wow, that one, okay. So, for context, we knew the weakness of the moon serpent was fire. We cast Fireball, but we still had to fight the moon serpent. So, just for context on how we got this oil, we were wandering through, up here. So see these red markers? We were wandering up here and I was like, what's over here? This spot in particular was like, you sense, you peer over the edge into the empty riverbed. Giant hook claws climb up the top of the riverbed. What do? You could have run away. You could have like hidden. I like stood and waited and watched as a giant beetle bug, the size of like a 18-wheeler, like climbs out of the riverbed. And I cast a spell that allows me to take control of unintelligent creatures, and I rode the beetle bug down into the riverbed. I was trying to use him to cross over to the other side, but I rode him down there into a secret tunnel. Turns out the beetle bug was actually dispatched to get me, to take me to the queen of the beetles. And the scarabs there, they met the queen scarab, and she was like, yeah, we hate those serpents. The 7 serpents, like, suck. The archmage is stupid, by the way. And we want to help you, actually. We're trying to get rid of them. And I was like, oh, okay, interesting. And what do you want me to do about that? So they're like, here, take my monarch queen oil. You'll need it later. So we got the clue for that water serpent and the monarch oil from that bug queen, like over a dozen hours ago in the game, and we've just been hanging on to it since. So the reason why that seemed so easy is because of one random event that we went through over a dozen hours ago. So it really wasn't that easy. It's just I happened to be in the right place, do the right thing, get to the right secret area, talk to the right NPC, and, like, I could have just as easily, giant bug, kill it! Like, you could have done that. Then you never would have known. So, based on that information, we just happened to come across the water serpent. It's like, hey, I got something just for this occasion. Ugh! Direct hit, bullseye, dead. And that's why, we insta-won. I just wanted to give you some context in case you might have missed that, since it was over a week ago. Your progress so far is excellent. You feel fit and well. You are firmly on your way to ridding the backlimbs of the serpents. Looking up, you sense a suitable formation of stars above you. To what end? Hey, Etalyx, this is a really great game. Not a fan of reading that much English, so it's a pleasure to watch it with you reading it. Thank you, Sequel. Glad you're having fun. You have a great KDR. Best taxi ever. That was a fantastic event. That's probably my favorite part of part 3 so far, is the Bug Queen. Just because it seemed so bizarre, but endearing at the same time that they wrote that in that way. Talk about subverting your expectations. That's kind of the name of Sorcery. Big? Why would I want to become big? I'm in a rowboat. I'm gonna sink my boat. I can go fast, I guess? I don't really know what that would do. I could float. Again, I'm not really sure what the stars are aligning for here, necessarily. I don't really want to do N, Z, or B. There may be a reason. Well, that water serpent should have thought twice about being so slimy and... I don't know, look at him. He's just like slinking through the water right there. He's waiting to kill me. He wouldn't give me any advice. And I one-shot him. Alright, let's go. No amount of magic will shrink the size of this lake. You row onward resolute. I want to go here. 3 serpents down in record time, chat. Well, the two serpents down in record time. 3 total. We gotta find 4 more. You row the boat onward across the water as night falls. Try to find somewhere safe to sleep, especially after so long rowing on an empty belly. How do I get on this island? You row the boat onward across the water. The moon rises, filling the world with thin, silver light. A short distance ahead, another commotion in the water appears, but this one is unavoidable. Leaping up from the water is a small school of flying fish, springing into the air and flying directly toward you. Oh, they have pointy teeth, by the way. Those are some winged nightmare demons. This artwork is fantastic. I love this original 1980s art. Can you conjure food? I don't think you can die of starvation, which is good because that would make this game really difficult because you have to eat every day and that's so hard to do. But you don't lose health if you sleep. So if you don't eat and don't sleep, stamina down. If you sleep and don't eat, net even. You don't lose or gain stamina. If you eat and sleep, stamina up. So it's like a trade-off. Right now we have 16 out of 16 stamina, so it's alright if we don't eat. As long as we get to sleep. I think it's in case you were swimming. Maybe so, Tregan. Maybe so. That would make sense. Turvor says, why do ambient seagull noises sound like Germaraptor? I don't know. Do the seagull know? Because, well, seagulls naturally sound like raptors. I think that's just a commonly accepted fact. Turvor. I can't help you. I can't help fix this internet. Can you fix the internet? Draw my sword, cast a spell. I don't trust the teeth. Let's go spell casting. I got 16 stamina. I'm gonna use it. I'm gonna use it. What? No, that's a wall. Make them run into the wall. I don't know. I feel like they could just fly around it. Sharpen blade. Float? Cause fixedness. I have no idea what that does, and I don't want to know unless I actually find a way to do it. We always have speed available recently. Summon replica creatures. We really don't have any good spells. Am I missing a letter? I don't really like any of these options. Hot, maybe? Hot! Looking to the constellations above, you craft the spell, winding a ball of flame between your hands. Then, you toss the fireball into the middle of the shoal where it explodes. About half the fish incinerate to dust on the water, but the rest keep coming, tearing at your flesh. You will have to fight them. You better watch out. The Analander's gonna kick your butt. If you beat me up, I'm gonna tell my mom. She'll show you. I'm like 1.5 feet tall with a max power of 5. I can invite you to my birthday party if you don't just leave me alone. Look at this huge bar. Like, this goes up to like 13, by the way. If I didn't cast that fireball, this would be really bad. I only have to do 4 damage. So, I'm gonna take a lot of, I have to go all in, don't I? My first defense is gonna be like -3. I have to defend though. The rest keep coming, tearing at your flesh. To me, that says they're gonna go big attack. The fish explode from the water in a fountain of teeth and fins and spray. You splash backward through the water, trying to put distance between you and the school. The flying fish circle in the water, then leap as one. You brace yourself as the fish's teeth meet your flesh. The fish bubble away out of view for a moment. Wow, that could have gone really bad. They bubble away out of view. To me, that says not even attacking, right? I'm gonna do 1.5. Because I don't know if animals can defend. Okay, well they can. Still only a 1.5. You get a free chip damage in. There is no purchase in the water, so you cannot put any weight behind your sword stroke other than what you have in your arms. Still you swing, chopping at the monstrous school. It is like trying to fight water. The blade parts the shoal and only a few fish fall to the water. They dart and flicker, clearly in an agitated state now. So like, really if you think about this objectively, this is a very bizarro scenario. Like, effectively, what is happening is, I can't even show you a picture of this. There's like, I'm a knight in a rowboat, is what I'm trying to dictate to you. Like, this is me. And, hold on. This is me. I mean, it's not me, but it's just a person. I'm just in a little rowboat. And I'm being attacked by, like, a school of flying fish. And I'm swinging a sword. Like, how do you fight that? I'm rocking the boat back and forth. There's like water splashing in. This is an untenable scenario. Templar in a lifeboat. Piranhas with teeth. You should declutter your desktop. Declutter that desktop. There's too much empty space here. It's far too clean. It's scaring me. You're not even in the boat anymore? Am I not? Yes, I am. It doesn't say I'm not in the boat. You row onwards. You cast hot. The rest keep coming. You will have to fight them. Oh, you splash. Yes, you can splash with oars. Trying to put distance between yourself and the school of fish. I mean, they're flying fish, so if I'm swimming, I don't know, whatever. Anyways, they're agitated now. That's the only important part. If they're agitated, does that mean I need to defend? I think that's what that means. They're agitated, defend. Oh, bad idea. You take a deep breath and then duck down under. Okay, so I am in the water. What if I just am rotating the boat? I'm just flipping the boat round and around. The fish snap and bite, but none reach you. The shoal winds its way back, then turns to face you. This is gonna be a big attack. He just defended and then did a 1. Now I have to defend again. Waste of stamina. You stay back in the water, hoping to keep clear of the fish's teeth. You're not a shade too cautious. The fish leap from the water, arcing to destroy you, but they splash back down before they reach. As one, the school turns and descends under the water. Point 6, just to be safe. Easy pickings. You splash the blade into the water. Swimming forward, you slash out at the flying fish, but you cannot cut through the water with enough strength to reach them. They are just visible, darting this way and that, under the surface of the lake. They're down to 1. Fainting left, you slice at the flying fish, but the monsters are low in the water and escape mostly unharmed. Several fish are now floating on the surface, one blank eye staring up, the other down. You stare at an army of bristling teeth and widespread fins. I have to take another hit. Well, we could have ended this if I just attacked when they were doing the one little baby attack. You sense the fish moving faster and paddle quickly backward through the water. Your caution saves you. 5 fish splurge from the water, biting at you, but they cannot reach. All in. Oh! How did they have that much left in the tank, I ask you? I'm getting defeated by a school of flying fish from 16 stamina, and I cast a spell. You swing too hard and send your head underwater. The fish are on you in moments. The flying fish circle wildly, their spines splashing and stabbing at you. For a moment, you think the fish will be strong enough to push you underwater in a single swoop. Water streams from your mouth and nose. They can't attack again. They went like 9 to 5-7, right? That's too close. That is too close, but I had to go for it. You are fighting to keep your head above the water as you swing your blade. Treading water, you swing a mighty blow at the flying fish. The last of them disappear into the water and do not reemerge. It has died or fled. Either way, you should not linger. 8 stamina lost. Shameful. Very shameful. We're back to where we were. You pant with relief, exhausted from the encounter. I need some fish to eat. You collect a few of the raw fish from nearby in the water. If you can find a fire to cook them, they should be most delicious. Raw fish must be cooked. They must be cooked before it will serve as a ration. How do I get back to the? How do I make landfall here? Whoa! Zoom in, zoom out. Very dramatic. You row the boat onward across the water. The moon oozes across the sky like a drop of quicksilver. You pull on the oars, sliding onward through the water. You've never rowed so far or for so long. In the fields of the Chawberry, where you grew up, there was no open water beyond just a few ponds. Minus 11 spell value. I even took precautions. Minus 11 including the spell. It's very sad, I know. That was a huge stamina loss. But you know what? The Analander works best with his back against the wall. Listen, we knew the water serpent's weakness. No one told me about the flying school of fish's weakness, okay? Where was that advice? Nothing then to douse the flames that will come when the goblins turn southward, running from the Archmage and his army. Only the crown will prevent Only the restoring of the crown can prevent this. The crown is all that has held back the beasts for all this time. Perhaps one day it will be time to load all of Analand's people onto boats and sail southward for quieter shores. You row onward, lost in sorry thoughts. Nobody even cast Zap. It's so sad. You row the boat onward across the water. Every pull on the oars is hard. You've come within reach of a rocky island. Huh. How about that? We started here. Okay, how do I get to this island? Down, down, down. Oh, okay, now how do we go from this island to this island? Up here? Up here? No. No, can't be there. Over. Yeah, no, that's the way. That's definitely how you get ashore on this island. You row the boat across the water, pulling it to shore. Most stars come out. It is night. You would do well to sleep here. Unstrapping your pack on the shore of the lake, you try to stretch out despite the wind. You've not eaten yet today, but you have no provisions and a single vial of blueberry juice. And what's the fox? Fox is back! The fox is back. I'm just gonna sleep like this. You stretch out and rest. The night is kept busy with vivid dreams. You see yourself outside your body reaching forward to touch a blue crystal in a brass socket. For a moment, a beam of light shines upward across the clouds, brilliant and alive. Meanwhile, your body burns and crumples to dust where it stands. You are being dragged downward into a pool, grainy mud closing over your head. All the while, a distant laughter is heard from the east. So this is the beacon that we touched earlier in the day. Meanwhile, your body burns and crumples to dust. Well, we did die to a firefox in another life. I don't know if that's what that is. You're being dragged downward. That's not good. Day 22. You have scraped by, that's true, and defeated the water serpent. So you've now defeated 3 of the serpents of Mampang. Hey, Diva Kitty, what up? I don't know anything about sorcery. Is there a reason not to get the part 4? There's no reason not to get part 4. It's a linear story with a bunch of different ways to maneuver through the story, and with multiple endings. It's a choose-your-own-adventure book series from the 1980s, turned into a video game. So Steve Jackson's Sorcery there are physical books that are games, basically, that I don't know how they kept up with all this information with pen and paper, but the books come from the mid-80s, and that's where the pictures in the story come from, and the writing. But Inkle turned it into a cohesive, fantastic game experience. There's 2 different Steve Jacksons, Grimians. Believe it or not. And at one point they both worked on the same project together, which is even weirder. Howdy, Dude Nukem, what's up? How's it going? The sun rises above the waters of the lake. This island is thickly wooded, but all the trees have died, and the whole forest is gray and desolate. In the shallow water stands a bell. Your small boat bobs in the shallows. Well, we gotta spend half the day resting and recovering. I think that's worth it, though. So there is like every time you move, it takes a little bit of time off the day clock. So we're just gonna rest for a few hours. I think it's rest till midday. The sun is hot now, and you stand once more. So we got a little bit of stamina just from hanging tight. We haven't eaten in a while, but we do have fish. So we have fish that we can eat. It's been like 3 days since we've eaten. You move away from the shore and into the tree cover of the island. And we're going into a different time zone. Quite literally. Stepping into the past. You head away from the shoreline into the trees. You walk up the path from the shore to a small clearing in a dead forest, and at the center is something that used to be a hut, but is now just 3 rickety walls and part of a roof. Inside, an old woman is hunched over a table, scattered with vials, broken jars, and plants you do not recognize. She's mixing some kind of bright green paste. and is so absorbed in her work, she doesn't notice you. Approach, stay back and watch, or leave quietly. She smells like smoke leaf. She's a witch. In the woods. Approach, stay back and watch. Let's stay back and watch for a second. The woman mutters to herself as she steadily grinds the mixture. Her white hair is in one wild clump that reaches her waist. She's wearing a filthy brown robe, which may actually be a sack. She looks up from her work to paw around the table, eventually grabbing some berries and tossing them in. Half of the ingredients in her rundown hut you cannot name, but she appears to know what she's doing. She must be a healer, or else a witch. Try to sneak up on her. Mr. Sneakman, you would not trust her. You are Mr. Sneakman, and thus would try to sneak up on her. Of course. Well, I am the Analander, and I give everybody a fair chance. That's how this goes, right? Greetings, old crone. My apologies for the intrusion. She squints at you, sucking on her teeth with a wet pop. Like that? What? Who are you? I am on a quest. I got 10 stamina. I can afford to be a little brazen. But no. Let's go with just a traveler. Just a traveler. You reply? Well, why bother traveling out here? Not much to see, I should think, besides ingredients. Ingredients? Am I the ingredient? What do you do here? I experiment. I push the boundaries of the healing arts. I created several new recipes that you won't find anywhere else. That sounds most interesting. You must be in great demand. Perhaps that is for the best. Keep them to yourself. You must be in great demand. You might think so. I'm misunderstood. She grumbles and grinds her teeth. See, I studied at the fortress, no less, and they were so impressed with me that they suggested some independent study. So that's what I've been doing, alone, for, 47 years. "47 years. What is your name?" She screws up her face. You know, that is an excellent question. Do you sell these potions? You ask, gesturing toward the racks. No one ever comes to buy them, she says. But maybe you could. I'm always happy to let someone else test. Try a new potion of mine. Helps iron out the kinks. Test subject. Sounds risky. She scoffs. What's a little risk? And cocks her head. But aren't you curious? Here, let me try something on you. A pick-me-up strong enough to get you through the lake, even up the mountains. What do you say? What's in it? What's in it? You ask suspiciously. She waves a bowl of green substance around excitedly. It's a very powerful healing potion, she says. You won't find this in some market. Oh, no. I'm doing experiments that are so experimental, even I don't know what I've put in it. But there's some old scap, flattened goblin hair, a bit of unicorn meat, but that's mostly for flavor. Goblin hair? What? No. No. I never said that. Why would I put goblin hair in a healing potion? Well, it's not a goblin tooth. I don't know. Is this a polyjuice potion? You got a goblin here about to turn into a goblin? Is that what's happening? Yeah, but that's what you said, though. Goblin hair would be all wrong, she says. It's a cure for baldness. Now, I distinctly remember telling you that the potion has olscat, catfish whiskers, and levitated sand for color, so drink. Goblin hair. Your mother didn't raise a coward, Etalyx. Oh, dear. Home invasion gone wrong. No, we're fine. I haven't backstabbed her. She's the one trying to backstab me. KBS Milk's back for 15 months who says, drink it, with a grape pointing at me. Drink it so you use all sorts of ingredients. You remark, stalling for time. Oh, yes, she says. Anything I could get my hands on. You never know what effects they may have. Others may be content with knowing what a potion will do in advance, but how are we supposed to advance like that? Perhaps I have something you could use. What are these beetles for? Whoa, what beetles? Are those purple leaves important? Perhaps I have something you could use. She shrugs and you open your pack. She claws through it like a rat. Not much in there, You need to pick things up more often. I pick up everything I see. Maybe those purple grape leaves would be useful. You say, pointing to a pile on the workbench. She smacks her forehead. You know, I completely forgot to add those. Or did I forget to not add them? I distinctly recall one of those two being very important. Before you have a chance to say anything, she tosses a few into the mixture. Better safe than sorry, that's the herbalist creed. She wipes her hands on the already filthy sack she's wearing. Now that we've got all that sorted out, how about a taste? She holds the concoction inches away from your faces. I have more than one face. It smells vile. Well, I know what everyone wants to see. We've just enhanced the potion with purple grape leaves. Here we go. Bottoms up. The potion slinks down your throat, then you immediately fall unconscious and begin to dream. Should have kept the leaves out of the potion, I guess. The world seems to disappear, replaced by a vision, a ring of tall, shadowy stones in a desolate waste. You stand at their center, holding above your head a long yellow feather taken from some colossal bird. You are casting a spell of curious power. The spell begins to take hold and the feather erupts into flame, as though you held a fiery sword. The fire reaches down your arm and into your bones, and you feel yourself swelling with great strength. The vision fades. Slowly the sun begins to make its way back down the sky. You open your eyes to see the healer standing over you. She admits that adding the purple leaves was not a good idea. She assures you that you're not dead, just nearly. But look on the bright side. Oh, but look on the bright side, she says as you sit up. I've discovered a very powerful new poison. I need to find more of those leaves, and don't touch anything while I'm gone. With that, she picks up a ratty sack and disappears into the woods. Quaff a random potion. Steal something, or return to the shore. You telling me I just drank that potion for no reason? I gotta get my dues, I think. I don't think I'm just gonna leave empty-handed with only 6 stamina after wasting half a day here. Double or nothing. Well, what if I just drink the same thing and then I go unconscious again and she comes back to find me asleep on the floor? It could be the same potion. Steal something? I mean, drinking a random potion is stealing something. Chat, I don't know what to do. It's a tough call. Because on the one hand, if she's a healer, she might have something worth stealing. But the random potion could be anything. quaff all the potions. Fine. I'm gonna drink a potion. You grab a potion off the shelf, this time a thin pink one. You weigh the options carefully and decide to risk a drink. Your legs begin twitching and wobbling violently. Every step is a frenzy of bending knees and feet moving in random directions. You spend a few minutes in the nearby forest bashing into trees and kicking underbrush before you gain control of your legs again. This has not been a good day for the Analander. He was nearly killed by flying fish. He's drank a poison, a leg wobbler, and is now dancing his way back to the boat, I guess, none the wiser. So, you return to the shore of the lake. The pole with the bell stands in the waterline. The little sculling boat is still here. On the bright side, I didn't steal anything from the healer, and thus I did drink a potion, but that was a bad potion anyways. She didn't need that. I just saved her some testing trouble. I wrote down what happened to me on a parchment and left it for her notes. I kind of need to rest and recover again, but I can't. I think we're just gonna have to rely on fox prayer. We gotta go. You push the boat into the shallows and scull away from the shore quickly. You row your boat onward across the water. The wind picks up as the evening draws on, and it will be dark soon. I know. Maybe we can go rest in the village. Let's go try and make it to the village that we just revealed with the time lamp. You row the boat onwards. The sun drops to the west, and soon it will be dark. Near the north shore. You row the boat across the water. The sun is now in the lowest quarter of the sky. Every stroke is tiring. You've come within reach of the shore. And let's go ashore. The boat came with us through time, which is most interesting. It's not just me traveling through time, but also this object. Darkness closes in and you are worn out. You need to rest, especially after going all day without eating. The bay is quiet, though judging by the scattered litter, it has been a busy day. Lines of boarded-up huts follow the curve of the shore, and heaped here and there are piles of rotting fish parts left over from great feats of cooking. You know what? I got my own fish. I don't need to look through rubbish piles. We've also looked across the water. Let's find somewhere to rest. Looking across the water, you have a strong sense of how far you still have to go. You cannot hope to swim it, so there is no progress to be made now. Sleep by the shore, sleep in a stall, sleep in a boat. I'm gonna sleep in a stall. You find an open market stall and lie down under the shelter of its canopied roof. Man, Analanders has it rough lately. It smells of fish, but the walls should keep any animals at bay. Laying your pack down on the shore of the lake, you try to rest despite the strange noises that float across the landscape. 4 days without food, by the way. Cannot win for losing. You close your eyes and let tiredness overtake you. You feel untouched by danger here, and your slumber is untroubled by dreams. Day 23, you got poison. Good job. The sun rises, bringing with it chatter and excitement as stall holders and fishermen begin to gather at the shoreline. The sky is blue and pink. On the other side of the bay area from the waterfront is a line of stalls, most selling food, grilled, fresh fruit, fish and fruit, though there is also a bottle seller selling stoppered bottles. Oh, you got some potions I can try? I just need a fire, and I can cook the fish that I've got in my pack. But we have money. This is the first time we may be able to spend some of that gold. You greet the fruit seller, who waves his hand across the selection. 1 apple, 2 gold pieces. Finest Zanzunu apples. Sure. I'll buy some apples, you tell the hawker. He nods. How many? 2 gold pieces per apple, huh? I'll buy 1 apple. I'll buy 1. That's 2 gold to you, the man replies, accepting your coins, and you put the fruit into your pack. The fishmonger is a large woman who wields an enormous cleaver. I'll chop it and grill it for you, she announces, staring you threateningly in the eye. 4 gold pieces per head. 4, huh? I mean, this is food right now. This is food literally right now. This one's bigger than the rest, the woman advises you, pointing at one of the fish in particular, but the difference is not discernible to your eye. Buy it, buy 2, buy 4, don't buy anything. I'll buy 1. You pay the woman 4 gold pieces and she slaps a fish onto the griddle, squeezes it over with a lemon, throws on a couple of unlikely looking herbs, and then lets it fry. After a few minutes, and a smell that makes your stomach ache with hunger, she slides the cooked fish off the griddle and onto some thick cheesecloth for carrying. The skin is so hot, it makes your fingers blister to the touch. You eat the fish then and there, before it grows cold. It is excellent, succulent, and clearly only caught a few hours previously. The woman nods. I see you're enjoying that. Thank her. Are these fish local? Ignore her. Hey, are these some flying fish? Are these local fish? You ask as you finish up your meal. She looks at you like you must be stupid. The lake is right there, she says. Where else would we get them from? Can you introduce me to the fisherman? You ask. She looks bemused. Whatever for? You don't like my prices? I just want to talk to them. She looks back at you stonily. They're not ones for talking, our men. She replies. No matter. The lady shakes her head but lets the matter drop and you finish your fish and nod thanks. Stopping at the bottle seller's stall, he has shelves and shelves of bottles of all different shapes and sizes and colors, a few filled, most empty. You have a lot of bottles here, you remark. The bottle seller smiles. It is not my passion, if that is what you mean, but I am very, very good at making bottles, as you can see. Look at the filled bottles. Most seem to contain nothing but colored water and are probably filled simply to show off the craftsmanship of the glass, but a rack at the front appears to contain Blimberry potion, and the row behind is labeled Holy Water from the Temple of the Mule. Now I want fish tacos. Oh, that sounds heavenly. Ushikun. TBW says, I missed your RimWorld stream yesterday because I was at a nude beach. True story. Well, TBW875, hope you were showing off. Seems like a good place for some selfies. I don't want to see, though, so don't show me. Maybe, like, I don't know, stand on a street corner and try to sell the photos? That could be a quick source of cash. I'm not sure. KBS, thank you also for the 15 months earlier. TBW, thank you for the half a year. Welcome back. I feel like maybe I should have bought more apples, actually. Holy water from the Temple of the Mule. I'm not really trusting that this is real holy water. What if I... But it could be. Do we have any holy water at this moment? We do. We already have holy water. I forgot that I even had that. In case of emergency. So I'm not going to even bother with that. Blimberry, it can't hurt to have more than one Blimberry potion, though, right? But what if we can use this 15 gold somewhere else? My money is good here. And it may also be good here. So I'm going to hang on to my 15 gold. I've already got a Blimberry. I've already got a holy water. Let's look at the empty bottles. You look over the man's collection of empty bottles. They come in every size, from that of your thumb up to tankards as large as your thigh. There are thin bottles and portly bottles, bottles in every shade of colored glass, some twist and corkscrew, some delicately fluted. Most are very well made indeed. You bid farewell to the bottle seller. Moving away from the stalls, the sun has not yet crested the last peaks in the east. It's still morning, and it's time to move into the ruins. You turn away from the lakeshore and follow the paved road back along the riverbank. Well, at least we have food in our belly, so sleep tonight will actually do something, and I have an apple for the next day. You leave the shore for an old road across the plains. The day is likely to be clear and will be hot again once more. The stone underfoot turns into carved slabs buried by layers of dust. It seems you are walking along what was once a wide, flagstoned road. You pause to look in the cracks between the stones, hoping to perhaps find a gold piece or two buried under the topsoil. Well, that's very desperate of you, Annalander. But there was nothing digging between the couch cushions of your old raggedy couch that you bought from the used furniture store. This place has been scoured bare by the wind of centuries. And you continue on your journey. I don't think this is technically in the past. I think we're in the present. You continue following the road. As the morning moves on, the wind begins to rise. Or maybe we are in the past, because I didn't hear the beat, the noise, the sound chime that indicates that we transitioned into a different time. Suddenly you hear a sound of hoofbeats. Something is coming toward you along the old stones. The next thing you know, you are knocked flying by a low armored creature. It is a roach pig. It is a roach pig. Okay. Here's the thing, fox. I don't want to use the fox if I don't have to. Because if we can just sleep, we're going to get a lot of health back from eating and sleeping. Do you think a roach pig can roach jig? Do you think it's worth talking to the roach pig? Oh, there's a lot of options here. Hover in air. I don't know what that would even do. Cause teleportation? A lot of good options here. Create a invisible wall between you and it. Cause sleepiness with a brass pendulum. Or again with the yellow powder speed. I don't know, I always like talking to the animals. But that's not always the correct answer. There's been plenty of opportunities where we've talked to like a skunk bear or something and it just wants to attack you anyways. Which is why we're going to cause it to break out into lively dancing with Jig. Taking the flute from your pack, you cast the spell. The pig abruptly halts its charge and then awkwardly shuffles up onto its hind legs and begins to sway from side to side. Dance it until it drops. You keep playing, making the cumbersome creature dance faster and faster until eventually it is so tired that it cannot keep moving. Its head spins about, and then tusks and jaw hit the ground with a crash. You lower the pipe from your lips. The pig lies on its back in a daze. I mean, this low-armored creature, finally Jig works. This roach pig did barrel into us and lose his stamina. Nobody is here. It's just an animal. It was charging me. Dead. You skewer the creature between the soft plates of its underbelly and hack off a hunk of meat, wrapping it up in some spare cloth. You tried to arrange what is left in as dignified a manner as you can. Remember, raw meat must be cooked. Looking northwards, you can see the northern reaches of the Zanzunu Peaks. Somewhere up there lies the ancient ruins of the city Tinpang, once filled with the Archmage's most devout followers. The Archmage's most devout followers up here, huh? Well, we are going to have to play that carefully then. I'm genuinely shocked that that actually worked, that we jigged and danced the pig to extreme tiredness and then slaughtered it for meat. That's kind of cruel, but also it started it. So, oh well. Maybe it should have thought twice before it just barreled down the road and charged me. The road curves gently as you follow it. The sun continues to climb steep into the sky. The road passes between the pillars of a ruined stone gate and then opens out into a wide plaza of low ruins. The pillars were maybe once carved. One is set with what looks like a jaguar. The other, some kind of winged goat. Perhaps this place was once walled, but there is nothing there now. The pillars are covered in patches of green moss. You collect a handful. It is wet and pungent, despite the arid air. Is green moss what we've been picking up this whole time? You put your nose into the moss and smell, overwhelmed by the tangy, rank aroma of cat urine. I think we were picking up a different color moss previously. I don't really want to chew on tangy, rank cat urine. I don't remember the other moss smelling that bad. I think it was a different color as well, so I'm throwing that away. You throw the moss away. The moss you've eaten before was yellow. There you go. It smelled quite different. I'm glad I smelled it. The game even knew. Look at the ruins. Door frames jut from the unforgiving sands. Windows stare like dead eyes from buildings molded into the rising cliff itself. This was a fine city once, but now it is nothing but another ruined tomb. The silent city echoes to the sound of your footsteps on the road. You are aware you are headed away from Zaman, and not towards it, but perhaps the ruins of this place will have something to aid you. Well, at least we didn't just instantly chew on it. So Zaman's this way. This is our ultimate goal. But before we get here, I would like to deal with the 7 serpents if possible. That's what we're doing today. We've already dealt with 2 of them, so we're well on our way. We need to find 4 more and deal with them too. Following the outline of a street into the first of several open plazas, you see this was once a city, hewn into vertical layers into the northern cliff face itself. Now it is as though a great clawed creature has scratched it from existence. A few dwellings remain, but most are broken piles. Only one structure remains standing, a tower somewhere to the west. It is very warm now as you begin to sweat under your pack. Okay, there's the tower. I do think we should explore the ruins first. I can pray to the fox in an emergency. We have a Blimberry potion in a real emergency. We should continue. The ruins of the city are quite extensive. Whatever happened here, it scooped away great sections of the city as though the streets were raked by the gigantic claws. It reminds you of ruined Giants Town. Oh, the ruined Giants Town you explored back in the hills. I remember that, actually. You know what? I'll find it for you. This is the only part of the map that currently works. Well, that's not true. We do have a teeny bit from part 2, but we have a lot of work. Wowee. Good job, Kairatopia. I don't think I've looked at the part 2 one. I've only written like 40 of them on part 2. Good job, Fire. I guess the map isn't quite interactable yet, but that's okay in due time. Fire did... This is only all the way through the North Gate the first time, not including the second and third trips around, so it's going to take a while to get there. Anyways, part 1, long time ago. Look how small the map is by comparison. That's so funny. It really is like a little slice of pie. The ruins they're talking about of the city is Liaki, I believe. We went through the gate, we investigated the ruins and found a wine jug-shaped pot, following a trail to the west toward the tree line. Going into the tree line, we found 3 giant's teeth inside of some idols, with mouths stained dark red like wine. Yeah, I'm gonna have to work on that some more because it's really cool. Anyways, further up the slope, or from the slope, the dwellings become smaller and less remains of them. The mid-afternoon heat fills the landscape. We got low city, the high city. Return to the road or go to the tower. Hold on, I need to alt-tab one more time. Sorry. Ah, the good city of Dumpus. Ah, the good city of Dumpus. You head upward toward the cliff face, jumping over cracks in the ground and then clambering from the roof of one building into the gaping doorway of the next. Mosaics in the floor and painted walls speak of great wealth, but their patterns can no longer be discerned. I see no reason not to search closely. We should figure out what's going on here. You search every corner and look through every window and crack, finding nothing. It seems whoever lived here, when they left and took everything they could carry with them. On the highest street above the city, you find a house, perhaps the grandest so far, whose stones are daubed in bright red paint. Looking inside the walls of the red-painted house, nothing remains, of course. Just the outlines in the stone of a small room with a fire pit in the back. Something white lies in the hearth, perhaps the remains of something long since burned. You go over to the fireplace, and what looks at first like discarded dice turn out to be a set of teeth. You turn them over in your hands, trying to place what creature they are from. Goblin? No. Though they are curved and cruel, they lack the rough edges of a goblin's tooth. Curved and cruel. Giant? Impossible. They are too small. Then it strikes you they resemble nothing so much as a cat's teeth, only they are each the size of your thumb. These are most likely teeth from the Snaticats of the forest to the west. Snaticat teeth. I have no idea what we can do with those. It was a trick question, though. It was neither giants, nor goblins, nor humans, nor apes. Who made the storybook? Steve Jackson originally, onerous. Is that what you're talking about, or are you asking a different question? That explains the urine. No, it kind of does. Yeah, it does. But why are they burned to nothing but teeth? That's the question that we have to find the answer to. Maybe we'll find it by going back in time. Who knows? But the Snaticat Forest did not exist then. Curious. Most curious. You place them into your pack. Perhaps they will prove useful at some point. So the Low City's still the other direction. We can still explore it. Maybe we can take refuge in the tower for night, and then before we go back, before we change the time, we can go to the Low City and then double back. You continue along the curving street till you pass a large doorway in the surprisingly intact ruins of a hall. Lying in the doorway is what looks like a massive, oversized finger. I don't like this. A dead giant, perhaps. If so, you may be able to acquire a few more precious teeth to add to your collection. You follow the line of the finger inside the building, along the length of an arm that disappears under a pile of rubble and stones. Kick the finger. Nothing happens. You go over to the rubble and begin to haul it away. Once you have cleared a few rocks, you begin to see the first wisps of thick hair from the giant's beard underneath the stone. If he is in fact dead, he cannot have died too long ago. You keep working, removing stones with an aim to reaching the giant's lower jaw. But after removing a flat slab of stone from across his mouth, you are struck by a hot, wet blast of breath. The giant is not dead at all, but sleeping. Draw my sword, cast a spell, or creep away. What spells do we have? Back seat. Oh, I didn't know back seat was a spell. Easy, man. I cast it. In a glare. Walk. Create a shield. Wall. Create an actual wall. I mean, it is what it says. Turn to stone. That's a bit much, isn't it? Did we got the stone dust back, or did we waste the stone dust, or do we have a bunch of stone dust? I don't know. Maybe all the above. I mean, we could become big. I don't think that's a terrible idea. He might think we're a giant too. That's kind of interesting. So I don't see why it always wants me to float, but I think it's hilarious that it's always an option. I'm gonna go big. I am going to become a giant too. Big! You bind the starlight into order around you, rapidly inflating to several times your normal height. But your spellcasting has clearly agitated the creature. It wakes instantly, roaring to its feet, throwing aside the rest of the stone that has fallen during its sleep, and grabbing a club from nearby. Okay, am I not supposed to be big? Can I not do more than 5 attack power of damage while big? I feel like I've been cheated. A little bit. There's no way I can defeat this giant in my current form. I almost have to rewind, like, now. I think rewind now is a good idea. I have 5 stamina. Like, let's be real. Okay. How did I lose a stamina before this even happened anyway? Oh, because I cast big. So what you're telling me is, even though I'm 3 times my normal height, I'm like holding my sword like a toothpick. Just use your fists at that point, you know? Disarm him. Alright, let's see. What other spells do I have? Use big on the sword, so it stops being a little toothpick. Maybe I should pray, but that's metagaming. I want to see if I can do it with just a spell. Obviously big is not the answer. Fall is not the answer. Sharpened blade, I mean, it's clearly preparing me for a fight. You know what? Maybe I could just turn him to stone. But that's kind of mean. I was looking to try and see if I could finish unburying him, but there's really not that many options. It's like sharpened blade, right? Turn to stone. Sharpened blade, turn to stone, create shield. Create a wall. I don't know why it wants me to kill him, basically. Draw my sword, cast a spell. Every spell is offensive in some way, or like helped me on offense. What happens if I try to creep away? There was an old adage that one should let a sleeping giant lie, so you quickly move away. Your loop of the upper city is finished. Heat beats down from an empty sky. Okay, well, it's that easy then. I might come back and see if he's still there once I get more stamina, and we'll go from there. I'm trying to avoid praying if possible. Let's go to the low city and explore. He clearly doesn't need your help. So it would seem. You walk through the ruins of the buildings that spread across the floor of the valley. One seems to be a large warehouse, though whatever was stored here has been taken by the winds long ago. We kicked his thumb and nothing happened. That's what's so funny. You pick your way over a low wall and through the shattered outline of a family home. A vague depression in one corner indicates an old fire pit. You scratch in the dirt of the fire pit for a time, but find nothing beyond a few shards of broken pottery. You leave the old house by what was once the doorway. Scratched on the doorstep is a chiseled mark, perhaps a drawing of some kind. You squat to examine the marks. They were perhaps once more detailed and are almost worn away by the scouring dust. A large cat. A cat large and striped is curled up into a ring for warmth. It's gonna be a Snattacat. It's gonna be a Snattacat. Almost guaranteed. Right? Find safe passage. I could fireball it immediately. D nothing. D nothing hot. HSD. HSD. Those are the only. Oh, as in lowercase f. See the future. That'd be interesting. I really want to know what would happen then. Most curious. I guess sense danger, but waste of stamina. Shush! You bind the starlight into order around you, and a calm voice speaks. The voice tells you that the city is now empty, though not entirely without dangers, particularly in the upper half of the city. Okay, the giant. With that, the spell fades. Nothing more to be done. You loop through another house, but find nothing. These streets have already been reduced to mere marks in the dust. There are no signs left to tell you what happened here, and nothing more to be discovered. The evening is drawing in, and it will be night soon. So the cat was not anything to worry about, apparently. Just the giant. You follow the line of the broken street till you reach the base of a tower. Somehow, amidst all the leveled buildings, its walls stand firm. Let's take a peek. The door opens easily. That's never a good sign. The inside of the tower is much like the others you've seen, except that perhaps it was once decorated. The walls are hung with rotten strings and are set with empty candle brackets. You could go up the tower or back to the street. Swirl me up to the tippy top, and let's see what's resting above. Once again, the tower is topped with a movable cylinder and a blue crystal. From here, the plan of the old city is quite clear. Winding streets and blocks leading toward and then up the cliff face. Though it has all been scrubbed clear, the stain of human habitation still remains. Looking across the city, it seems you can see two time periods at once, one on top of the other, but it is impossible to tell which is true and which the mask. You watch as a child runs down the street only to turn the corner and disappear. A dog springs into existence mid-leap. A building throws yellow smoke into the air, but when the smoke clears, the building is ruined and broken. You cannot tear your eyes away. Every time the street clears or a building falls, you feel your anger toward the Archmage rising. The desolation is complete here. The people you see are both still living and long destroyed. This tower seems to be broken. You are forced to give it a kick before the beam begins to shine. And here we are. We can fight beam with beam. We can also see the serpent from here. That's going to be relevant. I believe crossing the beams of the time serpent is how we deal with this scenario. I believe we pretty much just want the town to be back to normal, yeah? Is that enough to do it? It seems incredible that anyone should have built these towers with their curious lanterns. Indeed, you cannot help but wonder what these towers did originally. What appeared in the land beneath the beam, when the land was everywhere lush and green? Where the light touches you, feels suddenly much better. 15 stamina! And also we can do this. Bam, 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 bam. I believe all of the beacons have been lit that we know of. There may be another one still hidden. The only beacon that can't be lit is this one, which is broken. We've been there, and we can still touch the crystal there to teleport. So there's technically 3 on this side, 2 here and 2 here. The world is now travelable. I'll just land back where I was. You find yourself on top of the tower that looks out over the ruined city. Well, it shouldn't be ruined anymore, right? Let's return down the tower steps and find a place to sleep, away from the tower. You head off into the city once more. Another night begins. You should find a place to sleep. The streets are quiet. Thin candlelight flickers from the windows of the houses. Sleep in an alley, find an inn, or return to the road. All interesting options. Well, these two are the interesting options. Give it to your anger, Annalanda. Seems like these crystals were put in because there's no food on the whole map. Well, there has been a lot of food early on. It's just the more you backtrack, if you've already eaten the food or come across it, you can't come across it again. So we found a bunch of moss here, I remember. We've got raw food in our pack now, so we should be good for a while. Like, I am specifically carrying the, is it in this box or in another one? Fish meat. Yeah, we have 2 raw fish and raw pig, which we need to find a fire to cook. And we can create our own fires, apparently, with the Firefox fangs. And we have a tinder box that we've been carrying forever, so now we finally have something to strike. Well, the tinderbox and the Firefox fangs, I don't know if they interact at all, actually. We've got raw poison, 2 bottles of bark essence, which I think is poison. Don't tell me. 3 Snatacat teeth, no idea what those do. Still haven't gotten to use the Born Skin boots. Maybe we can play some dice at the end. It's a good idea. Yellow feathers. Did we pluck those from the bird we were riding on? I've been carrying those for so long now I don't even remember. Human skull. Snapped off at the neck. The goblin message that we couldn't read. We took it to the sorceress or the witch in the middle north. She interpreted it for us to help us defeat the time serpent. And we have a brass whistle. Where did I get the brass whistle? Where did we get the brass whistle? I don't remember. Maybe you guys don't either. I don't know. Anyways, let's head to the inn. Before we decide to give up and sleep in the alley, huh? You search the streets till you come across a building with a door wide open, a desk inside. Though there is no sign that you recognize, it is most likely an inn. The owner greets you as you enter with a bowed head. Welcome, stranger. Greetings. I need to sleep, I need to eat. Hello. Oh. Greetings, she returns, voice suddenly changing, bowing her head. You are new to our city? Sorry, my bowed head caused me to have a deep and rumbly voice by comparison to what I sound like now. I am new to your city. I imagine you are heading for Mampang, she glares. I can tell. You have the look of a sorcerer. What look is that? I am no sorcerer. Do only sorcerers head east from here? What look is that, you demand? Your eyes have more black than white in them. Too much looking at the stars, she smiles. We have many cots for sleeping. Each is 5 gold pieces, but they're clean and quiet. That's okay. You storm wordlessly out of the inn once more. We did just heal to 15 out of 16 stamina. The alley is fading in and out of existence. I don't know what sleeping in this time bubble is going to do. You find a quiet alley between 2 stone buildings to settle down. You should be reasonably protected from the elements here. Setting down your pack on the flagstones, you try to settle despite the cold. At least you've eaten once today. You lie back and try to forget your troubles. But the long night is restless with visions. The fearful specter of a death wraith looms up from the ground. But then it seems to stumble, and a set of wooden false teeth fall from between its gray lips. A hooded woman with a scar down her face looks up from a deck of cards. It would be better if the crown were dropped into the sea, she tells you firmly. Or else you should wear it yourself and rule all. Through it all, you feel the heat of Analand burning should your quest fail. Yeah, I remember this hooded woman. She was in Corée, the tarot reader. So that's actually a thing that happened to us already. Sleeping rough, day 24, you gained considerable stamina plus 11. Gained 1 provision, lost 6 gold. We didn't lose it, we spent it. Explored the city of Tinpeng and found no new clues yet. You pick yourself to your feet as the sounds of the city begin to gather around you. The night has been cold and rough, and you are glad to be moving once more. The streets are alive with activity. People roam, calling to one another and talking. Musicians stand on street corners playing lively jigs to passers-by. You join them, causing them to dance until they pass out. You turn them upside down and dump their lunch money out onto the ground, gathering it up, and you found 25 gold. You make your way along the busy, bustling streets, confusing the people who are not actually looking at the words on the page. They were just alt-tabbed, but they were taken aback by the 25 gold claim and now are looking attentively. They do not realize they are ghosts. It is a thriving hub. They do not realize they are ghosts. Their faces express the usual range of thoughts and feelings. Happiness, fear, anxiety, humor. They don't seem to realize they are no better than ghosts. That once the light from the towers moved away, they will be long dead once more. A new day. Hey, Lightning Rider. I sub for Googly Eyes and Fat Gremlin, now I sub for Grapes. Googly Eyes and Fat Grim. Well, enjoy your grape. It's a good reason, I guess, as any for a subscription. You had me in the first half, not gonna lie. What'd you guys say? Sorry. I was trying to figure out what's the back. Oh, the backseat command has been edited. I see. Why are we carrying? We're carrying a human skull with us. Yes. We got the human skull Ulthor way back over here. North of this little village, when the light is shining. I don't remember which era it was in, but there was a field with a buried body and a skull popping out from the dirt. We pulled the skull off the body and have been carrying with us for some reason. Going back in time, yeah, so it was, we pulled the skull off in present day, turning the light over that area. We go back in time, and it turns out there was a person buried there up to the neck as punishment for stealing goats. So we actually helped the person by giving them water, and as they left, when we freed them, they revealed, or we found out rather, that they were the hooded figure that had previously stolen the mind-reading cap from us when we were on the southern part of the river down here. However, since we had already gotten, and we had returned to ourselves the tell cap from another person, we decided to let them go. Because we had already retrieved our stolen goods, there was no reason to punish them further. And they seemed like an okay person once we freed them. So, that's how it happened. The person that we found it on their corpse attacked us at a campfire here, and we killed this dark elf. She dropped the tell skull cap that we had, and then the leader of the encircling traitor camp hung us on a cross and left us to die. So, we didn't really care for them too much. We later found the body of the former trading camp leader, also pinned to a cross. We're not sure what happened there to cause that, but apparently he did something to piss off the rest of the trading camp because they hung him. So we got our justice through some other means. I don't know who did it, but justice has been served because he's the one that put us on the cross. He's now dead. I think justice has been served. And we might run across that thief boy again at some point soon anyway. Are we going to fight the tornado this stream? Maybe. Perhaps. I think we have a way to counter it now. We had to get sand. For quicksand, I'm pretty sure. Which we now have. Also, I want to take, before we explore the city, because this is a big place, we got the high city, the main square, the alleys, and we got 15 gold to try and spend maybe on a weapon upgrade. That's my #1 goal. I want to take a quick aside BRB. Yes, I know. Lay down. You're not supposed to be running around. Lay down. Hello, Mr. Midas. Just calm down. I'm going to take a quick BRB. And grab a drink. Take a quick pee break. Just kind of get that out of the way real quick. He heard the magic word. Hey, get over here. Can you hear this? Midas also needs his medicine, so that's a more important reason than getting a snack. He needs to take his anti-inflammatory medicine so that he can keep healing. Yes, I know. Hey, watch out! You're gonna bop your nose on the microphone. Where are you reaching for? Where are you going? You're so pitiful. Did you know that? Did you know that you're so little and pitiful? All right, chat. We'll be back in a couple minutes after this dog thinks he's getting a treat. He's actually getting little medicine instead. Ooh, stinky breath, too. All right, thanks for hanging out and for your patience. I'll return to you in just a moment. Yo. Hey. What's going on? Yo, base whip. Ah, delicious cola beverage. Now, pretty excited to explore this town. The city of Tinpang. And the reason why I'm excited is because it's the only city in all of Kakabad. So part 3 has been really an interesting change from part 2 in that 2 is only city, right? 1 is kind of like a mix. It's like a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a lot of scattered villages. The screen's freaking out. Do you see the time? Why? Like the colors are shifting really weirdly. Anyways. 2 was like in Korea is all city all the time, start to finish. And it's really all about like the interesting people that you meet in Korea. There's Carnival of Thieves going on. There's like fortune tellers. There's taverns with dice tournaments and market squares with people gathered around looking at things going on, and thieves preying on people, and dark alleys with like fire eyes goblins, whatever they are. Whereas, as opposed to that, part 3 is almost like, forget about the interesting people. There's still some interesting people here, but it's really about like all the weird creatures. You know, like the snatticats and the different types of harpies and birds, the 7 serpents. And it's all about like the different types of creatures you encounter, the beetles, the giant bugs, and the things inside the caves, and the weird tornadoes, and it's much more open. So it's interesting that it kind of carries you from one type to the other to try to keep things fresh. And I think it works pretty well. Just an observation. Just an observation. So let's head higher into the city now. You follow winding, climbing step streets into the upper reaches of the city. Low hovels and clustered dwellings are replaced by larger buildings, mansions, palaces, and central offices. You pass a familiar building daubed in red paint with 2 doors. Above one door is a sign with a picture of a fanged tooth. Above the other is a metal implement that looks like a small pair of tongs. Tooth door, tong door. Well, I'm curious about the snatticat teeth. You open the door to find it leads into a wide hall. which the other door also opens onto. In a large chair at one end sits a man with a tight-fitting leather cap. On a low table at his elbow rest, an array of metal implements. He stands as you enter. "Greetings," declares the merchant. "Are you here to buy or to sell?" A strange question, since there appears to be nothing on sale unless the goods are all behind the curtain that covers the back wall. Am I here to buy or to sell? "What is your trade?" you ask, puzzled. He seems surprised. "You didn't see the sign." "You're a dentist. You're a supplier of magical artifacts. But I see nothing on sale." "You are a supplier of magical artifacts?" "Well, this is Tinpeng, home to the miners of minor magic." He laughs, then falls quiet, seeing your lack of comprehension. "But do I take it then that you are simply not in the market for teeth?" Are we about to time bedazzle? Not bedazzle. Yes, are we about to bedazzle our clothes with shiny teeth? No, bamboozle was the word I was looking for. Am I about to bamboozle this guy? I found 3 Snatacat teeth in the far-flung future, which I brought back to the past to presumably sell to him. They may even be his. Teeth? What kind do you sell? I have teeth to sell. I have enough teeth. Should I sell him the Snatacat teeth, though, or will they be useful elsewhere? They might even be useful elsewhere. However, I don't think Snatacat teeth are a spell that currently exist in our spellbook, correct? There's no such spell at this moment. That we have goblin teeth, giant's teeth, right? Those ones for sure. Maybe it's time to finally acquire some goblin teeth if we can. Yes, we also have the fire fangs, but those are useful for starting fires. We don't know what Snatacat teeth are useful for, though I'm sure they have alternative uses. It wouldn't hurt to sell like maybe 1 of each. I think we have 3 of each one. We'll see how much they're worth. Would be a better question. Wait, Zed is back in the spellbook. Zed is back in the spellbook. Maybe it was always in the spellbook, I forgot. I just forgot that it existed. I have teeth to sell. He leans forward keenly. Your own teeth? Or those of others? You would buy my teeth? Like, I have a creature's teeth to sell. I don't want to sell my own teeth. Sounds painful. I have a creature's teeth to sell, you tell him. And from what creature? He asks. Rock demon? Do I have a rock demon? Do we have rock demon teeth? Could I take the teeth out of the human skull? Does that exist? Probably not. We have 3 Firefox fangs, 3 Snatacat teeth. The Analander tooth summons you. Ugh. I don't know what rock giant teeth even are, so I don't want to lie. Or rock demon teeth, rather. Tell him you have rock demon teeth and then sell him rocks. That may be what it is. Let's go with, Snatacat teeth. Snatacat. His eyes light up. A most useful tooth indeed, he exclaims, and very hard to come by. I will give you 8 gold pieces per tooth. I hope that is acceptable. That is too little. 10 then, but I cannot go higher. Ooh, we just got a little bit of haggling. For the first time in a long time. I'm willing to part with 1. 10 gold's a lot. Sell 1, sell 2, sell 3. You could get 20 gold, though. That's true, I could just get 20 gold right now. If I sell 2 and keep 1. Do we know what they do? No, but this is a game of hoarding stuff. You hoard stuff till you figure out what it's for. He says they're very hard to come by and most useful. I trust this person. Why would you pay 10 gold for something that you can't use? 30 ancient gold is like 30,000 gold adjusted for inflation. I will give you 1. You take out 1 tooth and hand it over. The merchant whistles for a lackey who takes it into the back room and returns with 10 gold pieces. I also have firefox teeth. He considers for a moment, sucking at his cheeks, then shakes his head. I have one already, and they do not sell well, he replies. Firefoxes are admittedly of limited use. Most people prefer a simple fire spell to snapping a tooth. He shrugs apologetically. No more, he asks. Well, at least we got 10 gold. I want to see what Rock Demon is. Rock Demon. The merchant all but jumps out of his seat. A rock demon tooth? You cannot be serious. Only the most powerful mages and warriors can take down a rock demon. I don't do... What is my rock demon? I know what it is. I know what it is. It's the crystal tooth. It's the crystal tooth that I've been carrying, that I dislodged from this cave. It was stuck into a cave wall, like in a secret passage up here, around one of these red pips. We've been hauling it for so long. And apparently it is a magical chat. Remember this. Here's the thing that you need to keep in mind. Firefox fangs, Snatacat teeth, other items. Crystal tooth, magical item. We may have just found a Zed. I don't know, that's just what my gamer sense is saying. I don't know, first don't tell me. I don't want to know, you people that actually know what's going on. But if only the most powerful of mages can take down this demon rock, and I have the tooth, and it's so heavy, and there's only one, and it's in high demand. Maybe it's a magical item. A magical item means it's tied to a spell. That's what that means. None of these spells request a crystal. Right? Not one of them request crystal tooth. We have giant tooth, that's not what that is. And since none of them, either it's Zed or it's a spell we don't even have in the spell book. That's the only two options. But it has to be for a spell. This guy might try to kill us before we can leave. Let's keep him. I don't want to go with I found it because he might just jump us to try to take this tooth. I have to pretend like I am that powerful that I took down the rock demon. Indeed, it is. The merchant takes a cautious step back. I fear I may have tipped my hand as far as negotiation goes, so I will offer you a fair price. 15 gold pieces. Not a chance, you tell him firmly. The merchant laughs awkwardly and rubs his chin. My little joke, he answers. 22. Still too low. He's starting to look more annoyed now. 25, but that's really as high as I will go. 25 gold, by the way. Or keep the tooth for unknown reasons. I have to make an uninformed decision here. Double money or hoard tooth. I mean, here's the thing. The gamer says keep the tooth. Because it could be something cool. Could be something really cool that you only get to do one time. You only have one tooth. You'll probably never find this again. On the flip side, 50 gold, we get 3 max stamina back to 19. We double our money to the most money we've ever had in this game. We can buy any magical item from any shop we come across. We're basically rich in this time period. Can't wait for some random event where peasant robs you for all 50 gold. That is putting all of our eggs in one basket. I mean, he jumped out of his seat. Here's what I don't understand. The economy of this world is a little strange, is it not? On the one hand, we have, oh, you want some cooked fish? That'll be $4 to $5, please. Okay. So what this guy's telling me is that this super rare, only the most powerful mages and warriors can take down a rock demon tooth, is worth 5 to 6 cooked fish dinners. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like I'm getting cheated still, even though this is the most money we've ever been offered for anything in the game. He bought a tooth for 10. There's no way this guy's only willing to spend 25. Maybe he's swindling you. He did tell me how powerful you have to be to take this. I can't do it! I can't. I have 25 gold already. If I had 0 gold, I think yes. But we're already in a good position. I think selling the tooth is greedy. It could have some magical value to us. We shouldn't have even told him we had it, but I didn't even know what it was at the time. Don't sell the tooth. You shake your head. The tooth is more valuable than that. It is indeed, the merchant replies glumly. I would try to steal it from you, but if you brought down a rock demon, perhaps I will not attempt it. He watches sadly as you put the tooth away once more. No more? He asks. You close your pack. I have nothing more to offer you. Summon it right now. You open your arms to raise a spell, but the merchant catches your arm. Try if you must, he says. But we have a mini-mite chained up in the back room. We don't want people testing out the merchandise in the shop. You understand. Perhaps I will buy. Very wise, he agrees. I have a few rarities in my possession today. A genuine firefox tooth. You don't say. Do you now? How about that? I'll raise you 3. You close your pack in your money pouch. He shrugs, clearly having already marked you for not a big spender. He only has 1 tooth? Time to leave the shop. There is nothing more to do here. With a final nod to the man, you return to the street. You move along. The streets are quieter here, with fewer passers-by, but there are still no guards, no soldiers, no priests, no children playing. It is as though this whole city is purely a place of workers and foremen. A mining town. That was what the dentist had said. Oh, the dentist. Well, we passed on 25 gold, by the way. Hope it was a good decision. Well, now we know there is a rock demon tooth of super imperative magical value. You stop in a plaza. A woman passes by wearing wrapped headscarf and carrying what looks like a basket of rocks. Greetings, I am new in the city. She nods quickly. Then you are welcome, I'm sure. She seems in a hurry to move on. No doubt her basket is heavy. Can I carry that for you? You ask. Most assuredly not, she exclaims. I would not be doing my work if I gave it away. She takes a wary step backwards, almost stumbling under her weight. I would not tell anyone, you assure her. She pales and steps back. The Archmage sees all, she replies, and I am a most honest woman, I assure you of that. What is the name of this city, you ask. This is Tinpang, of course. She looks at you strangely. But surely wherever you are from, you have heard of us. My home is far away, you tell her. She smiles thinly, but is clearly puzzled by your answer. We are the primary city serving the fortress, she says. We live under eternal protection. The fortress... Oh, protection from what is actually what we want to know. Everything, she shrugs. She pulls her scarf tighter. Forgive me, but I must do my work. And with that, she scurries away down the street and disappears. Down to the alleys. You take a turn down the narrower alleys of the city, picking your way between sleeping dogs and rubbish heaps until suddenly a tiny hand reaches out to catch your ankle.
Knew you were there, see? Groans a voice. Tell you more if you want.
Who is there? Freeze, kick the hand away. Who's there? You demand.
No reason you should know me.
You still cannot see the speaker, but the tiny hand seems to emerge from a pile of rotting vegetables. What are you doing in there?
I see you. See, I see you,
The voice replies cheerfully.
For 1 gold piece, I'll tell your fortune. How's that?
I have no gold. Pay a gold piece. I make my own fortune. Well, I would be like, you know what? I gave money to a guy who threw my money off a bridge. So why not give money to this weird tiny hand that's offering to tell my fortune? You toss a gold piece into the pile of garbage, and the voice makes a noise which sounds like swallowing. Then all falls quiet.
Wait. There, I see it now, the voice declares finally. I see a ball of flame lit near the still sleeping cat.
Okay. What does it mean?
I have no idea, the voice replies. But understand this. I am never wrong. Rarely, at least.
Okay. You walk away down the alley. Oh, that was very informative. The smoking building. Wait, that's just like fading in and out of existence because the light is not far enough over there. Oh. Thinking about it. It's dancing, it's thinking about it. Hold on. Come on, dance back. Come on, the ebb and flow. Totally worth 1 gold. Yeah, not really. Well, I know there's something over there, so maybe head back to the tower is smart for now. Just so we guarantee we're in the right time. You return to the tower, and as you walk, the buildings crumble, their walls caving in, sand pouring like water from doorways and filling the empty street. One by one, the people turn corners and disappear. The gloomy shade of the tower encompasses you as you move the beam of the metal cylinder. Let's go super low. I don't think there was anything else down in that part of the city. So let's try and reveal as much of this next to the tower as we possibly can. You return down the tower steps and move away from the tower. The sun is hot now. You walk the bustling city streets, half dazed by the number of people. A nearby building pumps yellow-tinged smoke into the air. Well, it's still hard to see. But we got it. You approach the smoking building. From inside comes a cacophony of sound crashing and booming as though a rock demon was inside fighting against its chain. There's no way. You can't just throw out the rock demon tooth thing and then instantly the next building you come in. You know, it sounds like a rock demon's in there. Did you just hear the phrase rock demon for the first time today and you've just been searching to try to use it in conversation? Don't be a rock demon, dude. Okay. Then we'll have 2 teeth to sell. Always give the mysterious hands gold. Classic adventurer rule number 5. It's true. Combo breaker. All right, keep listening. Go inside. I'm going to keep listening for now. You continue to listen, making out the sound of hammering and grinding above the echoes. This building must extend backward into the mountainside and be an enormous cavern of activity, perhaps a mine. You turn about as a small boy grabs your arm. A small boy.
Are you supposed to be inside? He squeals.
What an annoying brat. Shake him off. You shake off his grip and the boy bows to the floor.
Apologies, sorcerer, he says quickly, but please, follow me.
This boy talks well above his age.
Apologies, sorcerer, he says quickly, but please, follow me.
He throws open the door and beckons to you. Follow him inside. You step inside the hot, smoky interior. Into the factory. The inside of the factory is filled with a smoky, yellow haze. About 100 people are working away at workbenches. The sound of hammer strikes echo round the chamber. You look over one of the benches. It is piled high with chunks of stone. A few of the workers sort them by some criteria you cannot guess. Those they select are slid across the bench to a hammerer. The rejected rocks seem to simply disappear. Watch the hammers, watch the disappearing rocks. I'll watch the disappearing rocks. In fact, it is not the rock which disappears, but the worker doing the sorting as well. They seem to flicker, reappearing a heartbeat later with empty arms or fresh stone. The boy you followed inside disappears into the murk. You approach a worker. "Greetings," you declare. The creature promptly vanishes and reappears at another bench in the shop. One of the adults tries to ease you aside. The boy rushes over to scold him, and he mumbles an apology. Try talking to another. You try to talk to another worker, but they also ignore you. Seems they're very focused on their work. Perhaps they are punished dreadfully if they do not produce enough. The boy reappears at your side.
Please, he says, indicating the door. You are distracting the workers.
He moves you toward the door. But how do they work so quickly, you ask? The boy beams with obvious delight.
You are pleased with our progress. I am glad. We will deliver the quantities required soon. Please.
The boy opens the door and holds it ajar. You have seen enough. He thinks I am a dispatch from the Archmage, I take it. I think he thinks that I am from the fortress of Mampang. You step outside, but when you turn around, the factory is an empty ruin once more, and everyone inside has gone. I think because there were, like, the competing sources here. The carved cat. Didn't I get a warning from this very spot about a cat and a fireball? From this very spot? You find your way back to the house with the carving of the cat upon its doorstep. It is a shattered wreck amongst shattered wrecks, more like an architect's sketch than a true building. Strike a light, cast a spell, look at the carving. You search through your possessions to find something to burn. The Marsh Goblin Scroll or burn my spell book. Do we need the Marsh Goblin Scroll anymore? I don't think we do. What are my other options? You have to find some other fuel or go without flame. The carving on the doorstep is not as finely detailed as when you saw it made, but is still clearly visible and easy to recognize. The cat, now long dead, still sleeps on. This kid just went through puberty. Well, that was weird. It was weird. The whole factory thing, I feel like could have gone a different way. Because he took us in there. He said, "You're the sorcerer, come in." I came in. Cool, you guys are clearly, like, doing some kind of slave labor that I can't control. I guess I'll leave now. Do we really need a spell book? We do. Boggle boggle. No spells run? Oh, Rockarola, good idea. My -3 sword will carry us to victory, right? Ace Tech says, "You're my favorite streamer, funny enough to make even a rock demon laugh." Thanks, Ace Tech. You just learned about the word rock demon today, didn't you? You're trying to fit it into conversation. Whenever possible. Thanks for 8 months in a row. Appreciate your resub, dude. And thanks for the kind words. -3 will just heal the enemies. Does Etalyx actually have a -3 sword? Yes.
Yes, I do.
So, they saw a fireball. Maybe I can just cast a fireball, huh? Instead of burning my scrolls and stuff. Create fireball. You weave the spell, creating a fireball in your palm. The firelight gleams and flickers on the old stone walls, showing up the deep crevices and scoured stones. Every wall looks as though it was scraped by long, clawed nails. The firelight also gleams off of something green, trapped in the crack of the stone. You go closer, pushing away the dirt with your fingertips to uncover a gold jewel, jammed between two stones. Perhaps it fell here, or perhaps someone wished to hide it. You set to work with your fingertips to dig the treasure free. It's tiresome, but eventually it comes loose. You cannot quite believe your eyes. The jewel is an ingot of solid, smoothly worked gold. It is likely to be both valuable and useful for spellcasting. A clever find indeed. The fireball finally gutters and goes out with a pop. You move away from the building with a carved step. The sun begins to dip, heading toward the horizon. That's the second. Didn't we already have two? We have 2 jewels of gold now. Which is not the same as a gold-studded medallion. Right? They're not the same thing. These are for God. Any creatures or humans nearby will take immediate liking to the caster, offering aid and information. This illusion can only be formed wearing a jewel of gold. Well, that's the first duplicate magical item we have found. Besides teeth. We have not found any, like, jewelry. Till now. So it might have some value. We could offer it as a toll to the next god sorcerer that halts our passage, huh? Okay. So, let's, figure out what we need to do. We need to find the Earth Serpent. The Earth Serpent is hiding in a fissure near Lake Ilklala. Throff is the Earth Serpent's enemy. It also becomes weakened when it loses contact with the ground. I don't know if I can even do that. The Fire Serpent is following you, waiting for a chance to attack. Is vulnerable to sand. That's 2. We know where the Time Serpent weakness is, and where it is. But there's one more serpent we don't even know that exists. Maybe we'll find it. Hopefully, today. Alright, other clues. In the dark chamber of night, do not light your way with the blood candle. Do not eat from the larder of Throg. Beware the breath of Mucolytics. Pay respect to Nagamanta, the Torture Master. For sleeping of the sleepless ram, seek the one they call the Sham. I don't know, just remember those. Just remember those, I guess. So, couple things. I think it would be wise to redirect the tower before we go, because we have not seen this island. Oh, we already did. We kind of need this for other stuff. Maybe we could try and tackle the Time Serpent, because I think I know what to do. It clearly says, in time all things must end at last. The back and forth of ages past. Time's great light will cast a pall. 2 times too many, time will fall. So right now, there are no lights actually falling on it. I think we go back to the tower and shine 2 lights on the Time Serpent, because it clearly says 2 lights is too many. Time must fall. So we're gonna shower it with this magical time light, and then make our way over to the Time Serpent. There might be another little house down here. We'll see. Alright, there's the Time Serpent. I know it's small from here, but it's there. This is definitely shining on. You shift the contraption around the tower, then step back to regard its effects. So, I could make a move, but I also want to teleport. I'm just going to climb down and look and see. I don't think this is going to take much time. Okay, the people have disappeared. Soon it will be dark. Return to the road. I just wanted to see if there's anything that this light was shining on that we couldn't see a moment ago. Alright, it is definitely nighttime now. Sorry for wasting time, but we've eaten today anyways, I'm pretty sure. Did we? Maybe we didn't. Doesn't matter. I have 13 stamina. Alright, we're going to touch the crystal. Where's the boat? The boat's still at the harbor. That may be a problem. Hold on. Let's rewind. Let's rewind to leaving the tower. And then I actually am going to leave the tower. And then go back to the bay and then grab the boat. And then go from the boat to this... I just want to take it the old-fashioned way. We can sleep somewhere over here anyways. Right? Math on a Sunday? Yes, 1 + 1 = 2. Sorry, where's my go? I love the way the map looks. I do too, Sops Boy. It's really cool. Was there nowhere to buy a sword that doesn't suck? Surprisingly, there was nowhere to buy a sword that I saw. Not yet. Not yet. So much walking on an empty stomach. This is no place to linger. I believe that. Oh, I believe that. Hey, Grumbly Warrior. Happy Maniversary. Okay. Thank you for... Thanks for your 2 months of Prime, Grumbly. Hope you're having a fantastic Sunday. Time is flying by right now. We've destroyed 2 serpents today, chat. More to come. Technotoast also says lasagna. Thank you for that nerd's question. You pause to look into either side of the darkness. To the east, a little shine indicates the start of the waters of Lake Ilklala that you must cross to get to the Zanzunu Peaks. To the north, you are hemmed in by the mountains, and from somewhere overhead, something shrieks. You walk on despite the dark. Let's step through the portal of time. How much, do you think I can make it back into this, village before the night is over? This is day. I think we have maybe 1 more step that I can pull. You continue your stride. Have we been here? I think we've been here. I don't remember there was a person. I don't remember what happened in there. Anyways, going to the lakeshore. You follow the road downhill to the lakeshore. Rest blow the whistle. Oh, I remember what the whistle was for. It's to summon the ferryman. Let's rest here for the night, though. You might as well camp here for the night and make your plans in the morning. Laying your pack down on the shore of the lake, you try to stretch out despite the wind. You have not eaten yet today. Nor will I. You stretch out and rest. The night is filled with vivid dreams. A boy sits on a throne of skulls and swords, wearing a crown carved from solid bone. He seems not to notice you, but plays with carved model figurines of goblins, trolls, and demons, playing out war, though he looks bored by it. Mocking laughter seems to ring in your ears. Day 25, you gained 9 gold, found no new clues. Sunrise over the lake is beautiful, if chilly. Now you must work out how to proceed. Thin clouds drift across open sky above the lake. Walk the other way, wait, blow the whistle, swim across, leave the shore, push the boat. Definitely not leave the shore or swim. I guess I could see what happens if you blow the whistle, but I already have a boat, so I don't know what benefit that is to me. You put the whistle to your lips and give a short, shrill blow. The sharp note disappears over the still water. Wait. For an hour you wait. The early morning sun makes the air glow, but apart from the occasional small animal darting around the waterline, this area is completely deserted. See you later. Wait a little longer. Don't do that to me. Half an hour later, there are still no signs of intelligent life. You begin to realize it's likely you may wait for a very long time for the means to cross the lake. Oh, what a waste of time. Push the boat out and let's go. I waited for an hour and a half for no reason. Row the boat across the water. The air moves a little icy, but still fresh. I am curious about these two islands. And the fact that they're in different eras of time now. Well, this is the past. Present. This is the present. But when we get ashore, it should be the past. The sun continues to climb steep into the sky. Okay, we're gonna go inland. Right? This has a light on it, which it did not before. So we're gonna see what this island was in the old times. The stones are bare and gray. The island appears desolate. Look under the rocks. You peer underneath one of the piles of rocks, but cannot make anything out but more rocks in shadowy dark. There may be snakes down there, but not the gigantic winged serpent variety. What spell would I even cast? Isn't this where the sergeant blew up? Yes, but in a different time. The Analander has bad eating habits. He only eats once every other day. Maybe this is our son in our Stotska. You know, maybe this is our Papers, Please son. He's so used to only eating once every other day that he grew up and he's fine. You know, we raised him to be very, very conservative with his eating habits. Saves money, not eating. I don't think there's anything that we need to... Sap is just gonna clearly sap myself right now, as it does. We've tried that jokingly a few times. Dock? Float? None of these look very good. HSFD. You explore across the rocks, being careful not to slip and twist your ankle in any of the cracks. Perhaps this is no island at all, but simply a mountain peak that has slid down into the water. Exploring across the rocks, you come across a rough staircase of stones. It curves around and upward into the heart of the island. You begin to climb the stone staircase. It is unclear if it is natural or designed. You clamber upward till you crest the edge of a pit, looking down onto a single unhealthy tree. Maybe we can save the sergeant if we just destroy this tree. Nope, no hot. Hot would be the cool one. I guess we could float down into the pit with FAL. We could also suspect danger. No, we can't. We can only sap. Sap the tree. I mean, there is a pit, right? I'm gonna say it's worth floating into. No, that's see into the future, actually. Never mind. Look at the tree. Discovering a tree is hardly unusual, except out here where it seems nothing grows. The tree's roots must go deep into the earth, and it seems to have twisted and bent around fallen rocks, so perhaps it was a seed blown by the wind. The tree is fairly tall, with very few branches, appearing to be a young oak. You try to climb the tree, hauling yourself up onto the first branch, but it snaps under your weight and you fall once more. The broken branch lies next to you, a short oak staff. You pick up the oak branch. It is a good length, and despite breakily under your weight, it is not rotten. The wood is simply young. It has a strand of unicorn hair, and you feel warm to the touch, as the wand has chosen you. You were a Ravenclaw all along. Whittle it with my sword. Take it with me. Okay, so I have a oak branch. Before we do anything stupid here, let's take a peek in the old pockets. What is this considered right now? Nothing? Will my -3 sword even be able to cut it? That's the real question. Chat, where is this right now? Is this even in my pocket? I blind or is it not yet in my pocket? So the spell in question is the one of focus. It needs an oak sapling fix. Applicable to both animate and inanimate objects, this spell has the effect of holding an opponent or object in one place, even in midair, till the caster leaves. A staff of oak sapling is required. Take it with me or whittle it with my sword. I'm not sure what I even have. You have to take it first? Despite breakily. A shortish oak staff. That should be what the thing is. The stick is too large to fit in your pack, but you're able to pass it through the straps across your shoulders comfortably enough. I think you were supposed to whittle it. Yeah, there's an option to whittle it. Okay, you can do that whenever you want. It's not good, though. We can do it. Is it even possible to have a sword of -4? So, all the same spells are available. None of them seem useful, though. I don't know why they're all here, but they're there. You head back to the shore. Well, at least we found a thing that we can use eventually. Maybe we'll use it sooner rather than later. You return to the shore of the lake. The pole with the bell seems to have vanished, and someone must have taken the boat because it has gone. What? How? You steal your courage against a long swim and plunge into the water. Of course, all your water-damageable possessions have been ruined, including the goblin's precious parchment. Your spellbook is protected, but all of your food has been ruined. What? Hold on. No. I think I know what the problem is here. I think I know what the problem is. I think this is a genuine... Well, we only lost one apple. We still have the raw meat. Surprisingly, still... I think what happened was, when we went to the shore, I think this little laser line had danced across into a different time zone. I think the fact that the light ebbs and flows left to right is why it's gone. Which is kind of silly. So where was I? I think that's for sure rewind time. No one stole it! Okay, fine. Look at the tree. Climb the tree. Take the branch. Take it with me. And go. So, let's watch the light. I'm curious how this works, because we really need this to be all the way over, like to the right. Like that. No, it's just gone. Okay, I guess it's just gone. I don't know if there's anything I can even do about this. Well, I don't know if I'm doing it wrong, but it's not there. Maybe I was in the present when I landed? Maybe. Okay, let's try that. We may have actually been in the present when I landed. Which is a little strange. But I guess that makes sense. And let's try one more time. The serpents stole it. Okay, wait. Wait. Hold! How unlucky. Not ready yet. I'm watching it just to see. Surely you can cut off more than that. That's good. Okay, I heard the noise, and the boat's still gone, chat. I heard the jingle, the dingle. I heard the ding. What's the word I'm looking for? The jingle. I heard the jingle. That's the word I was looking for. Okay. Jump into the water. Goodbye. So, rip Goblin's parchment. The chime. Thank you. Chime jingle. I got those words confused. Where's me boat? You fall into a steady stroke through the water. After so long walking, it is almost a pleasant change to swim. Mid-afternoon heat makes the air sticky. You are struggling to stay afloat in the water. For some reason, it seems to be dragging you down, as if you were made of lead. You kick and struggle onward, but you are still making no progress at all. Your head is dragged under, and you have to fight your way back up to the surface. You open your pack to look for what you might discard when you notice the large rock demon's tooth. You are sinking. You are swimming with a rock's weight in your bag. I swear to God, I am not going to leave this stupid rock. Your boat disappeared. I'm sorry, but you have to ditch the demon tooth that you literally just learned about literally 20 minutes before. No. Yes, I have a spell that lets me float. That's the other dumb thing. I have a levitation spell. Swim on. You try to swim on regardless. Another wave splashes over your head and into your mouth, making you choke. You have no choice. Working quickly to not waste energy, you slide the tooth out of the bag and toss it into the water. Why would I do that? No way I would ever do that. No way. Their boat can't just be gone. I guess it can. But why can't I just cast a levitation spell? Was there any time to cast spells? At all? There's not even an opportunity to cast spells, I'm pretty sure. It's nothing about any of the stars being aligned. There's just jump into the water. The island's heart. What happens if I rewind to this? Cast another spell. I mean, we could cast Future. We don't have a crystal ball. How? Dock? Sap. Why sap? Cause depression. These are some awful spells. No suspect danger. Here's what I want to do. I'm curious about something, chat. I'm curious. Let's do a rewind even further. It's annoying. I'm going to rewind to the lake. You've come into sight of an island, okay? You're inside of an island. I'm going to be very careful to enter the shore in the same time I want to leave, right now. There's a jingle. I'm just curious if they steal the boat no matter what. The island is rocky and barren. The pole with the bell seems to have vanished. Drawn up on the shore is your little boat. Okay. Drawn up on the shore is your little boat. We looked under the rocks. We explored the rocks. We climbed the staircase. We went to the top. We looked at the tree. We climbed the tree. We take the branch. We take it with me. We return to the shore. You wait for the time to move further to the right, just to be sure that you're not changing time zones again. Come on, move on over. Further. We did not shift zones. The boat is bobbing in the shallows. In the distant water, you see a fleet of fishermen row past and catch a moment of their singing. So it was like a wobbly timeline that caused all the issues. It was. So I think that's a justifiable rewind, because that's just like a oddity in the game, which that's fine. I'm not complaining. That's why the rewind option is back. Careful with your transfers between the timelines. So, no one stole the boat. You push the boat out and begin sculling. Okay, crisis averted. We're back. We're good. The sun has reached its highest point now. Out of the shade, the air is baking hot. Time stole your boat. Yes, that is effectively what happened. Basically, if you play this game, just make sure when you want to explore something in a different time that the light goes very, because, like, to be fair, if you look at the waves just ebb and flow off of the beam. So the beam only goes... It's my fault for making the beam wrong. You see what I'm saying? Like, my beam kind of clips on the inside if you draw an imaginary straight line from the beam over that red beacon. So, the fact that I'm even allowed for this time current to stretch past where I set the beacon is almost like the game doing me a favor. Does that make sense? And I'll be more cautious moving these over the candy corn in the future. You row onwards. We don't know where those fishermen went. They're gone somewhere. They have gone somewhere. We basically glitched our boat out of time, more or less. I kind of want to go re-explore the island now that we've shifted the beam. This hut is kind of not there. Go ashore. You row the boat onwards and pull it up on the shore. The sun is in the lowest quarter of the sky and soon it will be dark. The center of the island is covered by dead forest. Your rowboat bobs in the nearby water. This place is just as empty as you remember. There's nothing inland worth returning to. Okay. Alright. We're just scoping it out. That's fine. No problem. The sun has all but gone. None done. Darkness closes in.
Find a suitable place to sleep soon, or suffer the consequences.
We're gonna stop on the island. You've come into sight of the rocky island. And so there we will settle for the night. More stars appear as the moon sets. You get out of the boat and have to rest here. You've eaten nothing today. I think that's fine. We're at 13 of 16 stamina. We'll save our one apple for now. Or we could make sure that we go and face the time serpent at full health. But, nah, I'll wait. Just close my eyes and sleep. We ate technically yesterday in the context of the game, I think. The night is kept busy with visions. A small rabbit hops up onto your feet, quite tame, then raises its eyes, which burn bright and terrible red, with all the force of a red eye of Caray. You hear distant laughter from the east. Day 26, you did nothing, scrub. Get good. This island is thickly forested. You could just make out the tower through the trees, and you know which way to look. Close by the shallows is your rowboat. Let's move back inland and go return to the tower. So if you're making this in the future, whoever ends up drawing the map, you can pretty much just go like from this island. This island we landed, and you could honestly just make a line that goes straight to here. We don't need to have like, you land on the island and there's nothing. So you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It could just be like 1 to 6 if we're like retreading old territory, basically. And that will save a lot of time. The Grimalkin is still active.
the next fireball is completed and fired.
This map will have so many squiggles, if we ever even finish it. Alright, we're here specifically to zen out and hover in air with our jewel-studded medallion, Zen, and float up through the ceiling hatch, safely evading the fireball in an effort to turn the beam of the crystal towards the time serpent. I don't know, is this what we're supposed to do? I mean, this is what we're supposed to do. I'm gonna try. It said 2 beams, too many. This is definitely hitting... This is definitely hitting the time serpent. For sure. 100%. 100%. Alright, avoiding the Grimalkin, we retreat out of the tower again. We have 13 stamina. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Distant laughter. Lol, did you see when he lost his boat to time? I was so scared. You row the boat onward across the water. The day is likely to be clear, and it will be hot once more. The middle of the lake. You row onwards. I think we go this way. Looks like there's a beach over here somewhere. You start to sweat in your tunic. You pull on the oars sliding through the water. What is this? The corner of the lake. I'm tempted, but I'll check it out after we go to the beach. The mid-afternoon heat floods the region. Every pool is hard. You have come within reach of a low island. And go ashore to see what you find. The air is sticky as you get out of the boat. The island is a pile of rocks as though dumped from a giant's bucket. The pole with the bell has disappeared. Your small boat bobs in the shallows. A flock of winged Mauritians pass overhead, calling to each other in guttural voices and laughing. You get up from the shore to go inland. Dun 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 dun. He's here. You head away from the shoreline up the rocky slope of the island. Low shrubs grow from the cracks between large stones. The wind drops. Even the water below seems to stand still. This island is quiet, deathly quiet, as though nothing here was alive at all. 2 beams of light seem to meet and cross at this place. The air shimmers slightly from their influence. You creep up a little at a stony embankment, try to peer at what is ahead. You make out a bowl-shaped depression in the ground, some kind of pit, and at its base lies something, a coiled shadow, but you cannot make out what it is without getting closer. You return to the path, thoroughly alarmed. Is this the man who launched his boat on stream? I did do that. I did. Well, you could get a warning of the time serpent if you wanted to. Sharpen your blade. We may still have to fight him. He may not instantly be dead. Whose dead am I resurrecting here exactly? Cause invisibility. Create force field. What about... Zen allows me to hover. I don't know what that's even gonna do, though. What's the one that lets me make a shield? Wasn't it rock? Or something? I don't think I can make a shield. You can make a full-on force field, though. Maybe, that may be worth it if I still have to fight this dude. But it has 3 stamina. Might be worth it. Sun, we could get the light from the sun jewel. Didn't it say something about there's dark shadow up ahead? I think it said dark shadow. Sun! You wind the stars into a pattern around you, and the sun jewel begins to emit a brilliant, blinding light, but in the daytime, the spell is unnecessary. The sun's already out. Idiot. Fine. It did say that a coiled shadow is at the base. So we tried, okay? We tried. I was correct in my recollection. How about float? There's steps to be climbed. Zin might have merit.
Hover in the air.
Zen.
You craft the enchantment and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently into the air.
You continue climbing up the strange, dead slope. The path turns and then descends into a bowl-shaped pit. You float up over the edge of the rocky pit and look down. The coiled shape you saw earlier is still there, curled up, apparently asleep. What other, is there new spells? You begin to cast a spell spreading your arms wide, but of course, you only have one arm. The other was lost on the climb up the hill. Don't you remember? Excuse me? The dark shape uncoils, turning its vast jaw toward you with what is clearly a smile. Stay still or reach for my sword. Stay still. You stay absolutely still, hoping it has not seen you.
I am death, the serpent says, speaking with grandiose slowness. I devour all, destroy all. Nothing can withstand me. I end all. I shall end you. I have already done it. Welcome to your death.
I know who you are, you reply. You are one of the 7 serpents of Mampang.
And which, pray, am I?
Replies the creature languidly. You are the serpent of time. The serpent nods.
So I am, and all times are as one to me.
The serpent turns about and seems to yawn. Oh! How dare you yawn at the Antlander? Oh no, I thought we wouldn't meet it so fast. Well, we did. What's your favorite books? Nimti, I really like the basic ones everybody says they like. My favorite book series as a kid was the Sabriel book series stuff, which we talked about a little bit earlier. But love Lord of the Rings. Harry Potter's great, of course. Song of Ice and Fire, I love it. I like fantasy and sci-fi stuff. Halo novels were surprisingly good. Reach was a good book, chat. So good they made a whole video game about it. Can you believe that? Turn and run. Raise my sword. I'll raise my sword. You raise your sword to confront the beast, but your hand is empty. You have no sword, of course. How could you have forgotten? You lost it in the storm on the lake, just as you lost everything. The serpent suddenly freezes as it rises up into a ripple of beacon light from the 2 overlapping beams that converge on the island. But before you can reach your sword to destroy it, the creature has shaken itself free. It is visibly tired by the effort, however, and snarls at you, but it is free again now. You turn to run, but you cannot. Your legs are buried several rocks deep in the ground. The serpent seems almost to chuckle.
All endings much have a moment in which they end, he remarks. This is yours. No, that was yours.
You move to attack with your fists alone, but somehow you cannot. Don't you remember? You died yesterday. You were eaten while you slept. The serpent rolls over and returns to sleep. You died well before you met the time serpent. Your adventure is at an end. All right, we clearly screwed this up. Obviously we messed this up. You crest the stony rise with a curious sense of deja vu and look down into a pit in which a coiled serpent lies. It opens one eye as you approach.
You again, the serpent murmurs. One death wasn't enough for you. You want to have another? I will make it different this time.
Oh my god. We have never met, you reply firmly.
Oh, we have, the serpent replies. You came off the worse for it, as I recall, but you will see what I mean by that soon enough. Or recently enough, perhaps.
You begin to cast a spell, but suddenly you have no arms at all. Of course, both were bitten away when you first entered the lake, before you even washed up on this lonely shore. The serpent suddenly freezes, as it rises up into a ripple of beacon light from the two overlapping beams that converge on the island. But before you can reach your sword to destroy it, the creature has shaken itself free. It is visibly tired by the effort, however, and snarls at you, free again once more. Run for it, attack, or... I have no arms, so define attack. Let's run for it. You step, but the serpent has made good on its promise. You are dead before you can act. You died well before you met the time serpent, and your adventure is at an end. You crest the rocky rise and descend into the pit of the sleeping serpent. It shifts a moment, almost freezing in the light from the beacons that crisscross the island. But the moment does not last more than a heartbeat. The serpent stretches up, and all is lost. You died well before you met the time serpent. I kind of want to see how many different, like, endings there are. And no, I don't want any help from the chat. So I'm not asking anybody. Inua Curry, I'm not going to do a Patronus. Thanks for asking, once again. To the pit's edge. You make your way up to the pit's edge. It shifts for a moment. But the moment does not last. The serpent stretches up. All is lost. Okay, so we're at... It's trying to tell me. You need to go a little further. You head away from the shoreline up the rocky slope of the island. Low shrubs grow from the cracks between large stones. The wind drops, and even the water below seems to stand still. The two beams of light seem to cross and meet at this place. The air shimmers away from their influence. Slightly from their influence. You creep a little up a stony embankment to try to peer at what is ahead. You make out a bowl-shaped depression in the ground, some kind of pit. At its base lies something, coiled shadow. You return to the path, thoroughly alarmed. Well, floating did nothing for us. Suspect danger did not do anything. Well, I mean, it could do something. Force field does nothing. Cause invisibility. I feel like the time serpent would not be fooled by such a cheap trick. Well, the time serpent kills us with time, so I'm trying to figure out if there's anything I can cast to lure him to this spot. Sharpened blade. Resurrect the dead. Why is there a resurrect the dead option? I think I'm just gonna cast it and then rewind. We've rewound 3 times already. I just want to know what this does. I'm sorry, chat. Rest! You take the vial of holy water from your pack and cast a spell. The water begins to shimmer and shine, but there is nothing for you to resurrect, and so the magic disappears harmlessly into the ground. Oh, the air shimmers from light. Woohoo! I was seeing if I could somehow resurrect my own body through time. Maybe we should just sense danger and see what it says. Shush! The voice warns you that the island is occupied by a most dangerous creature with the capability to destroy time itself. Well, the only other true option I have, unless there's something I'm missing here, Back and forth of ages past, times great light will cast a pall. 2 times too many, time will fall. 2 times too many. Maybe I need a third light. Might be able to go here and, like, make a third light come over here. Because it might be, like, 1 light is enough to... Well, what? I don't know what time the serpent's even in. But if 1 light is enough, 2 times too many would be 2 more. So it might be 2 plus 1 is 3. Or it might be... But it definitely makes a mention that he's weakened in the light. I just don't know how to lure him back to this. I mean, we can keep climbing and just rewind. Not that big of a deal either way. It almost freezes in the light from the beacons that crisscross the island. Althor, you know the rules. And so do I. You're not exempt. Let's see, how many times has Althor been timed out? 7. It's impressive. Lucky number 7. All is lost. Once again. Okay. Well, since this time serpent knows we can rewind time, I really don't think it's metagaming to rewind all the way to here. Because it seems like our ability to rewind is part of the story now. Which is most intriguing to me. So I'm going to go all the way back to the top of the tower, because nothing happened between here and there. Make sure the beam is adjusted again. Good idea. So you can see the time that he's in does change as the swirls change. This beam is absolutely crossing. Now we're going to touch the blue crystal and go across the mountains here. I think this light can shine over the mountains. We're about to find out. There's nothing really here anyways. I mean, that's definitely reaching the island. That's absolutely reaching. It is a mess over here. Maybe the time serpent should have been the last one that we went to. Oh well, too late now. I wonder if there's a way to cut through the mountains. Well, we wouldn't have a boat anyways. The boat should be at this island. 2 times too many. Please let the boat still be here, or else I'm gonna be a little upset. Okay, Grimmelkin's still active. We leave the tower. Uh-oh. Oh, the boat's still here? Cool. The boat's still here? Good. I got kind of lucky, probably, but that's fine. And we're out. So we go middle of the lake. We'll go near the statues later. Nothing of note. I want to check out this little quadrant as well. I have no idea what's there. We have come to the low island. Let's try this again and see if anything's changed. We might just be experiencing the definition of insanity right now. What if we just ring the bell? Maybe I should ring the bell. Hello, Time Serpent! I'm here. You head away from the shoreline up the rocky slope of the island. There's something very strange about this place. The air moves with insects who seem sometimes frozen mid-flight, but at other moments spin through the air. Clouds stop, shift, then stop once more. It is as though the whole island is running on ticking clockwork. The air shines and glows with the overlapping light from the beacons you have converged onto this island, as though a battle of elemental forces is being waged in the air itself. At the base of the pit is a coiled shadow. You cannot make out what it is. Hello, I have returned into the bowl-shaped pit with reinforcements. You crest the stony rise and look down into the pit below where the coiled serpent lies sleeping in the middle of the intersecting beams. The creature has not yet noticed you. In fact, it seems to be still the only unmoving thing on this busy, bustling island. You try to approach stealthily, but stumble and slip down the loose mountainside, sending loose rocks flying with each step. But the creature does not look up. Indeed, it does not react to your presence at all. It appears quite immobile. I will kill you now, you tell it serenely. The creature attempts to reply, but it seems the weight of the crisscrossed beacon light across its body pins it down. It lifts its head a fraction, perhaps, just enough for you to cut its throat. Blood pools around its feet. Very slowly, its eyelids open, as though they were pinned by weights. Then it chokes once more, and the light inside its eyes go dark. You stride over and check the beast's heart, but there can be no doubt. It's over. It is dead. You have defeated 4 of the 7 serpents, and something is happening to the island. The first thing you notice is the clouds as they hurry across the sky. The grass begins to shift and move in the light wind. A few loose rocks skitter down the slopes. The island is moving, and the light from the beacons fades from view, and you feel a great wellness. You have dealt with more than half of the deadly serpents. But your quest will not wait. You head back to the shore. Dormammu, I've come to mess you up. Yes, this is definitely what we were supposed to do. Streamer kills Time Serpent by solving 1 + 2. That was a great meta fight. It really was. Yeah, it was. It was cool to like see the rewind and see the game acknowledge the rewind when I thought that I had solved the puzzle. So, Time Serpent clues are no more. 2 times too many. Time will fall. Time's great light will cast a pall. Did I interpret the riddle correctly or no? Because, is it 4? Is the answer actually 4? Because there's a default swirl around the island, time itself. Thus, Time Serpent itself is affecting the time. Right? 2 times too many. So it'd be Time Serpent 1 light times 2 more lights. I don't know. I'm trying. It was an interesting puzzle. I feel like. Do you want spoilers? I don't know. Does it spoil something else that I haven't done yet, or is it what we just did? Because if it's something relating to what I just did and doesn't affect the rest of this playthrough, then I just want to know if I did it right or not. Is there another light top left? Yeah, but it's not facing that way. Is it a 2 times 2 pun on 2 times 2? Maybe. That would make sense, actually, if it's just saying 2 TOO times 2. But anyways, if I've already done it, then I don't mind knowing the answer to the riddle, if I've already finished it. Let's go, they said the island is alive, but nothing is really here to scope out. And also, I think it's nighttime, isn't it? Clouds rumble across the dimming sky. Oh, it'll be night soon. There you go. The corner of the lake. Let's scope it out. You row the boat onward across the water. The sun is almost set and the sky has turned deep purple. Soon it'll be dark. The boat bobs gently. You've reached a sheltered cove in the corner of the lake at the foot of the highest mountain in the Horns of Ilkwala. A narrow runoff channel snakes up the mountainside from here. From this perspective, the mountain does not look as tall as you know it truly is, and the channel seems like a gentle snaking climb, and not what it must truly be, a near vertical chimney down which one could only plummet. You guide the boat over to the point where the channel disappears under the surface of the lake, but there are no handholds. There is no way to climb up the summit. Interesting. This might be what I thought it was, a shortcut through the Horns of Ilklala to avoid the bridge altogether. So there's probably a way to access that channel. I just don't know how. Maybe you can find it in your playthrough. Perhaps. So, to answer how we even saw the time serpent in the first place, we shone this light on the marshland here. Well, okay, right now it's steps, but it turns into marshland in the other time zone. In the marsh are marsh goblins. We spoke to the marsh goblins and intimidated them into giving us a parchment of paper that was handed to them by a witch or sorceress, and the parchment was unintelligible until we took it to the north, where we went to this clearing. There's like a hobbit hole here where a sorceress lived who could read the parchment, read us the clue from the parchment, kicked us out of her hut, and that's where we found the time serpent's weakness clue. So that's been set up a long time ago. If you're curious how we even knew to do that in the first place. Hello, Nikki. How's it going tonight? Thanks for popping in. Hope you're doing swell. Gonna head near the statues and see what's going on down here. The moon moves slowly across the heavens like a strange beetle. You've reached the south shore of the lake. The stone harbor here is a ruin. A crumbled shoreline throws rocks into the water, making it unsafe to approach. On either side of the piled rocks are two pairs of enormous stone feet, broken off above the ankle as though cut with a scythe. Look past the statues, jump into the water, cast a spell, or move away. Between the two statues, you can make out a curving road that leads up into the Zanzunu Peaks. But though you are so close, you cannot land here. A flock of gulls has its home between the toes of one of the stone feet. Guano drips from its toenails. Ew! Gross! Seagull guano. Give me 1 sec, guys. One second, please. Okay. And done. FSBZ. FSBZ. Float across the water. I'm afraid for the fate of the boat. Find safe passage. Big. S. Sun or sus? We have full stamina, do we not? We do.
Sus!
The voice informs you the rocks will dash the boat if you go too near. Well, I mean, it's good to have that confirmed. Hover in air.
Zen!
You rise up from the water and float over the edge of the harbor to settle calmly on the ground, and the spell fades once more. Alright, hope the boat doesn't just vanish. You've successfully crossed the waste of Kakabat. The road to High Zaman winds southeast from here, but some of the Archmage's serpents still remain. If they reach High Zaman before you, your mission will be discovered and the guards of Mampang will be expecting you. So we don't want to go to the road unless we're ready to leave, basically. Right? Basically, yes. That is correct. Once this would have been most impressive. Once most have been... Help me. Words are not coming to me. Let's try this again. You look at the two broken feet that stand at the harbor's edge. Once, this would have been the most impressive sight in the whole of Kakabat, a testament to the will and power of the sorcerers of High Zaman. Now they are leveled. The sorcerers of that place are no more, and only the Archmage remains. And with the crown in his hands, he is unstoppably powerful. Surely, even after so much, your mission is still doomed. Yet something glints between the statue's toes. You look closer. Set in the wedge between the fourth and fifth toe of the left statue is a small blue crystal. You touch the blue crystal and feel yourself rising. So this is like, hey, you can fast travel back, by the way. The problem is I need my boat. We still have stuff to do here. I believe this is where the Earth Serpent was, roughly. We've dealt with the Time Serpent, and then we have to find some more clues. Well, I don't really want to do this, so I think I might have to rewind because I can't just land. Okay, so we just won't touch it. If I look at it, does it do the thing? Yeah, you can touch the blue crystal or make a move. Jump into the water. I float across the water. Can I not just float back the other way? Okay, this doesn't make any sense. You can float from the boat to the shore, but you can't float from the shore to the boat. So I think I need to rewind back to the boat. Because it's going to do literally the same things. Lose the stone. Okay. It's worth rewinding. Hey, the Zaman Road. Well, we don't want to cast a spell and go to the shore. The Fire Serpent has been taking its sweet time. Yes, it has. Now, it is nighttime, but I don't think we've ever been to this tile. And there's nothing of note there. Okay, fair enough. You come into sight of the small island. At least the boat is safely set. We'll get out of the boat here. We have not yet eaten today. I don't think we need to. We're just going to sleep. You have vivid dreams of a huge bird with your face swooping down from the sky, long talons raking the dusty soil, digging grave after grave. Through it all, you feel the heat of Anolan burning should your quest fail. Day 27. You defeated the Serpent of Time, meaning there are still 3 out there. The sun rises above the waters of the lake. The island is covered in dense tree cover. You can make out the tower through the trees. I think we'll leave the boat here, so it's nice and safe. We want to go back up the tower, which takes some time. As we know, very specific and rigorous process for getting through here. Can you spend 365 days in this game? Maybe. You'd have to really try. So we zen back up to the ceiling hatch. I wish we could just disable the Grimmelkin, but I'm too lazy to try. This works, and if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Okay, I'm thinking now that turning this toward this would be nice so we can actually dock the boat here next time around. So I'm just going to leave that one here temporarily and then teleport back over this way. What is... You could probably go through this riverbed somehow. I bet there's a spot that you can, like, pass under the mountain. But it might have to be in a different time. I think I am just going to go up here, down the road, and look for the crevice. For the moment. You plummet from the sky, finding yourself back on top of a tower looking out over the ruined city. The beam is no longer needed all the way down there if we do not want it. We could erase that little hut. I don't remember what was even in the hut, to be honest. I say let's keep the fishing village alive. And then there's a crevice somewhere over here that should have the earth serpent. Right? Alright, that should work. Now we climb down through the ruins of the city, and away we go. Return to the road. As decrepit as it may be, hopefully nothing is here to hustle us. And hopefully it's not difficult to find where the Earth guy is hiding. The road begins to bustle with people who seem to emerge through the dust and mist and rumble past in their carts. Of all the strange things you've seen out here in the waste, this is the strangest. These people come from nowhere and go nowhere, and the same travelers pass by again and again, waving the same greetings down to you. You stride through the crowds, and after a few minutes encounter a small girl sitting on her own and staring into the distance. You go over to her and squat down on your ankles. "Greetings, little girl," you begin. The girl looks up at you sharply. "You're in the wrong place," she says. "Aren't you?" In a manner of speaking, yes, you tell her. "I can see it," she says. "No one else seems to notice, but I can see it." "What can you see?" "I think it must be a curse," she replies thoughtfully. "Adults are so forgetful. They forget everything." "I do not understand." She points up the road toward the great stone arch at the entrance to the city. "When did they rebuild that?" she asks. "I have seen that arch broken," you tell her. She nods. "I knew it. Didn't I say you're in the wrong place? I could tell by the way you were looking at people. Are you the one that stole my parents?" "They'll come back," you tell her, but she shakes her head. "I'm going to stay here and wait," she says, "but I don't think that they'll come back. No one comes back." She jumps to her feet, suddenly upset, then rushes away and is quickly lost in the strange mists. All is quiet once more. It's kind of freaky. We have a child lost in time. So we've been like moving lights and stuff around, and one of the people has become unstuck in time. So apparently I did that. The road curves gently as you follow it. Heat beats down from a cloudless sky. No one stops to talk to you. But I wonder what the consequences of that are. It must be some kind of clue about what's really going on here. It's got to be Archmage related, because someone built all these podiums. For what? For me? To use in the future and like maintain them and stuff? Kept the blue crystals there and everything? I don't know. You follow the old road as the surface begins to crack underfoot. Weeds break through as the stones crack, and soon the roadway is lost under a layer of fine dust. The sun is beginning to lower and the air begins to cool. The bottom of the road meets the path up into the mountains here. Just to the south is a deep fissure in the land. Look for the serpent in the fissure. Eat something, cast a spell, or move on. Look for the serpent in the fissure. Eat something or cast a spell. What kind of spell can I cast? Speaking of moving on, Ulthor, I think it's time for you to move on. Beat the dead horse a little bit more is not going to help anything. Maybe the lights don't make you time travel, but rather time travel the land and people to you. Perhaps. Save Ghost Girl. Bring her back. She could be the key to everything. We may see her again. Who knows? I wonder what spells would be good before going into the fissure. If any. Maybe none. Find safe passage. Huff. I feel like we're gonna need Huff. Because it says that the Earth Serpent's weakness is being separated from the ground, and I can't think of a better way to do that than to, like, blow it into the sky with the Gale Horn, which I no longer have, unfortunately. We can also float for no reason. BFH. Those are the only letters. BFF. Oh, there's 2 Fs. Nonetheless. Summon darkness. I'm tempted to make a force field, because if anyone's going to use mud or something to that effect, it's going to be an earth serpent, and we have 16 stamina. I think it would pay to be prepared here. So let's try. Huff. You cast the spell, forming a shimmering force field around your body. You should be protected from all but the most serious injury now. So let's look for the serpent in the fissure. You stride boldly to the edge of the fissure and peer over to look for the serpent. You can see nothing but an endless drop. You keep watching. Suddenly, a rock explodes from the ground a few spans from where you stand. It begins to roll down the slope toward the fissure, and then abruptly it stops, reverses direction, and begins to roll toward you. Hey, Zappa what's up? Ada Wolf, how's it going? I want to watch the first parts first. Well, the first parts are there, if you'd like. Part 1, Part 2, Part 3, they're all there. There's a lot of streams to catch up on, though. I'm definitely going to make sure these ones are downloaded for their permanent record before they get erased by Twitch. So I'll try to make sure that happens before they expire. Dodge left, you can't go wrong when you go right. You dodge right straight into the path of the reversing rock. It hits you painfully in the ankle. Do I not have a force field? Why'd I lose stamina? The rumbling is growing louder. An even bigger explosion is coming. Oh, my ankle! Twitch hangs on the VODs for 60 days with chat. So, best enjoyed with chat, in my opinion. An explosion is coming. We can make a magic shield. There's Huff. Wish I could do that, but I can't. Cause slowness. Sounds like a good plan. Well, I already have a force field. Maybe I forgot. Or maybe that just hurt me anyways. Either one's possible. Let's try slowness. Call slowness. Dosh! You craft the enchantment, but there are no creatures nearby to slow down, so the only thing that slows is you. The rock. The speedy rock is obviously what I'm aiming at. Okay? Haphazard sorcery going on here. You better stay back. I know how to use this thing. Hang on, I just, what did the instructors say? Point in the direction that you would like to use it. Look up to the stars. DAWS! On myself! Cover my head. You try to throw your arms over your head, but you are too slow. The falling rocks bury you. You've been buried by falling rocks. Your adventure's at an end. My force field! Try this again. Let's try this again. Yeah? What's happening? You follow the old road. The sun is beginning to lower. A little to the south, a river rushes by. This is not what was happening. This did not happen before. The cool waters of Lake Ilklala glitter a short distance to the east. Here, in the shadow of the mountains, you are sheltered from the winds of the steppes, but further east is nothing but endless desolation leading to Mampang. The ground underfoot is stones and scree. A few skitter as you shift your weight and splash into the river. You know what happened? Time. More time shenanigans. You are almost at your destination. Were the Archmage a Sightmaster himself, he might stand on his parapet and see you, except that the ground you stand on is ancient and the crown is not yet in the Archmage's possession. For the moment at least, you are safe from the serpents in the dread future, but not for long. You scramble down a slight slope to the bank of the river, which rushes up from somewhere underground, heading east toward the lake. You step toward the water's edge and crouch low to scoop a handful of water. It is cool and refreshing. Straightening up, you notice a pair of feet sticking out from under a rock close at hand. Look at them, nudge them, cast a spell, leave them. The feet are unshod, blackened and scabbed. The toenails are hooked with short, stubby claws. They're not human feet. But they are not the feet of a goblin or an orc either. You nudge one with your foot. At first it is limp, then twitches. Whoever owns these feet is still alive. The Wicked Witch. Rap. Talk all languages. Could be useful. Cause sleepiness. Not useful. Pop. Explode the feet. Suspect danger. Float. Again. Big. Grow in size.
Big.
You craft the enchantment, rapidly inflating to several times your normal height, and uncover the legs. You flick away the stones from above the feet, revealing a pair of spindly legs that go back into the rock pile. They twitch a little, and you begin to hear a low, gentle, rumbling sound. You clear another layer of stones. The legs give way to a waist, which is very gently rising up and down. It seems the owner is asleep. A small purse hangs from their belt, within reach. Perhaps if it's not an orc, and it's not a goblin, and it's not a human, well, it's not dead, right? It twitched. We already know that. Talk all languages. Rap. Pulling out the green wig, you wear it and cast a spell. Should the creature wake up and speak another tongue, you will be able to converse with it, whatever that creature proves to be. You keep working. Suddenly, the rocks tumble in all directions and the creature sits up in alarm. Who's there? It squeals in alarm. What do you want? Who are you? Look at it, greet it, grab it by the ankle, threaten it. Greetings, good creature, you begin. The creature stares at you. What did I do to deserve this? Moans the creature. I'm lost, hungry, starving, and now this? He begins to weep. Who are you? You demand. My name is Kashish, the old elfin replies. Who are you? I am from Manaland. You're big, whoever you are, he replies. What do you want?
Kashish. Hey, Kashish.
Why were you under those rocks? The elfin stares at you. Well? He replies. A well? The elfin shakes his head. I was just laying down to rest on the dirt, he complains, and then you come along and try to bury me alive. You look like a starving dog. I did no such thing. I will bury you again if you do not tell me more. I buried you? I didn't bury myself, he protests. I was asleep, so it must have been you. You are mistaken, he shrugs, then he frowns. Although I don't remember that river being here when I went to sleep. Presumably you think I put it there. The elfin looks at you with deep suspicion, but doesn't say anything further. It is clear from his manner he is anxious to get away from you as fast as he can. What do you know of the 7 serpents? Kashish gasps in horror. The serpent, he replies. I saw a mighty serpent as I went to sleep. Here. In the fissure. the elven replies, pointing at the river.
Or at least where the fissure was before it flooded.
The elven shivers.
It was horrible. The most horrible thing I ever saw. It was so bad I thought it was a dream.
Well, where are we? You ask.
You don't know, the elven replies in surprise. We're on the edges of Low Salmon, near Lake Ilklala. Though how you got to be here if you didn't know that, I cannot imagine. Where am I, anyway?
Well, where are you going? You ask him. There is no place for an elven here.
High Salmon, he replies. That is my destination.
You are a servant of the Archmage.
Not yet.
The elven looks awkward for a moment.
I know the Archmage is said to be evil, but I don't see it. I see he's trying to bring this land together. I've had enough of goblins and ogres, haven't you?
The Archmage will destroy everything.
The elven shakes his head. He's a teacher of sorcery and the arts. Wouldn't you rather have someone of learning running things than the blue-blooded Cretans in Bryce and Analand?
I go to retrieve the crown. The elven nods seriously.
Well, if I ever reach High Salmon, I will be sure to tell him that.
Nice one, Etalyx. Thanks. Tell the Archmage I am coming for him. Wow. That's just going right for the throat, Archmage. Like, hey, I'm gonna tell you in the past that I'm coming. Like, this dumb little elf that knows my quest is gonna be the reason for all this death and destruction in the lands. I'm gonna end up circularly through time causing all this. That's why he's so scared, is because I threatened him in the past. Well, then I cannot let you leave. But you are too late to stop him. A moment later, the creature has bobbed high into the air and begins to float away into the distance.
Remember my name, he calls down from the air, is Kashish. Remember that, in case it is I who is your undoing.
Time to move on. Your clues have been updated. Which clue was updated exactly? This is some butterfly effect shit. Here it is. At least we know to kill him in the future. I thought the whole quest to kill the serpents was to prevent the Archmage from finding out you were coming. Okay, but to be fair, guy was under rocks. Clearly a serpent did it. He even said he remembered the serpent did it. I freed him from the rocks, so I thought that this could be a new companion. You know, I thought we'd have a new dark elf companion. So it's like I should tell him my quest, because I need to learn where the location of the seventh serpent is. And who it is. You have to find out eventually. Is what it is, chat. Is what it is. No noble deed goes unpunished. Basically, yes. Can I just walk over to this guy? No, I have to find him in the fissure. Well, we're gonna leave it where it is. We'll leave it where it is for now. Let's go back up and see what's in this house. I'm curious. You begin to make your way up the mountainside. Gradually, you shrink back down to your normal size. Slowly, the sun began... Oh, I was like ×3 size the whole time I was talking to him. Fee, fi, fo, fum. How did this small elf get away from me? Like, seriously. Oh, I'm gonna go tell the Archmage now. No, wait, don't. No, don't go. You really gave it your all there, Analander, you know? You got 15 stamina. There's so many. You could have zapped that elf out of the sky. You could have thrown a fireball. You could have taken control of him. You could have floated yourself. No, no, don't leave. Don't tell him. Maybe the Archmage will expect a giant Annilander and you'll be discreet. Yeah, and I'm 3 times my size. So if he starts floating away, bam, back to the ground, you know? Like, how did he get away? The sun begins to make its way back down the sky. The road down the slope passes a small stone house. The aged wooden door stands a crack ajar. You peer inside. It's dark. You can make out furniture coated by layers of dust. It seems this place is no ruin, but it's been uninhabited for some time. We've been in here, but I don't remember what happens in here. Oh, did we change the time? The inside of the hut is simple, but as you saw, well kept. In the center of the room is a table with one wooden stool, and in one corner, what time zone am I in? A cauldron sits in a hearth with a roasting spit above. By the far wall is a sculling boat. You peer into the cauldron, but if there was ever anything edible inside, it's long since turned to dust. The pot is quite empty. You peer under the table, looking for trapdoors or lost items, but there is nothing of interest here. It is clear that this boat is an ornament, or else the owner intended to repair it but made no progress. It has several planks missing, no paint, and woodworm has been burrowing constellations into its side. But once it must have been a serviceable coracle. It is clear there is nothing here. You turn to go, and that is when you see the skeleton, tied to the wall above the doorframe. You stare up at it. The figure must have been a big man once. He has wide leg bones, now strapped with leather through iron pins hammered into the stone, and his shoulders are broad and stocky, now attached to hooks that still bear the trace of blood. His empty skull hangs low, sockets staring at the floor. Aside from the gruesome nature, there is something very strange about it all. Maybe we should try to unhinge him before we bring him back to life. Can you think of anything more awful than waking up? This is weird. Seem to be hanging from a wall somewhere. Oh my God, they're stakes! They're in my chest, and in my legs, and in my abdomen. They're pinning me to the wall. What a terrifying situation that would be, to resurrect and wake up in that circumstance. Because the Annihilator had not eaten in like 3 days, he had no strength to squash the elf. How did he get up there? Where are his belongings? Why would anyone put him up there? It isn't public enough for an execution, but it is hardly surreptitious either. How did he get up there? There are no ladders or steps. He cannot have been pinned up there alive, unless it was done by a group of 10, or while he was unconscious, or dead drunk. It is more likely, in fact, that he was pinned in place by magic. The work of a sorcerer, then? Staring at the skeleton, you finally realize the most curious aspect of this macabre display. Where are his belongings? His clothes? The skeleton has not a scrap or rag of cloth on his bones. No ring, no boot, no hat. Whoever did this made sure to strip him of everything. What for? You could cut him down and let him rest on his cot, or at least, even if you do not have time for a burial, but there seems no way to reach him. Oh, there's a way. There is a way. Tell? Is that you, Tell? Why would we be reading minds of a dead guy? I don't think it would work too well. I think the answer is very clear. Float up to him. I think I accidentally screwed up my mouse. You guys ever push the stupid DPI button and like you can't change it back? That's what just happened to me. Reaching to the constellations overhead, you create the spell and the medallion begins to glow as you rise gently into the air. You float up and slice the straps around the skeleton's legs and then carefully lift him down from the hooks and carry him to his cot. But there's nothing else to be done. What do you mean there's nothing else to be done? Go back in the hut, you idiot. go back to the house. How far does that take me back? Oh my god. It's rewind time. Why can I not cast another spell on him after I bring him down? Very, very strange. Where is his stuff? Why would anyone put him there? Cut him down. You can't. Huh? Weird. Yeah, it's a bit weird. Why would it just force you to leave after you cut him down? And indeed, why would you cut him down at all? Just to be nice? Well, I was gonna cut him down, then resurrect him, but it really wants me to do the very thing that I just said sounds like an awful thing to do. But it's... I mean, I'm gonna resurrect him, no matter what. But I can't cut him down and resurrect him. Which is just bizarre. Also of note, when the time light shines on this area, the hut is gone. It doesn't exist. Time to torture this poor man. Revs. You take the vial of holy water from your pack and cast a spell. The water begins to shimmer and shine with inner light. You toss the holy water at the hanging skeleton and the spell takes effect. This creature's head suddenly lifts. The skull turns this way and that, and the arms tug at their restraints. Maybe try cutting him down now? Maybe it's like an order thing? But then I have to cast Tell before the other spell dissipates.
Zen.
Lift down the skeleton. You float up and slice the straps, then carefully lift him down from the hooks and carry him to his cot. At first he struggles and fights, but seems to relax into your arms. Once on the cot, he seems to sigh, turns over, curling up as though into a peaceful sleep. There's nothing else to be done, and you leave the hut and continue your walk. Steve, what were you thinking? Huh? This house sucks. We just tucked him into bed for no... we didn't even get to talk to him. You can't just pin a skeleton above a door frame and expect me not to resurrect him to find out why. Fine. You know what? Maybe there's something super specific you can do here. I'm just gonna look at the stuff and I'm gonna go with my original thing. Yeah, you lose the holy water for doing that. We're gonna stick with the first one. I'm not gonna try and meta it anymore because it seems super particular for no reason. But, you know, whatever. Maybe there's a proper way to do this. But I'm just gonna float up there, cut him down the way I did before. You tuck him in to his cot, leave the hut, and continue on your walk. The end. The end. Okay, moving on. Look for the serpent in the fissure. It's time to deal with you again. You can see nothing but an endless drop. You keep watching, and suddenly a rock explodes out of the ground a few spans from where you stand. It begins to roll down the slope toward the fissure, but then abruptly it stops, reverses direction, and begins to roll toward you. We'll try dodging left this time. You dodge left, and the rock shoots past you, impacting into dust against an overhang. The rumbling is growing louder. An even bigger explosion is coming. Good night, Mr. Skeleton. I like the tuck skeleton into bed ending. Well, maybe something else happens there, but, I mean, then nothing else seemed to happen. So we can do magic protection. A shield might be super valuable here, even though the force field really didn't seem to do much at all. I don't have the Gale Horn, so those options are very limited. There's nothing for me to cast slowness on, according to the last time that I did it. Even though it says he's super speedy. It seems like physical damage as opposed to magical. I'm gonna try getting a shield. I've been a big fan of walk as of late. A gold shield of invisibility. 1 gold coin later. Walk! You place a gold shield on your wrist and cast a spell, and a moment later the coin is gone. You feel the weight of an invisible shield on your arm. The rock surface explodes and you are showered with falling stones. Look at this superpower. Look at this Dragon Ball Z Super Saiyan power-up. Awesome artwork. The rocks rain down but bounce harmlessly off your shield. You are knocked off your feet all the same. The ground opens up directly where you fall, forming the shape of a freshly dug grave. You're at the bottom of a deep pit. Dust and small stones are still raining over the lip, and your shield shimmers out of existence. The walls of the pit are smooth, not carved, as though this pit had been drilled. There's no way to climb out. The earth below creaks and hisses with steam. You are about 9 feet below the rim of the pit. You may be able to jump and grab the edge, but it is unlikely. Suddenly, a rocky protrusion breaks through the pit floor, and it glows red, boiling hot. Look at the spike. No, I think we can just either float out of here or try to get fancy. If I was going to get fancy... We know that sand counters FOF. That's not what I don't think a spell is happening per se. Dock counters hot. It says it's glowing red hot, but that doesn't necessarily mean. We might even be able to zip and teleport out of here. We may. Jump up, look at the spike, or cast a spell. What spells do we have on option? Fix. We do not have a Staff of Oak Sapling, but if we try to carve it out of the branches, mud is an option. Don't think it's a good one, but it's an option. Ooh, teleportation? Flotation? Hovering in air is less risky than teleporting, I think. But also, we don't get many opportunities to use Zip, and Zip is faster. This could be like a fireball explosion. Zip is probably instantaneous. I'm gonna go for that. Also counters gum, for what that's worth. So, zip away! You weave the constellations into alignment around you, and the ring of green metal on your fingers begins to glow and glitter. You are suddenly torn through the very air. You are out of the pit, but the danger is by no means past. Cracks radiate across the ground, and one opens between your feet. You jump clear just in time to avoid being swallowed. Turning, you spot a large boulder on top of the rise where you pause to rest, teetering. We dodged left last time. I'm going to go right this time. You prepare to dodge, but something is holding your leg. A small green snake has wrapped itself around your ankle, attempting to bite. Shake it off or run it through. You know what? Run it through with my -3 sword. You draw your sword to run the creature through, and suddenly it grows in size. The skin blisters and breaks, and a huge winged serpent made of crystals and rock coils up, spitting stone shards as it hisses. This must be the earth serpent itself. We've got a cross between Shenron and Onyx. It's pretty cool art. I like this one a lot, actually. And I love that it was made before either of those two things. Looks like it was drawn on a napkin. Reminds me of Amaconda. Yeah, the art is fantastic all the way through. It really is. Draw my sword, throw something at it, grab the serpent, or cast a spell. The question is it in the air? I think this is when it's supposed to be vulnerable. And we don't really have a good Earth clue, just that Throth is the Earth Serpent's enemy. The Earth Serpent's weakened when it loses contact with the ground. Is that now? I wonder. Throw something at it. Throw some stone dust, flask of oil. Don't throw anything. Nothing makes sense. Try something else. Let's look at spells. We'll look at spells. Crystal Quetzalcoatl. That is a tongue twister. Rockarola, that is a good tongue twister. Huff. I wish I could huff. I can't. Cost stench. Cost speed. There's no way we can make this lose contact with the ground more. Illusion of treasure? That truly is desperate. Open locks and doors. They really have a lot of weird stars here. Cause slowness. I feel like the serpents are too strong for regular old magic to work on them. Because sap doesn't do anything. We know that there's danger. We can sense it. I think we should just try to get it to tell me its weakness. Holding up the serpent ring. You cast the enchantment. The serpent hisses loudly in response. Tries to wrap itself around its jaws.
Foolish adventurer, it cries. I will be your death.
What advice can you give me? No, just tell me, what is your weakness? How can I defeat you? What is your weakness, you ask? The serpent of earth hisses and spits at your question.
I am never weak, so long as I am in contact with the ground. But it will not help you now.
I think I'm gonna die. Where are the other serpents, you ask?
If you find us, you will know it by your death.
The earth serpent hisses and spits.
Enough of this.
The spell has worn off. Grab the serpent. This seems like a terrible idea. Do it. Remembering the earth serpent's need to be touching the ground, you reach down to snatch up the snake, but the creature is too quick for you. Jackknifing from your grasp, it will clearly do anything to avoid being taken. It swoops in to attack. You draw your own sword. Well, that did not work. At all. And what is this little baby bar? Oh, I guess his is just so vast. Full power earth serpent, by the way. There's no winning this. For real. I mean, I'll try, but look, give me a minute. Give me a minute, chat. I'm not actually, well, this is empty. I feel like I need some water. I feel a little dehydrated. So I'm gonna get that real quick, if you don't mind. Hang tight for just a sec, please. Give me just a sec to grab some water. And I'll return to you and then die and try to figure out a better way to deal with this momentarily. Momentarily. Who is that? Whose voice is that? Mine, I guess. Anyways, yes, his max looks like... here's mine. 5, 10, 15. It's between 15 and 20 for sure. Alright, you stay here, dog. You stay here. Back in just a minute, guys. Okay. Yep. Love the epic music for this battle. Good. I'm glad you do. I don't even know what Pop-Tart this is. What is this? Oh, it's the weird strawberry one with a little swirls. So I'm gonna die, but we may as well try. What? Take that, you fool. The serpent is massive, made of boulders and rocks, and you fear no sword stroke will harm it. You backpedal across the cracking earth, raising your sword to cover yourself. The serpent replies with a crash of its boulder-like body. Even defended, you cannot escape harm. I block. He coils its scaly body. I'm gonna go 2? I don't know. What's he gonna do? What does coil mean? It means defense, right? Yeah. Yeah. That was a big victory for us. Tiny little ant versus a giant 14 stamina, 14 power level winged serpent. A heavy slice cuts through the serpent's hide. He roars and thrashes, but cannot stop your blade from catching it. His claws rake along the stone with spine-chilling noise. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Can you guys imagine if I had my broadsword still? That would have done like 4 damage with a broadsword. Using a -3 Analanther training sword. Is this like an intimidation tactic? That was still worth it, just to be safe. I didn't know it was gonna be the same. You stomp left, moving along the very edge of the fissure, blade swinging with all your might. The serpent roars and the ground shakes, but you have wounded it. I will crush you, the serpent declares in gravelly tones. Well, that's fine. Bring it. I don't even have 5.3 on my meter, so you can just have that one. I can't even attack that high. The earth underfoot shivers and shakes. You take a step a short distance from the serpent and ready a defense. Diamond eyes narrow and watch you. I'll get you, meanie. You'll bully me on the playground no more. I will smite you. I cast invulnerability. You can't hurt me anymore. I win. Okay, his eyes narrow and he watches me. I don't know what that means. I can only do 3. Diamond eyes narrow and watch. To me, that means defense. To me, that means he's defensing. Okay, that's really good for me. He's really going easy on us right now. You cut and move, slipping past the serpent to land your attack. The ground itself buckles and bursts as the serpent howls in pain. The creature stomps forward, jumping from stony coil to stony coil. All right, bring it. Bring it, you fool. It is I, the Analander, with my training sword given to me by my sergeant, who you killed. You and the other time serpents tied him to the tree and gave him red eyes. This is for him. I will avenge you. The
The serpent heaves itself forward, its jaws part in unison with the ground below. You beat the creature back as best you can.
The creature turns its long body. I don't know what that means. What do you mean it turns? I mean, I can... If he just did a 9-6, to me that means it's gotta be down here. It's gotta be somewhere down here. Turns. I'm gonna go for a 1-7. Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! That's right. Good guess, Analander. I mean, tactically.
My tactical superiority will be self-evident soon. Do not underestimate me because of my size.
Your bones will be powder, the serpent intones.
Oh my god, please stop.
That's what you sound like, Naruzico. I am going to defend this time. Your bones will be powder. Yeah, that's a defend. Yeah, that's a defend.
You drop a short distance from the serpent. The monster's talons draw dust from the ground.
I don't know. Really could go either way this time. 6-1's not that high. It's really not. I'm gonna take the initiative. We got 10 stamina to play with. I think we have to keep taking the initiative here. I'll go 2. Okay, look at me.
A rapid slash penetrates the serpent's hide. A distant avalanche echoes up the valley. I will bury you alive, the serpent says in a voice like tumbling rock.
Defend. Don't, I didn't even have 5-7. Imagine if I had a full bar. This would be a different fight right now. Because I could even attack on top of the 5-7 and still beat him. 5 is not that high. It's really not. You drop back and prepare your guard. Coal black eyes all but close, but still follow your every move. This is definitely a 1-7. He's got it. He's just bouncing back and forth. Cutting it a little close there, Analander. You cut and move, avoiding the serpent to land your attack. Rocks and stones are raining from the cracks in the creature's body. The creature twists its thunderous body. Twists. The last time he twisted, it was another low attack. The last time he twisted, it was low. I'm going all in. I'm going all in. He's not... He's dead! You push forward, fearful for the blade of your sword, but swinging hard. The earth serpent eyes crumble to dust, and then its body gives out, one gemstone at a time. 5 stamina lost, skilled swordplay. The tiny Ant-Man Analander versus the full might of the unweakened earth serpent. Quote, we're not gonna win, but I'll try anyway. Well, I'm glad we tried anyway, huh? The creature falls to earth, dead now. You sheath your sword and wipe the sweat from your brow. You have defeated 5 of the 7 serpents with sound tactics. The rocks around are smooth and unbroken. The whole thing might have been a dream, but for the piles of stone that cover the ground. You gather up the stone dust into your pack. Time to resume your journey. Only 2 more serpents remain at large. And they will be difficult to track down. One of them is pursuing me, and one of them we don't even know what serpent it is. So we don't really have a lot of leads. Fearful for the blade. Oh no, not my -3 training sword. I'm so glad you're finally making tons of serpent killing progress. I know, I told you guys after the last stream, I was like, I feel like the last one was a bunch of setup and that we were just gonna steamroll some serpents. This one, and we have. We've done 1 serpent an hour since we started. Good night or good morning? Good night or good morning, Ulfer? Or both. Tiny Annihilator fights Earth Serpent Bully. A tale for our times. We should go based on our clues. Let's look at our clues. 7 serpents all have a weakness. Fire serpent is following you. He's vulnerable to sand. I got a lot of sand. The ferryman has an air of deceit. Haven't we already defeated the air serpent, though? Yeah, we already defeated the air serpent. I don't know why that's still a clue. The cave on the cliff is still a clue. We've been in that cave like twice. I don't know. Sleepless Ram. I haven't found the Torture Master. Breath of Mucolytics. The Larder of Throg. These are all things I have not seen. I think our best bet is to just go somewhere in a time we have not been. I think that's our best bet. And I'm trying to think. You know what? Maybe we should go visit the tree. That's not a bad idea. Maybe we should go visit Shadrach the tree and see what's going on. We haven't been there since the beginning of the game. Or we could go talk to that sorcerer at the top of the hill again and get some more advice, maybe? I don't know. We could try going... I say we hit the knowledge points. There was a knowledge person here, a knowledge person here, Shadrach the knowledge person, and the cave knowledge person. I think we should pursue those. And then work our way back around. Because it's Fire Serpent and question mark. Lied about Taco Bell. The only way you can lie about Taco Bell is by saying it's bad. I'd go for some Taco Bell right now. Right now. Instead of this terrible Pop-Tart. Taco Bell stream when? I told you guys. If Wendy's and or Taco Bell would deliver a meal of my choice, I would eat it on stream and be like, go buy Taco Bell, it's amazing. Or go buy Wendy's, it's amazing. If they did that like once or twice a week, I would do it on stream. I just had Wendy's and I could go for Taco Bell. There you go. Taco Bell item of choice? Yeah, it's definitely the Doritos Cheesy Gordita Crunch. The problem is, sometimes, depending on the Taco Bell you go to, they forget the Doritos part. They hear you say Cheesy Gordita Crunch. If you get a I don't know. There's a big difference there. Regular Cheesy Gordita Crunch is not as good. The Doritos actually makes it better. My second item of choice is Chicken Chalupa Supreme. That's 1 and 2. I always get both. Because Chicken Chalupa Supremes at most Taco Bells have to be made fresh. So you're almost guaranteed, unless your Taco Bell is truly terrible, you are almost guaranteed a actual fresh, hot taco that hasn't just been sitting there waiting for someone to order it. Because of the nature of the chalupa wrap. It can't like sit out without going stale. So, pro tip for you, for Taco Bell guys. In case you didn't know. Chalupas are made fresh. I mean, I can't guarantee the ingredients are fresh, but it'll at least be hot. So we follow the road as it bends. This place could not be more different than when you last saw it. Hustle and bustle all around. Stalls and shoppers, fishermen tending their boats. In the distance, you can make out the tall tower on the islands. The sun has all but gone, and it will be dark soon. I want to check the stalls again. See what's going on. Buy fruit, fish, go elsewhere. Okay, so the same stuff. Same stuff. I don't think I want to buy anything. Find somewhere to sleep. Soon you are quite alone. We didn't look through the rubbish piles. I'm curious if there's anything there. Without any thought to the smell, you dig through one of the nearby piles of fish heads, scales, bones, and other body bits. At the bottom of the heap, a single gold piece, which hardly seems worth the smell and oil that now covers your fingers. A few things growl in the bushes near the shoreline. Well, I found 1 coin. I'm gonna sleep in a stall again. Well, maybe we could sleep in a boat. I want to see if anybody finds me. I'm gonna sleep in the boat just to meet the fishermen. You find a sculling boat tied up by the shore with several hemp blankets and you clamber in. You have eaten nothing today. You know what? Let's eat that apple. Taking the apple from your pack, you fill your empty stomach and try not to think about what you'll eat tomorrow. Then you stretch out and rest. You are unharmed here, and you do not dream. Day 28! You ran out of provisions, entered the steppes, entered the Vishlami Marsh, explored the city of Tinpeng, defeated the Earth Serpent, and have now defeated 5 of the Archmage's serpents. By day 28, you are awoken by a gentle rocking motion to find yourself not where you expected to be. No! Hold on! No. For a moment you sense boards of wood under your body, but then they are gone. You have been rowed out of the light from the beacon, but you have little time to understand your situation before you are forced to start swimming. Doesn't make any sense. The other boat I was on could travel through time just fine. Why? Oh, so this boat is not capable of traveling through time? Is that what you're telling me? No way. Dude, come on. No way. So the boat disappeared because the light disappeared? Is that what I'm led to believe? I don't understand why that affects the boat. It's doing the thing again. I'm rewinding. They're finding, like, trash reasons to dump me into the water and dump the crystal tooth for no reason. I ain't taking that. No. Absolutely not. I need to rewind further. Their eagerness to make you drop the crystal tooth is making me nervous. They want it gone. It's too powerful. But what's weird is I've been carrying it for like 12 hours. And only once you get to the lake are they trying... Well, okay, this is the first time they've really tried. The last time, the boat just disappeared because of a weird glitch in the wavy timelines. Anyways. We looked through the rubbish pile. We found 1 gold. We're gonna sleep in the stall. Sleeping in a boat was clearly the wrong decision before you even did it. But I just wanted to see what would happen. I was gonna sleep in the stall for safety. I literally only slept in the boat for something bad to happen. And it did. So, I'm not surprised. Just disappointed. You walk down to the shoreline. The water's clean and inviting, though almost certainly freezing cold. Boats punt this way and that between the scattered islands. You take out the whistle and blow it, but nothing happens. Presumably there is no ferryman here, at least not in this time. You call out for a boat, but they are well out of earshot. A few nearby people look at you strangely. You turn back toward the bustling waterfront area. Okay, so we gotta go the old-fashioned way. That's fine. We'll do it the old-fashioned way. We need to... I guess we could go see what that dude sitting on the side of the bridge is doing up there, but... We'll just stride on back towards the city, yeah? There's nothing of interest here for us to do. At all. Except enter the city and back up the tower. Lots of backtracking. Return to the tower, and we have to figure out where we want to go. Where do we want to go? And do we want to change the beam? I say yeah. I don't see, this town doesn't benefit us at all. The city may have more to do. This lights may have more to do. I'm not opposed to making some of the Snatacat forest into marsh. I don't know. The marsh was really bad, though. I'm interested to just try it out and see what happens. I don't know. We'll try it out and see what happens. This could be a huge mistake, though. Up we go. Now, do we want to go back to the tree? Do we want to go back to the... Well, everything seems to be down here at the bottom left. Possibly the wise old lady. The dude. The sorceress up there. These pocket heat things. There's the beetles. I don't know. I think I'm gonna go here and check it out. We haven't been here in a long time. So why not? How many parts are there to the game? 4 total parts of Sorcery. We're climbing toward the end of part 3 right now. I think there's a chance we could finish it tonight. We really just need to deal with 2 more serpents, and that's done. So I think I'm gonna try to finish it tonight. Because I don't think there's enough to do for another stream. Unless there's 2 huge parts left that I don't know of. Because we've done most of the areas. Now, if I adjust this beam, you have to be careful, because if you take one beam off, then this is ruins in the other timeline. So you have to be careful there. We can hit all 3 of these things. We can hit the bridge. We can hit the statue. We can hit the little heat things. We can hit the cave, the faces, the forest, the hermit. This tree's in the past. This is in the future. I wish I could do both the tree and the hermit's hut at the same time, or both the tree and the cave. I'm thinking cave plus heat stuff, the little heat holes in the ground. Kind of see if anything happens over there. Let's try that out first. Alright, we will climb down the tower over the battlement. Haven't been here in a long time. If we finish it tonight, I'll be shocked. Why shocked? You don't believe we can do it? The sun is sinking and soon it will be dark. Let's go back to the tree and see if anything's fishy is going on here. You step off the clear road and walk across grassy fields. The sun has almost set and the sky has turned a deep purple. The woman with whom you spoke earlier has gone and the path now beckons. Okay, so nothing to do there. At all. That's fine and understandable. You walk on across the grassland until you meet the edge of an old road and darkness closes in. You need to rest, especially after so much walking on an empty stomach. I haven't really done much today. A few small creatures scuttle along the flagstones of the old road. I'll sleep in the cave. If I can. I want to climb back up the cliff. Can I not just cast a spell and float? Up the cliff? You walk along the base of the cliff. The grass meadow ends by the cliff base and the carved stone steps that lead away from the backlands. You climb your way up the stairs to the halfway point. More stars come out. The steps continue in both directions and you can return to the cave, which is what I plan to do. The perfect place to spend the night, perhaps? Indeed, it should be. Elthira is still here, lost in thought. Okay. Can we snooze here? Hey, we can snooze here. You return to the back of the cave. Torchlight flickers off the glyphs and scratches in the walls. Let's sleep here. Though the shifting ceiling makes this place feel somewhat dangerous, you are unlikely to find a more sheltered spot, and Elthira does not seem troubled by your presence. Laying your pack down on the floor of the cave, you try to rest despite the strange noises floating across the landscape. You close your eyes and let tiredness overtake you. Your night is unbroken by dreams. Day 29. You basically walked all the way back here for fun. But you can cast a spell. Weren't there glyphs in the wall? There was stuff going on back here. Ooh. We do have a possible mission in this area. Not in the cave, but the big sandstorm is still here, right? Did we ever deal with that? I don't think we did. So what spells are available? Turn to stone. We can do sun to look at the glyphs. How to find safe passage. Far, I wish I could look at my future. I miss having the crystal ball. I feel like that would be a whole different run. Let's just do sun and look at the wall glyphs again. If they're there. You cast a spell and the sun jewel in your pack begins to emit a brilliant, blinding light. The glow picks out details in the glyphs and carvings of the wall, letting you read several much more clearly. The bridge will fall and the river become a chasm, reads one. Your spell fades and your jewel falls dark once more. If there's another spell to cast here, I don't know what it would be. Options are darkness. I don't know. I'm kind of desperate right now. We never really cast fog. Fog. Looking to the stars, you craft the magic, and billows of black smoke emerge quickly from under your cloak. The back of the cave plunges into thick darkness, the torch on the wall disappearing completely from view. You wait, and after a few minutes, the spell fades, and the fog dissipates once more. I don't know, whatever. I'm leaving, I guess. There's nothing to do right now in this cave. I just made it dark for fun. Alright, the sun jewel has dissipated as well, I think. There was really no reason to go here, but at least we had a safe spot to sleep. I could climb up, I guess, and go all the way back, but that seems desperate. Isn't this where the birds picked me up originally? As soon as I entered? If there's something that goes on up here, that would be really surprising. I'm just gonna go down. I'm just gonna go back the way we came. I know there was a giant bird that picked me up at the beginning of the game. That was really strange. Let's, follow the cliff, make sure it's in the right time. I don't know if it's ever gonna change any better than that, so let's just go now. Well, we changed times. Whoops! Holes puncture the dusty plains here. Something gleams inside one of the holes. I think it's just heat. And I think if I look in a hole, it's gonna blast the face and take damage. I remember we tried to control the bird and almost died because we fell asleep. Should I look in the hole? You peer a little closer into one of the holes. A little heat rises from underground, but whatever is down there, you still cannot tell. A jet of steam erupts quite suddenly from one of the holes. Is this whole area here just there to trap you? You wait for a steam jet to erupt and fall back. Then inside the hole, you reach in. There's definitely something there. You reach and pull out a single polished giant's tooth with a hole drilled at the top. Part of a pendant, perhaps. You pick it up and put it in your pack. You leave the holes once more and walk away. Surprisingly, there was actually something in there. Of value. I don't know what that pendant could be for, though. But it's good for something. Right, Petrowell? The sun has reached its highest point. Now, I think the dust storm was here during the olden days. I don't think, or during the present time, not during the old time. So I think we might need to go back to the tower real quick and change the beacon. Climb on up. Scramble back up the tower. Okay, so we're adjusting the beam. Well, that was successful in some capacity, at least. Here's what we're gonna do. What is shining over here? Why is so much of this land in the present time? None of these beacons are shining over here, right? Does anybody remember exactly? This beam does not go as wide as all the other beams do. I feel like it was just in this area somewhere. Right? I could be wrong. We'll try it out. We're kind of wasting the day if we're wrong, but what choice do I have? It was for the bird moment. I know. I know. Hey, the whirlpool. Perfect. Right there on the road. That's exactly what we're looking for. You are near the whirlpool once more. Cast a spell. Okay, so the whirlpool is a funnel of air. Why am I a gorilla now? I'm the gorilla god? A creature of honor and good faith who accepts both danger and misfortune as traveling companions without hesitation. Gorilla's my friend. Okay, so a whirlwind would be, in my opinion, Galehorn. Right? That would be, Huff. So you counter Huff with sand, right? No, we don't have a counter. Huff, we don't know a counter yet. I even had the Galehorn at one point here, and it didn't do anything. I think time gets messed up as you move the beacons around. Oh, I think you're right, because it did say that things were changing. We cannot cast Huff ever again. How is not going to tell me anything. We have Gob. Summon a goblin. Rap does not do anything. There's no language to speak here. You can cast Create Quicksand. We might do that in lieu of anything else, because I don't know what other options I even have. So it was Goblin. We have a Giant's Tooth. I could summon a giant, but I feel like he's just gonna die. He's just gonna get sucked into the whirlwind. Right? Isn't that kind of mean? Summon a giant and throw him to his death? I just picked up the tooth as well. Alright, so, for mud, how much quicksand do we have? 3 quantities of sand. That's a reasonable amount, in my opinion, to give it a try. I don't think that's gonna hurt a tornado. Mud! You scatter a handful of sand on the ground and cast a spell. The sand grains are sucked immediately into the whirlwind and disappear. Shasha! That is a shasha moment. Well, giant, we're gonna have a giant versus tornado fight, like in Power Rangers. Yob! You pull your last giant's tooth from your pack and throw it into the rocks, casting your spell across it. The tooth erupts into a column of smoke from which a towering giant steps out. That's a good sign. He's got his own art page. Giant's got his own art page. We've never seen this before. He's huge. He's like taller than the mountains. Order it into the whirlpool. You order the monster to approach the whirlpool, it strides forward, then something happens, and a moment later the creature has vanished completely and the whirlpool itself seems unaffected. Like, why is this magic whirlwind here? He died for you. What other spell do I have that I haven't done? Gob? Why have all these spells if none of them do anything? There's nothing to wrap. There's no mud. No gob. No yob. I think I'm out of spells. I don't think there's anything else I can throw at it. You creep slowly closer to the thing until you're barely a sword length away. It remains in position, spinning rapidly. Deep inside of it, something flashes. You reach out a hand above the top of the whirlwind. The force it exerts downward is quite strange. Then suddenly, without warning, it gets stronger. The sound coming from the thing increases in pitch dramatically. I'm pretty sure you just die here. I think you just die. Sunk cost fallacy. There has to be something. I know! Step back. You attempt to step away, but your hand is held tight. The force on your hand is getting significantly stronger. You close your eyes and raise a prayer to the gorilla. Has your request been heard? You wait and see what happens. A moment later, the force has tugged your arm down inside the whirlwind. From there, you cannot save yourself. You are trapped inside, and whatever happens there is so quick you lose consciousness before you understand. You have been trapped inside a deadly whirlwind. Thanks for nothing, gorilla, by the way. Thanks for nothing. Uh-oh, hold on. Did I just Yep, we got our sand and giant's tooth back on an accidental rewind. Well, at least we found out that the whirlwind just is there to screw you over. Gorilla was absolutely worthless for us. Now I guess I'm gonna go try and talk up at the top of the mountain again. Let's see what happens there. Onwards or back? To the rock, please. How is it night already? Just rest in the cave. The cave has been very safe. Day 30. Woo! Oh, the journey of backtracking. Here's my theory. My theory is the fire serpent is going to be the last one to harass you before you leave the road. I don't know if that's true. That's just my gamer theory. Because we've been everywhere. The fire serpent has had plenty of chances to pounce on us. Has not, up until now. Let's go off the path again. We don't have anything else to do. You turn and slip into the trees once more. The woods are empty now. Okay, the guy's gone. Isn't this a sorceress that dies? Don't we find her remains in the future? Yeah. In the future, we find her buried body, as I recall. This is the past. We've been here for a whole month. Let us return to the hut once more. You attempt to open the hut door, but it will not budge. It seems the old woman does not wish to see you again. Perhaps you are bad luck. Well, too bad, woman. I have learned much on my journey, and I very much wish to dop with you. However, the stars have not aligned for Dop. Which means we may not be able to interact with her at all. Big. What? And like break down the door? I don't think there's any other opportunity to speak with her. Though I am tempted just to become big and see what happens. Grow in size. Big. You turn to an enormous size. In the distance you hear wing beats on the wind. Why did I just become big? And I can still move to the hut anyways. You approach the hut once more. I just used stamina because it's fun. G-O-B, that's a goblin. Well, I don't think we have an option here. The strange light flickers at the edge of the mountaintop. Yeah, I don't think she wants to talk. So if we go down the chimney, we end up back in the steppes. Did we ever take the western path in the Forest of Snata? I don't think we did. However, downside is, this beacon is turning all this into swamp, which is apparently worthless. Okay, let's go down the chimney. You return to the chimney in the rock. We're gonna jump off the edge. See you later. Should be fine. You will never grow used to this, as you plunge down the mountainside, knocking and scraping the rock surface on either side. Down, down we go, after we can draw a straight line. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I glitched it. There we go. Okay, I fixed it. I wish to dock with you, Cox. Stop dropping my frames! Onward we go. Hunger panging in your stomach. We've been pretty much all the way around and down there in the steppes. I'm just gonna go east again, past this thing. We could go back in that village if we wanted to. In the distance you see flash of lightning and you feel a breath of wind. A moment later it has passed. Odd. You rest near the strange pole. That poor dude got taken by a bird. Into the trees. The Forest of Snata here. Soon it will be dark. Let's take a path through the trees, shortcut into the forest. You crash through trees until you come upon a narrow path. And from there you continue on your way. The sun has gone. You press on. Surprisingly, nothing happening over here. You creep forward through the dark toward an area of thick curling bushes as night falls. You push forward, branches clawing at your face. Then suddenly, you stumble and trip over. One of the tendrils of the bush is caught around your foot. You draw your sword to hack at the branches, but they seem to sense the threat. Long wooden tendrils whip out, grasping your wrists and arms. You cannot swing your sword now, and meanwhile another tendril loops around your neck. Monka S times 3, please. Well, I guess we pray for aid now, because you know you can't cast a spell if they've got your arms. What item would I use? You tilt your head down to peek into your pack. Perhaps you can get at something from in there more easily than pulling your sword. We do have 2 essences of bark. With shaking, reaching fingertips, you reach into the bag and snag the essence of bark between 2 fingers. Twisting your wrist, you manage to work to stop her free. The vial falls, pouring over the inside of your bag. The reaction from the stranglebush is immediate. The branches unwind and you are released. It seems it only attacks animals, but the scent of the essence is strong enough to confuse it. You step clear of the retreating tendrils, defiantly. Actually got to use Essence of Bark, and it worked, and we still have 1 more in case of a rainy day. We've been carrying that for a long time. The path winds tortuously through the forest. You still feel shaky from your encounter with the stranglebush. You pause as a thin red-colored snake slides across your path. You play a few notes on the flute, but it seems you are no talented snake charmer. The snake appears to be watching you, but then it lowers its head once more and begins to slither away down the path. Fire serpent? Following me? Watching me? Red? I will pick up the snake. You reach down to pick up the serpent, but it jackknifes, escaping your grasp. You follow the snake into the undergrowth. For a moment, you lose sight of the creature, and then a flash of red reassures you you are still on the tail. But the snake should be far ahead of you. It's almost as if it wants you to follow it. It reaches the foot of the tree and coils around the trunk. As you watch, it slithers quickly up the trunk, and a moment later its head drops down from a branch to stare at you. You approach the tree, catching a glimpse of a thick red band in the branches. Then suddenly, the whole thing erupts into flame. You jump back, but as soon as it began, the fire goes out, leaving a badly charred tree. Looking up into the branches, you realize the red snake is peering down at you, but it has grown tenfold in size, and 2 fiery wings are now folded across its back. Sly eyes watch your movements, as if deciding its next attack. There it is. We only have 9 stamina. You stare in shock and fear. This blaze of hissing fury must be the fire serpent. Let us consult our clues. Oh. Branding on point. The fire serpent is vulnerable to sand. I think I have just the thing. You open your pack to look for something useful. Douse it in water. No. Grab a bag of sand. If this is the fire serpent, then its weakness is sand. The creature watches you cautiously. Oh, it's too late for that. You toss the sand at the creature, but in the branch overhead, it is too far away. The snake twists to one side and the sand scatters to the ground, lost. Luckily, you have more. Oh, you saw that coming? Really? Considering that there was a water serpent flying above a lake, and while I sat in a rocking rowboat, I lobbed a bottle of beetle monarch oil directly into the mouth of that serpent and killed it? One-shot KO? So you saw me missing a smattering of sand against a serpent that is 5 feet in front of me in a tree. Interesting. Climb the tree. You clamber up into the tree, but the serpent drops down in response. It begins to open its jaws. There it is. You have to wait. You have to wait for the invitation. You have to wait for the invitation. How much sand do we have, though? That was a bag of sand, which I don't think was a magical item. However, the 2 quantities of sand is a magical item that we can use to make quicksand. We squandered the bag of sand, but we'll make up for it. Throw sand on the creature. You empty your hand, scattering sand across the creature's back, just as it begins to breathe out a column of fire. The creature's fire is extinguished immediately, and the sand seems to burrow and burn into his hide. Its wings decay and fall to the ground. Sand, by the way, has a much higher chance of hitting the serpent because it's sand. And there's a ton of it. So what? If I scatter more sand, we only have 1 patch of sand. I think I can afford to fight it from here. Drop from the tree and attack. Wow. 1, handful of sand took it from 16 to 6 stamina. P.S. My 5, I'm still a tiny baby Analander, but also, he is significantly weakened from the sand. This still maxes out at 5. At least we get to see the fire serpent. It looks cool though, doesn't it? Looks awesome. I wonder what I'll do first. Because if I go all in, and he doesn't, its wings decay and fall to the ground. So he doesn't have wings anymore? Defense or full on? I'm gonna say let's open up with a full frontal assault. Good decision. Good decision. Flames surround the serpent as it launches itself toward you. You lift your blade high, hoping to strike deep into its scaly hide. The serpent barrels forward, flying arrow-like through the air with teeth bared. Short blue flames appear from between the creature's scales. The serpent's fire grows dull. I say all out number 2. Okay, he was gonna defend. Now it's my turn to defend. Your only hope is to keep up the attack, and you do not hold back. The quick stab cuts through the serpent's scales. The fire serpent rears back, escaping the worst of the blow. Fox Communications would like to interrupt this progress to inform you that the creature flies up into the air, opening its jaws wide, baring teeth like daggers. Good defense. Got to see that little fire plume. The flames lapping around the creature draw sweat from your brow. You drop back as the serpent propels itself forward, jaws stretched wide and brimmed with fire. A smell of acrid smoke fills the air, but the creature's teeth do not sink into your flesh. The creature coils its scaly body. He's done it! The flames around the serpent seem to dull for a moment. You slice and dodge, avoiding the worst of the serpent's fiery grasp. The fire serpent's eyes turn coal black as it looks up at you, questioning, helpless, and the final second before it turns to dark, dead husk. 1 stamina lost. Skilled swordplay. You feel a flush of satisfaction as you step back, wiping your brow, sword heavy in your hand. Only 1 serpent remains. None of the others will be reporting your mission to their master. You move through the trees. Well, it was very wise of us to return to the forest of Snata, because here resides the fire serpent, unbeknownst to me. I saw that red serpent before, I just didn't put 2 and 2 together. You crash through thick trees, opening up a new path. Bushes scratch and cut as you go. Strange shapes loom from the darkness to either side. Unseen things growl close at hand. You continue your stride. You walk on between the trees. The stars are flooding the sky as the trees open suddenly, replaced by a wide expanse of marsh. The stars turn in the sky overhead as the swamp is broken by an enormous stone pillar, like a giant's foot, that strikes into the earth here and rises into the clouds overhead. You look up at the impressive pillar. Despite its height, it seems to have been built by human hands. There are rungs in the stonework leading up. You could have gone around, I bet. We would have been able to keep our broadsword and crystal ball had we tried to climb the bridge from here instead of go across the toll. We did it the hard way, though. Instead of going, I'm scared to go under the bridge because our stamina's so bad. So I'm gonna go south instead and retreat. The marshland dries up into a thick forest once again. You are back amongst the trees of Snata. This is the dead of night. Something prowls. It made for a better story this way, though. I will say, the story is certainly better. Last time I talked to a Snatacat, it did not go well. How about we create some light in this dark forest? Sun! The light from the jewel fills the clearing. Banishing the shadows, you stride on with more confidence. We do have to take a step into the marsh simply to get over to this particular beacon. The dense branches give up and land changes to a miserable, fetid swamp. The light from your sun jewel pulses twice and fades. A little light glows to the east. In all directions, the forest has been replaced by marsh, except for here, a small bald plain of rock. A little way to the southeast, the stone tower still rises, though dwarfed by violet mountains behind. Let's try and get over here. We're going to lose a bunch of stamina in a moment, and there it goes. 4 down to 3. You cross the dry rock. After a while, it pools with water. So this is another way you can cross. If you don't have a way to get across the lake, I've been floating across the lake. You actually can change it into a marsh, but in this particular section of the marsh, it turns to stone, which you can cross safely as if the lake was not even there. Interesting. Multiple ways to progress. You've been awake all night and are weaker for it, back at the foot of the tower. The door to the tower stands open once more. It may be time to pray to Gorilla soon. We're getting very, very weak. The safety sword claims another victim. We have killed 5 of the serpents today. Turvor, you cannot get a chicken nugget eating contest. I would eat like 40 chicken nuggets and not stream for a week. If you're even still here. Chicken nugget nerds. That's pretty much exactly what would happen. We have a little problem here with this beam of light. Kind of causing a little disparity in the forest. The marsh sucks. Everybody knows that. I don't know where I even want this beacon to be. I kind of want it to just cancel out the other light, but this is just messy. I don't think we need to go back into the Forest of Snatta anytime soon. He says, usually wrong. No, I don't want any help from the chat. Basically, I just have to figure out places I haven't been, possibly at certain times I haven't been there. Or interacting with certain people. The one thing I haven't really done is gone through the... I don't think I've been to this northwest... Yeah, I have. I've been to the northwest past the bridge. I've also been here. You wouldn't win the 50 nugget challenge? I might win a 50 nugget challenge. I don't know, maybe. There'd be a lot of nuggets, though. I'm just going to leave it, like, here, which I don't think is going to hurt anything for now. Just kind of point it out of the way. And I want to take a look at the map. Because I've definitely been all over here, but not during the marsh. We have not looked up here during marshlands at all, actually. So, that is probably worth pursuing. But I need more than 3 stamina to go through the marsh. If I move this beacon again, how wide can the beam get? It can't really show me as much of the marsh as I want. A lot of it's forest. I think that beam is the best one to have covering. But this is really the only place I haven't been. I just need to figure out how to get some heals. The unfortunate... Okay, first of all, where can I make a fire? I've got raw meat that I could eat for free. I have 2 raw fish, raw meat. I haven't seen anywhere to cook since way over here in the old village. At least we can say we defeated the serpents with a -3 sword. There's that one random guy that will be reporting it. Yeah, but that kind of makes for a better story if we dispatch the serpents, but the one dark elf guy gets away. Kind of spins a good tale. Hey, Resilient says, dropping by to drop 3 years on this stream. Sorcery 3, is that some coincidence? I don't know, I've missed the earlier parts, so I'm out for now. Thanks for the laughs and tears over the years. Well, thanks for popping in and appreciate your resub. Sticking around for 36 months. Thanks for 3 full years of hanging out. Does the Andalander not know how to make a campfire? So it would seem. I'm trying to think of all the places we saw fire. We saw fire here, but this is now empty. Besides the fire serpent. Ooh, what about here? That's not a terrible idea. Go back to the village. I think they have a fire in their camp. That might be worth pursuing. I'm in favor of trying to check it out. Then we'll get our strength, we'll sleep, we'll heal, maybe pray if we need to, and go from there. Perhaps teleporting down to the steps would be ideal. So how about we do that?
Let's go through the secret portal.
Cast a spell or climb down. I don't know what spell we would even be needing to cast from up here, but down we go. To the base of the tower. With only 3 stamina to our name. Time to leave this gloomy place. Uh-oh, we're in the middle of marshland. Perhaps you should rest here for a few hours to regain some strength. Don't mind if I do. You feel a great peace as the hours pass you by. Mid-afternoon heat fills the valley. The time has come to walk. The mountains to the east are impassable. I mean, it does say that, but that may be because of the time. I wonder if you cast a different light on the mountains, if they'll be passable. Because there's definitely like a little hole right there. Either way. I wonder if we can evade the marsh altogether. Let's see. The bleak, level lands stretch away in all directions. No soul would live out here. We have to go through this marsh. Fine, so be it. Take my stamina. The ground itself seems to give way to bogland as the sun begins to dip already. You splash through the marsh when you hear something groaning and gobbling in the distance. Wait and listen. You wait, watching to see what the creature is. At first you can barely make anything out. Then through the parting mist, a dim, gluttonous shape lumbers into view. I guess glutinous? It's very bready. It is a slime eater, or not quite, as this creature is grayer and somewhat thinner than the creatures that inhabit the sewers under Corée. Oh my. Eat this goblin. No? Sharpened blade? Talk all languages? It is a creature, right? I don't know. Does it even speak? Unknown. We cannot bind the enchantment. We could try and teleport. Ooh. Counters gum. Yeah, I'm gonna teleport. Zip! Consulting the constellations above, you bind the spell, trusting to luck as the ring of green metal on your finger gleams like a serpent's eye. You close your eyes as your body is wrenched away. You reappear close at hand away from the creature and slip away quickly. Yeah, it's not worth screwing with a slime eater. They don't really listen to reason. You reach the edge of the marsh abruptly and climb onto flat ground as the evening draws in. The scrubland is broken quite suddenly by a small waist-high post, to which is nailed a written notice. You pause to read the sign. The writing is crabby, but you slowly decipher it. Stop, traveler! Every wish can come true, for this post marks the grave of the god Benanga. Call his name and close your eyes to be blessed forthwith. It says Basinga. This might be worth suspecting danger. I think it is. No, not being big. I'm gonna suspect danger. Shush. You gather the stars into shape around you, and a quiet voice speaks into your thoughts. There is some danger here, but it does not specify what it is. Is there a way to cast sus on sus to see if sus is going to be worth casting in the first place? Is there a turn order there? Does that matter? Fine. Call the name Bazinga. You stand carefully by the post and call out, Benanga! To the empty air. Nothing seems to change. There is no sense of danger or of blessing in the air. There is danger here. Let's just walk right into it. You close your eyes as the note instructed. Nothing happens. You sense no danger. You call it again, but still there is no response. Then you feel something move under your feet. You step away from the post just as the ground gives way and collapses into the earth. You have avoided falling into the trap by mere moments. You peer down into the side of the pit. At the bottom, a small Baru beetle is burrowing. It works its soft mandibles to fill in the pit with sand once more. And the beetles have been nice to us. Let's move on. You leave the pit. You must continue your journey, but the road seems terribly long. Perhaps you should wait and rest here for a few hours. No. Keep going. You force yourself to move and cannot afford to waste time. You can rest when the quest is done. There was a little beetle guy. You cast Bazinga and the studio audience howls with laughter. Clouds begin to tumble across darkening skies. We're heading towards the village. We are god of this village, by the way. We should find a suitable spot to rest, and so we will. And possibly use the fire to make some food, if we're lucky. You approach the gate once again. The guards nod to you in recognition. Listen, Clattaman. I found this magical object on one of your people's bodies, and I think it only fitting that you feel the full effects of God. Your jewel of gold shines and gleams. The light that enters the Clattaman's eyes is just as bright. They quickly begin to prostrate themselves on the ground. With the guards and all, they will not stop you. You walk on in to the village again. Been some time since we've been here. You look around the weird houses and stop by the fire. Here we are. A fire. Hey, Etalyx, I just want to thank you for all the entertainment you give me the last 6+ years, either on Twitch or YouTube. You're one of the few that I've been truly enjoying since the beginning. You're a great person with an amazing community. Thank you, Benito. Almost 4 full years. Been a long time. Thank you for sticking with it for so very long, Benito. I'm glad that you've been enjoying it since the beginning. Much love. Did you hear that, community? You were called amazing. Those of you who are not yet asleep on the East Coast, where I know it's almost 1 a.m., but I am determined that we can finish this tonight. That's us. Hey, dat me. But thanks again, Benito. I know you pop in when you can. Hopefully that's enough to still have fun. Sleep is for the weak. There is this funny transitional period between about 9 p.m. Pacific and midnight. Once I get to midnight, all the EUs start rolling in. There's that like 3-hour sleepy window. As the world turns. What is this? You make your way to a space by the fire as several Clattamen and Clattawomen are sprawled around singing songs consisting of barks and squawks and occasionally turning a roach pig on the pit. One stands as you arrive, slapping her chest and then her head in some kind of greeting. Slap my chest and then my head. Like, I don't like that? I don't... Hello, chat. Greetings. You reply with the same gesture, and the Clattawoman stares in amazement, then falls about laughing. She repeats the gesture once more. Is this a trick? You repeat the gesture once again. The Clattaman's eyes seem to all but pop out. Suddenly, she leans forward and smiles strangely. Uh-oh, am I doing a mating call? Drawing up her lips and showing her teeth, which she then begins to pick. This continues for a moment, but then, when nothing happens, she stops in evident puzzlement. Perhaps she thought she was looking at a mirror. One of the Clattamen by the fire waves you over and tears off a leg of pig. You accept the roast meat, which is almost raw and barely palatable. Another of the clansmen, don't you guys have a fire? Cook it! Brings you a mug of tea-like broth that accompanies the meat, the way a running nose accompanies a feverish cold. Cook my raw food on the fire. Leave the fire, ask about the 7 serpents, ask about the forest, eat more pig. Look, I got my own food. We're gonna cook it raw. You unwrap the portions of raw meat and fish you've been carrying and roast them in the fire. Let's save it for later. You save the provisions, they should keep well. Let's not get sick. We ate a little bit of raw roast meat, that's enough. I'm gonna ask them about the 7 serpents. Do you know of the 7 serpents? You ask. One of the Cladamen stiffens at the words. Perhaps he recognizes them, or has heard them somewhere else. Either way, he begins to point vigorously at the fire with one hand, while with another he lifts a handful of dust from the ground and makes it as if to throw it on the flames. You realize he's telling you the weakness of the fire serpent, sand. He repeats this pattern a few times before seeming to forget what he's doing, and then sits back in silence. Suddenly there is a sound behind you, followed by hushed silence. Turning, you see a well-built Cladamen, taller and stronger than the rest, approach with an unsteady gait. Before you can react, he lifts you and tosses you across the fire to a patch of ground near the gate. Oh no. The large Cladamen stumbles after you, growling loudly. You cannot understand his meaning, and then he raises a large club. He wants to fight. I may have done some kind of mating call to his gal. I don't know. That's my interpretation. I'm not sure. Is that why she was laughing? Playing Darkest Dungeon? Nice, chill aside. I'm ready for Darkest Dungeon 2. Hey, Drummer lied about Taco Bell. I still don't know what the lie was, but thank you for the bits, by the way. I will forever be jealous of your facial hair. You shouldn't be. Yours could be better if you wanted it to be. It just takes time. Guys, one day I'll shave. I'm going to surprise you all. I'm going to shave. Eyebrows, my full head, and my beard. No, I'm not. I'm not going to become the egg. I'm not going to become an actual, like, egg. That'd be scary. Darkest Dungeon 2 does not have a release date, no. Not that I know of. Nose hairs, too. I'll just be the guy in Barry. I saw a couple episodes of Barry. It was okay. It wasn't like... Maybe season 2 is better. I don't know. But yeah. This is a tiny... Why is this image so small? How about this? Except, I won't look like that. Because this dude is, definitely buffer than me. But that would be, like, what the effect shaved head, shaved face, shaved eyebrows, shaved nose would look like. Yeah, I watched like 4 episodes. The best part about Barry is that it's short. It's like 30 minutes per episode, which makes it bearable to me. But I might keep watching it. I just think that the best part about the show Barry is that guy. The guy I just showed you is the best part about the show. I feel like a show named Barry should be the best part of the show. Just thought. Greet him. No, we're not going to greet him. We're going to cast a spell and possibly I'm going to pray to the gorilla right now. We need some healing if we're going to beat the champion from the Cladamen village. Thank you, gorilla, for your 5 health. If I cast a spell, do the Cladamans even know what that is? Do they know what magic is, I wonder? control non-intelligent creatures. I could make him hit himself with his own club. Illusion of treasure. Cause fear. We don't have the face mask anymore. Someone stole it. Oh, baby, this might be my chance. Am I missing any letters? Ooh, why does it always want me to throw holy water at stuff? This might be my chance. Do you think there's danger? Sap! Reaching into the stars, you create the magic, but the Cladaman seems unaffected. It seems he's so out of touch with his feelings that altering them has no effect at all. Everybody should take some time for themselves, some personal time to reflect on how they feel, okay? Otherwise, it'll sneak up on you, you know? You'll just be doing something like eating Chick-fil-A, and you take your last bite of your last chicken, you're just like, how did I get here? Why didn't I buy a chicken sandwich too? I could have had both. Just take some time to reflect. That's all I'm saying, guys. Let's cast another spell. Let's impress them. Let's impress them. You spin the constellations into order around you and begin to attempt to take control of the Cladaman's mind. The spell works on unintelligent creatures. Now you will find out if they truly are unintelligent. The Cladaman raises his club to swing it down on your head. Make him strike himself down. You hold your nerve, trusting to your spell. The Cladaman's great biceps tense, and then the club comes crashing down, hitting into the Cladaman's own groin. His eyeballs twist about in their sockets like flowers, turning toward a sudden ray of sunshine. Then his face turns a deep shade of blue, and he sinks to the dust. The other Cladaman around the fire nod appreciatively. They seem to consider this a fair, ordinary fight, and that you are the clear victor. The other Cladamen go to find their fallen champion. One of the Cladawomen slaps you on the back. Another Cladaman beckons from outside a nearby tent, his face painted with strange spirals and markings. The hammocks, the painted Cladaman, or leave the village. Okay, I want to go see the painted Cladaman while it's relevant first. You head over to the beckoning Cladaman. From his tent, you catch faint wisps of strange herbal smells. He is no doubt their local sorcerer. Kill. You nod a greeting, which he returns, placing both hands on either side of your face. Then he begins to murmur a strange blessing. You feel strength filtering deep into your bones. His gift is powerful and deep. When you step back, you feel stronger, taller, and more confident. You bow in thanks. He smiles and walks away from the fire. That is 17 stamina that we are at now from that gift. How do you feel taller? You never heard of like walking tall? Did he increase your max? I think my max stamina went up by 1. Let's ask again about the serpents. Intrigued by the Cladaman's first clue, you try to ask about the serpents once more, but he begins to merely repeat the same performance. I'm going to end up accidentally pissing them off and getting thrown out of the village watch. You look around for something to use to communicate further. Show them the serpent ring, point into the teacup. That might be water serpent, the ground serpent, sword, enough talking. Why can't I find a guy like this in real life that just makes you taller and more attractive? I don't know. Where do those shamans hide? Exactly. I think the options are definitely not teacup or ground. It's serpent ring or sword. Serpent ring or pointed sword. I'll point at the serpent ring because that seems a little more clear. You pull out the serpent ring and show it to the Cladamen. They cower immediately, trying to hide behind one another. Point at my sword. You indicate your sword, and the Cladamen nod to one another, but it's unclear what they are saying. Perhaps they simply like swords? You point down into the water in a nearby cup, and the Cladamen nod. Grabbing a handful of burning fat from the pig on the spit, he tosses it into the cup. The Cladamen whose cup it was becomes enraged, and the two begin beating each other in the head with rocks. Still, perhaps it is a clue. How is that a clue? You stamp on the ground. One of the Cladawomen shakes her head. Perhaps they do not know how to defeat the Earth Serpent, or they think you're asking if you can plant vegetables here. It's impossible to tell. One Cladaman picks up a stone, then punches it. Is that a clue? What can you tell me of the forest of Snata, you ask? The creatures look between one another blankly. For all their human shape, they do not seem to have human thoughts. I think it's time to leave the fire. You have found one new clue. Whatever could it be? Because I don't see it. The Cladamen's clue. They gave you a clue about the serpents pointing at fire, then throwing dust. They gave you a second clue pointing at the water, then reaching for the dripping fat. Oh, the water serpent is oil. That's a good clue. Actually a good clue. If we didn't already have that done. 10,000 frames gone again today. It's time to sleep in the hammocks, I think. One corner of the camp is slung with hammocks, but their for is unclear, as the Cladafolk seem to have tents, but a few creatures are asleep in them already. You haul yourself up into one. They're far too large for a normal human, but this, in fact, only makes it more comfortable and ensures there is room for your pack. You do not need to eat today. You stretch out and rest, protected here, untroubled by dreams. Day 32. You have gained a little max stamina, some provisions, reached the forest of Snata, defeated the fire serpent, leaving just one more to destroy. How about that? And we're back to full stamina. I love this Cladamen village. The Cladamen village is so useful and good. The guards are still prostrating as you leave. Oh no, they're gonna be like that forever, aren't they? They're just prostrate forever. Okay, so the options are go back that way, or you may... We need to go all the way north. It's gonna take like a full day to get there. Either way you go, to be honest. But at least we start off in the morning. So this is just gonna be like, pretend we're fast traveling here for a moment, chat. How about that? Unless some random event happens that I'm not expecting. Hoping not to attract any more bears, you move on as the winds pick up. The path winds tortuously through the forest. It's noon. How about we just, I don't think we've ever actually passed under here, but maybe one time. You walk between the trees. Mid-afternoon haze makes the air uncomfortably warm. You return to the shadow of the old bridge. We've done this one time before, but this is where I want to go. You could climb. I'm just going to cut through, step over the rocks and out the other side. And we're trying to go from here in, I guess, into the bog. But we need to sleep somewhere. What time is it? It's almost nighttime. We might just turn back around and sleep under the bridge. The winds pick up as the evening draws on. Yo, I don't know where I'm supposed to sleep here. At least we're not getting stuck inside the swamp this time. Soon it will be dark. You come across the rotten shell of a boat half buried in the mud. Maybe this was once a lake. Another night begins. You need to rest, especially after so much walking on an empty stomach. There is a rare rise of dry ground in the wetland of the marsh. You scramble to its summit. You sense the presence of magic, but only thinly. The presence of magic. What serpents are left? One serpent. We don't know what it is. I'm out of water. Cold coffee. I've had a coffee, a Coke, and a water. Why am I so thirsty? It's only been 6 hours. That hasn't even been that long of a stream. I don't know what spell to cast here either. Sense the presence of magic, but there is no magic protection spell available. We can't cast anything with S. You could look into your future. Just rub it in. Dock? Not necessary at the moment. No H spells either. Very picky. Very finicky. And no sense danger. Okay, well, I guess we'll rest here. You lay your pack down. This is hardly comfortable, but unlike the rest of the marsh, you can rest here without fear of sinking. You've not eaten today. That's fine. You close your eyes and let tiredness overtake you. What is left of the night is filled with visions. Once more you fall into a pit of burning rocks, but every time you land, it is only for the stones to melt and you tumble further down. Mocking laughter seems to ring in your ears. Day 33 has come and gone already. That was quite fast. Continue on through the mud. Wait, we haven't been up here, have we? No, we have. Is there really nothing up here? I'm kind of shocked, actually. Let's just go back. Apparently I'm not even close. But you can cast a spell here, I just don't know why. We've been to this busted down house one time. Maybe we should check back in and see what up. In the ancient overgrown hut. Were the stars different here? Doc, again? Sap, again? Create a light. Doesn't do anything. Okay, can't be in the hut. What am I'm missing? I'm clearly missing something. Let's go back to the, let's go back to the tower, shall we? And figure it out from there. Oh, I know what I'm missing. I know one thing I'm missing for sure. I just have to think about it. I've got an idea. Does anybody remember where we left the boat? It's gonna require a boat. Etalyx has been here for 32 days, lol. Yeah, laugh it up. About to be 33. Alright, we're floating across the lake so we don't have to step foot in it. The water is drinkable though, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, we just glide across, head up the tower. We've been here like 10 times. But this time I have a purpose in mind. Not just adjusting the beam, by the way. Even though I don't think we've really been up here. We've definitely been over there. There may be cause to do like this and then eventually come back. I'm just gonna leave this here. Hopefully it doesn't end up annoying me, but we haven't been through that. That's not why I'm here, though. I'll show you why I'm here. We're gonna go to the statues. But I need time to be on my side. Which means I need these beams to not be fighting. Nobody said that? Coffee? Maid? What do you want from me? Alright, this is gonna really annoy me in the future. I can almost guarantee it. Alright, let's go back up into the sky, into the heavens. This light should now work. Who is this coffee maid you speak of? So we're going all the way to the other side. I think the boat's here, if we're lucky. We're gonna move outside. The Grimalkin's still shooting fireballs everywhere. Someone must have taken the boat because it's gone. No, they didn't. The boat is... the boat is still there. You're wrong. The boat bandits are back, apparently. Under what circumstances is the boat gone? When you hear that jingle. Hold on. Okay, just go back to the top of the tower. Inside the tower. Further. When you go to the top. Stupid time boat bandits. Any vodders in the chat? What? That doesn't even make any sense. So what time zone? Chat, what time zone is the boat in? That's such a stupid question that I have to ask. Do we have any idea? Any chatters in the chat? It's a valid question. VOD Squad is currently in the chat. We're really almost done. I just gotta find this one last dude. I think it's in the past. Maybe. Let's find out. Yeah, because it kind of has to be. How? What if we go to the top of the tower, turn the light, adjust the beam a completely different way, right? Like over here. No, it has to be like pointing, just pretend like we don't even need this light right now, okay? Climb down, see if the boat's there now. It's literally pointing the opposite direction to avoid problems. Make a move. Go outside. The little boat is still here. There it is. Now, we got another problem, which is I need the light to face here. How? I don't know. Okay, how about this? Go back up to the top of the tower. We're gonna rewind. We're gonna adjust the beam facing this way. This is very specific. It has to be done though. Touch the blue crystal, soar up into the air, go back to this guy. Well, at least we can fast travel between these points. Are you chatters here now, in past or present? Which one is it? How about that? Yeah? The time light is on the thing, not on the island. Yeah? It's pretty good, right? Now we travel back over to this side. It's like a puzzle. It's like a big puzzle. We're just having to solve it very specifically. We almost soft-locked ourselves with the boat down here. At least the lights can look over the mountains, you know? There is a world in which that wouldn't even be possible. I have no idea how you did this in the book. Nor do I really want to know. Okay, push the boat out. We leave the shore. Drift across the lake. Did we ever go into this quadrant of the lake? What time? Yeah, we did. The only place we haven't visited is up here, but I don't know if there was anywhere to go. It's just this weird patch of land that I didn't see any way to travel across. This is clearly something of significance near the statues. Once more, the stone harbor is a ruin. Why? Did I not go there at the right time? Uh-oh. Hang on, right now. There we go. Okay, I had to wait. You row the boat across the water, the stars carpet the sky. You're back at the stone harbor at the lake's southern shore. You could push ashore and begin the climb to High Zaman, or return to try and defeat the final serpents. So it's implying that the serpents are behind me. But we can look at the statues now. A sorcerer on the left, a sorceress on the right. Each lifts a hand to the sky, reaching for the power of the stars, winding them moving constellations with their fingertips. Is that me? The figures show might, power, and confidence. Magic, they say, is a force for the betterment of all. Perhaps this was true once. Now, magic is just the thread that keeps you alive, and as more magic collects into the hands of the Archmage, it will spell death for all. Something glints between the statue's toes. Set in the wedge between the fourth and fifth toe is the blue crystal. Okay, well, this ain't it. This is just how you leave, right? Hold on, what's up with this? Something's like fading in and out here on this little hill. But I don't think that matters to me. Alright, where have I not been? There's only one serpent left, and how have we not have a single clue about it for the whole game? Chat, am I missing something obvious? Let's look again. We've been, for sure, everywhere in the first zone. In the past and the present. We've been, I would say, 85% of this. There might be, this is suspicious to me. I've only been here through one time zone. We've been through the cave. I don't know, maybe I should go to the cave again. We've pretty much been all through the swamp. We found the fire serpent. What else? Do we know which serpent is missing? I do not know which serpent is missing, no. The only oddities left. There were the death race here, which are gone. There was the church, which we've explored thoroughly. We've done the village on the steppes, we've done the marsh. We've been through both paths of the forest of Snata. We've seen the bridge in both timelines. We've seen most of the town. The only thing that we didn't see really is the factory, but there was no way to go back. We just kind of got in there and then left. We've seen all the islands. The only thing I haven't done is try to shine a light on the Beacon Island. So I haven't tried to put the Beacon Island into the past. Well, it's in the future, but I haven't tried to put it in the past. The real serpent were the friends we made along the way. But it is strange that through all this, we have not found any indicator of what it even might be. Chat, are any of the clues that I have relevant to my missing serpent? Yes or no? I don't know. Because I'll study the clues again. Yes, no. Yes, no. Yes and no. I mean, I ain't turning off the stream till I figure it out. We've been to the cave in the cliff in future and past. We've dealt with the ferryman's air of deceit. We have not had any indication of a sleeping ram. Sleepless ram. No one calls anybody the Sham. The Lord of Throg, the Larder of Throg, I mean. The blood candle. Somehow we have avoided getting a clue at all for this, which is impressive. I refuse to leave here without figuring it out. Okay. Well, here, listen. We're gonna have some spoiler questions. Okay? Here's my spoiler question. Am I correct in eliminating the Forest of Snada and the swamp from the equation? See, I think no, and here's why. The only thing we got from the swamp is one clue. So I refuse to believe this entire swampland exists just so that you find the goblins who tell you about the time clue. That's the only thing that I found here. Can I have some frames? Please, Cox? Hello? Thank you. Nice slideshow. What serpents have I killed? I have dispatched the Serpent of Time, the Moon, Air, Fire, Earth, and Water. So, just tell me this. Should I go to the swamp or not? You will not be punished for your answer, unless you're just lying. Ready for the next slide, please? Because GamerSense tells me the swamp is hiding something. I just can't... The Cox Serpent cannot be killed. Because it'd be weird if it wasn't spread out a little bit more. Because we found Earth right here, Air, Time, Water. 4 serpents all right here. Only 1 serpent over here, Moon. So you're telling me all this has no serpents. 1 serpent here, Fire. 4, 5, 6. Like, that's super... Like, my eyes are as far away from this side as possible. If there's a 5th serpent here, it would have to be, like, in the riverbed. Which I never even saw a way to go in there. Just take me back to the boat. What time is it? We're about to lose a whole bunch of stamina. Cannot sleep on the shore? Apparently not. Well, let's go lose some stamina for fun. Ow. Don't know what time zone we looked at this. We may as well just swim around. We have full stamina anyways. We're just gonna burn some. Pulling oars all night. Day 34. No new clues. Rip for stamina. Okay, let's just double back. I kind of want to go back to the potion house and see if we can try a different potion there. Let's see what happens. Look who's asking help from chat now. Well, it's hard. I don't want to waste you guys' time any more than I already have. I don't think we've been wasting time, though. Just that the 7 serpent's hard to track down. With no clues. Having played for 20 hours? I'm gonna go ashore and just see what happens. The sun begins to dip, heading for the horizon. That did not take long at all. Okay. You find nothing new, you head back to the shore. But on your way back through the long grass, you trip over something protruding from the ground that is a small half-buried shrine that you pass right by without noticing on your way up the slope of the hill. You kneel to examine the tiny carved totem. It is barely a foot tall and sculpted in a curious half-deformed human shape. At least half of its length has sunk into the ground, or else it is so old the ground has grown over it. There's little writing, mostly obscured, near the base. You clear away a little of the mud around the base of the idol, to reveal a few characters. Y-A-N. The figure's face has been largely dissolved by rain and wind. Its hands are held out, but they are empty. Trying to think of any gods we know of that have a Y. Slang was the evil one. Korga was another one. I just kind of want to see what's going to happen, to be honest. You bend on one knee by the shrine, intrigued, ready to make an offering to this strange god, whoever he may be. As you sit, a voice enters your head that you have not heard before. Do you make a gift to the god of gods? I do. What gift do you require? Tell me, I pray, how to serve. I mean, we've got some Korga clues before. Maybe there's a god clue here. What gift do you require? The voice falls silent, offering no answers. Its hands are held out, but they are empty. Offer gold, food, a vial of holy water, or nothing. No clues whatsoever. Just 1 in 3 chance of being right. A gold piece seems too easy, right? We're on the island with this strange potion maker. Thus, I would say offer some kind of ingredient, such as holy water. I think food is too basic, gold piece is too basic. Vial of holy water, though, could be a huge waste of time if it turns out to be wrong. Because I'm going to stick with whatever I do here as a non-rewind. But I can't. I have to make a decision. The god, what would the god of gods want? Something I'm not really willing to part with, I would think. And I'm not willing to part with holy water. Yen. Is that supposed to be a clue? Why? Do we have anything in the spell book Y related? Yob, I guess, is the only one that does not help me at all. Yen. Nay. Yen, nay. Alright, anything else sculpted in a curious half-deformed human shape? Half-deformed. Okay, well, half-deformed almost makes me think food. I don't see anything to indicate holy water. This seems like a Hail Mary. Gold. If it's half-deformed, out of these 3, I'd pick food. You place an item of food down at the god's feet and bow your head, nothing happens, and you take it back. You place gold at the base of the idol, but there's no change, nothing happens, you take it back. You unstopper a vial of holy water and pour it over the idol, bowing your head. The liquid runs down the broken face like tears, but nothing else occurs. Clearly you have nothing worth offering to this idol. You stand once more. A small corner of stone falls from the idol's back to the mud below. You pause to pray at the shrine, but if it ever had any power, it seems to be gone. You sense nothing from the stone and head back to the shore. Okay. Well, I guess the correct answer was, nothing. And now we don't have holy water anymore. Whatever. Thank you for speaking to me for nothing. I mean, clearly there was a god there. Okay, let's get out of here. We're going to the lake. We're going up to the boat shore. But my holy water! Well, it's gone now. Have we been over here? I'm just gonna go over here because I'm desperate. And I need to be certain that there's not like a secret path over here, and there's not, as far as I can tell. I just had to know. Well, if we can make it here before the night is over, we can at least sleep on the shore. We're gonna hop out of the boat, and what does walk the other way mean? I have no idea what it means. Can I not sleep here? I'm trying to get to this beacon so I can teleport. Okay, I'm gonna rest here. This is no place to rest, but the day has been long. You sit down, trying to repress a shudder. The ghost of ancient cartwheels seem to run through you. You stretch out and try to sleep, ignoring the echoing winds that carry the fragments of voices past you. You lie back to forget your troubles. The long night is kept busy with vivid dreams. You stride across the plain when a tree cuts across your path. It slaps you hard across the belly, sending you flying backwards and then stomps away once more. Is this a clue or just a vision? You stride across the plain when a tree cuts across your path. I mean, that could somehow... Whoops. That could somehow represent the steps into the Snatta Forest. You wake, you have not been run over in the night, the road is just as it was, and you continue to walk. Rockarola, this is actually... I think we found the shrine in the present time. Because this is the shore, this is where we found the shrine. So it would have to be the future. Maybe the final serpent's already dead. Maybe. If he would, that'd be pretty funny, though. We'd have no idea. We're just kind of wandering about here, hoping for an answer. We're still finding things that we haven't seen before, like that shrine. And we have to do a little setup here as we snake our way back up for the finale. Have I read The Sword of Shannara? I have not. I don't even know what it is. Not even sure what it is. Gonna leave that there for now. And teleport to here. Far across the wilderness. And move this beam. So that the other beacon can shine the way it is supposed to. And then go from this blue crystal to this blue crystal. And to be honest, I can't remember what time zone I went to that northern statue. I think I went there in the past, because I remember someone praying at it, and I don't think anyone's praying at it while it's decrepit. So I'm gonna do like this. That way the farm and they were building a tower here that we never really figured out what that was for. I'm gonna do like this and then go past. Okay. On we go. You make a move down through the trapdoor, and let's leave. Hey, 0 frames. Cool! Nice. Etalyx has cast COX. Cox. No problem, hey, no problem. First sorcery stream, hey Hobo Toaster. We're trying to finish up part 3, and we're kind of wandering around. We haven't really cast Zap as much as we've cast Hot. We've been hotting a lot. Okay, we can just go straight through to the north. I'm gonna go there first and then double back. I don't think that really is anything. There may be more shelter closer to the mountain slopes. We'll see what happens. You carry on tramping across the dusty plains. There is little of the reclining statue left in the rock face of the cliff. The statue's feet are still mostly visible, and the top of its head. But the figure's belly has been eaten away by rain and wind. You settle back. You have not eaten today. We'll save it for later. The night is restless. The lynchbug queen lies in front of you, puffing her lips and blinking 300 eyes as she promotes you to a role as her consort. What? Through it all, you feel the heat of Analan. Should we go talk to the lynchbug queen again? Well, nothing was up here, so... okay. The lynchbug queen's consort. The workers still look for foundations. Oh, the workers are still laying the foundations nearby. You return and find the blue crystal. It seems to have been tidied away since you were last here. Weird. I don't know. I'm just kind of fumbling around. You walk on across the plain till you meet the edge of an old road. As the sun climbs toward its zenith, the winds pick up. You stop suddenly as you notice movement in the distance. 3 shapes are approaching rapidly across the plain, throwing up a thick cloud of dust as they move. As you watch, they turn and head toward you. You raise a hand to hail the approaching figures, to discover they are tall, thick-set centaurs. Whoa! Centaurs? Look at these guys with their bows. Hold on, did the centaur rescue me from the cross? I think the centaurs may have rescued me from the cross. I remember they were hooded figures that had a bow, and they kept a hood on and didn't reveal themselves.
Ho there, stranger,
Calls their leader, pulling himself up to a halt.
We are Backland horsemen.
Greetings. I require your help. I do require your help. The centaur unslings a bow and fires an arrow into the dirt by your feet as a warning to come no closer. He notches a second, aiming somewhat higher this time.
Do you? What is your purpose here in the living misery that is Badubak?
I am traveler. I am on a mission. My purpose is my own. I am on a mission, you reply boldly.
A mission? The centaur laughs. What mission could take you out here? There is nothing to find.
These plains seem busy enough. You answer wryly.
Just as a rotting corpse is busy with maggots. But you are no mere traveler. You are a sorcerer. I'd wager my bridle on it.
The others stamp their hooves in restless agreement. The centaur at the back of the group canters forward. This must be him, he mutters, not quiet enough for you not to hear. The one the serpents spoke of. Uh-oh. You know of the 7 serpents? You demand quickly. The centaur nods.
These lands are ours. Nothing crosses without our knowing.
Then tell me what you know.
Happily, we will tell you everything.
The head centaur replies with a booming laugh.
Every man deserves to know how he will die.
Where can I find the serpents?
The serpents have scattered across the plains, the centaur replies, and some are rushing to Mampang to deliver their message, while others lie in wait to hunt you down. The moon serpent is near here, one of the other centaurs says, in the mountains to the east.
The furthest centaur kicks the ground and grumbles, clearly unhappy that they are talking to you. I already found that one, idiots. I need to find them all, you say. The centaurs nod.
That may yet be possible. The Backlands are a strange place. They shift and change. The very earth itself is cursed. Many who try to rush across find themselves turning in circles. The serpents have crossed once before, but they may be slow in returning.
These guys are not helping me at all. Do you know the serpent's weaknesses? The centaur shakes his mane.
You mistake us. We patrol these plains, but we are not wizards. We do not know the ways of magic.
Tell me what you know, you demand.
We know little, the centaur replies, except that the serpent of sun cannot tolerate water.
You nod your head in thanks. The serpent of sun is the final serpent.
Finally, a clue.
The centaurs look increasingly restless. Thank you, you nod. You have been most helpful. The centaurs bow their heads and wait for you to go. The arrow fired by the centaur into the dirt is still here. Pull the arrow free. You tug the arrow from the dirt, the shaft as thick as your finger, the metal tip the size of a whetstone. You slide it into your pack as a souvenir. You nod in farewell to the centaurs and continue on your way, finding 2 new clues. The sun serpent's weakness. Water. I need to figure out where the sun serpent is. Okay, well, the water serpent's in water. The earth serpent's in earth. Sun serpent is in the sun. No doubt. If they only know the location of the moon serpent, I'm going to take a bit of a liberty and say the sun serpent is not right here. However, there was some strangeness in the cave, but this would be dark. I don't know, why would the sun serpent be hiding in the dark? The cave is still suspicious to me. Is there somewhere else I would think a sun serpent was hiding? How have we missed every possible conversation talking about a sun serpent? It's a great question. I don't know the answer, but at least it wasn't a waste of time. He just happens to know the weakness of the sun serpent after he said he doesn't know anything. Yeah, I know. How about that? By the way, I did just dump my water of holiness. Do we have a water bottle still? I do. I have a water gourd. I could just pour it on the sun serpent. Okay, now what? I guess we'll go down and then back to the thing. You're starting to sweat and you march forward. We'll go back to the beacon. You continue across the endless waste. Mid-afternoon heat makes the air damp. A stray gust of wind blows the dust from an arm bone in the earth. It lies under a layer of dust, half crushed by a decaying cartwheel. You kneel down and brush away a little more dirt. The arm is crushed between the elbow and the wrist. The cartwheel is shattered and rotten, but you recognize the markings on the rim. This is a wheel from the Black Elf caravan, but it must have been here in the dirt for at least 100 years. You dig a little more, but find nothing further. Any more bones or wreckage must be thoroughly buried, or perhaps most of the caravan went over the edge to the south. You straighten up, and another gust covers the fleshless fingers once more. You continue to walk and begin to feel hungry. The afternoon begins to draw on. You follow the old road to the edge of the fissure. The bleak plains stretch away once more. Behind you, wind whistles through the fissure. Spells can be cast here, which is curious. Very curious. What? Maybe you can teleport across the gap? We can do howl, we can do huff. We can do slowness. No idea why. We can also float. I kind of want to float down to the bottom and just see what happens. Let's try it. fall. You cast a spell, lightening your body weight to a fraction of normal, and move on. Oh, you can't. Oh. Well, in that case, never mind. I take that back. I thought that the whole point of having fall there was so you can jump into the crevice. In that case, I'm gonna zip. In that case, I'm gonna zip. You move the starlight into a pattern around you. A moment later, you open your eyes to find yourself on the other side of the fissure. There you go. Not that that matters, but whatever. Not that that matters, but whatever. Drop a pebble over the edge. No, it's okay. Let's go. What was the statue? I don't even remember. Soon it will be night. So we have a clue, but we also don't have a clue. I wish he didn't know the weakness, and I wish he just told me where the sun serpent was. Okay, we're gonna climb our little tower friend here, and then figure out where to go from here. Legendary sun serpent killed by spring water. I am tempted to try to go through the cave to the north again. I mean, there's an equal chance, statistically, that the serpent is here or here. It really could go either way. With zero clues to speak of. Because there's been 4 serpents on the east. It'd be weird for all 5 to be over there. So there's been 1 here, 1 here. Well, the 1 is technically in the middle. Between the 2. To be fair. So we've found just the 1 fire serpent. Moon serpent. If I was a sun serpent, I don't know, I'd be somewhere like in the first area. But I just don't know what I haven't explored. It's either first area or marsh. It kind of has to be. Or tunnel. Do you want a spoiler hint? No, because I still could find interesting stuff that I haven't seen before. And by wandering around, we did find a clue relating to the serpent, including its name, which is probably the most important thing. We know what we're looking for now. That's important. I want to go back to the city. We didn't really do much in this town, as I recall. So I might go ahead and connect the bridge and go to Karima, because it's been a while. What time is it? Is it night? I believe it is night. Probably a good time to sleep in the tower, set off a new day. There's no way to sleep in here. Okay, I don't know why. Just the only tower you cannot sleep in? Very weird, right? You can sleep in the other towers. Night falls. You are back by the low hut. Its windows are dark and it seems empty. We'll rest in there. It is unlocked. Yeah, let's sleep inside the hut. The hut is empty but for a tattered rug on the floor and an empty hearth. It seems safe enough. Something catches your eyes in the ashes of the hearth. Looking closer, you find the burnt fragment of a paper note. Just a single word is still legible. Elthira. You go to pick up the fragment of ash, but it falls to dust between your fingers. Elthira is the sorceress from the cave, right? She's the one that was smitten by the Analander. She loved us from afar for like centuries and somehow stayed alive through meditation to give us clues when we came back. Maybe we should eat something. Yeah, we have 3 rations. Let's not be greedy. Let's go ahead and eat. I'll heal back to full. You eat the hunk of cooked meat, feeling much better for it. Then you close your eyes and let tiredness overtake you. You seem guarded here and do not dream. You used 1 provision and found 2 new clues. We played dice and she fell in love with us. She did indeed. Elthira was a nice, fun character. It was interesting. She apparently was a bird for a year as well. The plain turns to rock and stone. The air stirs a little, cold and fresh. You follow the edge of the ridge. You hear a rattle of cartwheels in the mountain above. A moment later, something tumbles down the slope. You look up and see a goat tumbling down the rocky slope. It lands in a heap at your feet. Amazingly, it has survived the fall but is badly injured and bleats helplessly. One eye seems unable to open and the front leg is definitely broken. Otherwise, it seems to have difficulty breathing. Perhaps a rib is fractured. Wasn't some dude accused of stealing a goat, like right here? Like literally right here? In the past? What am I going to feed the goat? Goats don't eat meat, do they? Okay, apparently they eat fish. You take a fish from your pack and hold it out for the goat to eat. It munches down as best it can, but clearly it has lost its appetite. Put it out of its misery. Or leave it. The goat is not your concern, and you cannot help it. You turn to walk away, but are arrested. It bleats helplessly at you. The goat does not look healthy. Well, why did I feed it? I gave it one last meal of fish for some reason. Fine. You draw your sword, intending to end the goat's life swiftly. Then you look up as something else tumbles down the rocky slope. This time it is a fat man, waving and cursing as he staggers toward you. Catch him, step back, kill the goat. The fat man's coming! Kill it quick, before the fat man bowls into me like oh so many bowling pins. On Cosmic Night, where they do the crazy space theme. Glow-in-the-dark balls and pins. Catch him, step back, kill the goat. I just think kill the goat's funny. I'll catch him. You step forward to try to catch the man's fall, but his weight is such he knocks you clear to the ground. He is on his feet. Now you, he demands. What were you doing to my goat? He points at your sword accusingly. It is in pain. So help it, don't stab it, the man exclaims. Reaching down, he puts a carrying arm around the neck of the creature. Now, Channy, my dear, let's look at you. He lifts one foreleg tenderly, testing its movement. He probes the goat's swollen eye with a finger. Sheathe the blade. While the man is occupied, you quietly slide your blade back into its sheath. There we are, the man croons tenderly. You won't see that way again, but there's always this way, isn't there? Where were you taking it, you ask? Well, Tinpeng, the man replies. Or just outside. I was collecting this and a few other beasts to take back. I feel like this guy is the guy that stole the goat. Is it a long journey? He shakes his head. Just across the bridge and up the rising way. Gently, he hefts the goat under one arm and begins to make his way back up the rocky slope. Can you take me to Tinpeng? You call. You, he shouts back. But I want my goat to get there alive. With that, he clambers over a curve in the rocky slope and disappears from view. You continue to walk. And he's gone. Okay, well, he may be the one that stole the goat, but that goat stole my fish, and I think that makes the goat mine. Right? That's how that works. I feel like we only got part of the story there. You pick your way over the rocks to the edge of the road. The rising winds pull at your hair and cloak. Let's go back to the village. Clearly there's stuff we missed. You climb the path, pausing just outside the fence. You could return to the village or skip around it. Let's go inside. You enter the village once more. As before, it's calm and its people content. You nod to a few villagers and stride further in. Rich smells drift from the kitchen as the sun heats up. So we can leave south, go to the kitchen, go to the fire, or go to the tunnels. I'll go to the fire first. I don't think anybody's there during the day. You head back to the fire pit in the center of the village. The fire murmurs softly. A few people are gathered around staring into the embers. As you approach, one of the villagers leaps up startled. It's Mia, the girl who led you to the tunnels. She stares at you, shaking. And I promised that I would rescue her dog from the tunnels, who, by the way, we never found. There was no sign of a dog in those tunnels. I forgot about this. So, girl. Hang on. Wasn't there a guy here, too? No, yeah. The guy we rescued from, buried up to his neck, and we gave him water. He said he was going to go up to this village and find some clues for us. This is a good lead. This is a great lead. You thought I was dead? You inquire gently. That man is a ghost, she declares. I know it. I am no ghost, you say, holding out your hand for her to touch. She does not. He went into the tunnels and they collapsed on his head. I heard him scream. I found a way out. There is no way out, one of the villagers grumbles in reply. Those tunnels go down and down all the way to the netherworld, and there's no way back from there. The other villagers grumble in agreement. I did visit the netherworld, and I have returned. You tell them with a ghastly smile. And I am hungry, the girl gasps. You ate my dog, didn't you? She hisses. That's what you're saying. You ate my dog in the netherworld. He was most tasty. I do not eat dogs. One of the villagers stands up. We are a peaceful village of peaceful villagers, he declares. We cannot have strangers eating our dogs. He's a ghost, Mia chimes in. You won't be able to bury him alive. He'll escape. Boy, the village is turning against me real fast. Bury me alive. I have committed no crime. I feel like that's not gonna work. Bury me alive? Go for my sword. Listen to the girl. We gotta go ghost. We gotta go full ghost now. Listen to the girl. Grad will determine your guilt, the villager replies with a nod. Trial by burial has always served us well enough. You spread your hands to gather starlight for a spell, but you're not fast enough. They grab you by the arms and hoist you into the air. You are dragged out of the village toward the plains. I'm gonna burn this village to the ground because of this stupid little girl. Well, they took me into literally another time zone. You are dragged by strong arms across the plains, but somewhere on the way, their grip seems to fade. Struggle free. One last struggle and you slip free of their arms and whirl about to find your captors have disappeared. The fields underfoot turn to dust. You are back on the endless, desolate plains of the Backlands. A lucky escape indeed. But now, where will you go from here? Well, I guess I am an actual ghost that faded away. Nice self-fulfilling prophecy there. I'm gonna just go directly back to the village and be like, see? Trial by burial succeeds. And perpetuate a cycle of potentially dozens, if not hundreds of years of them burying people alive, because forevermore, they'll be like, no, yeah, definitely. One time we tried to bury a ghost and he got away. He was innocent. So that's why we bury everyone from now on forever. Because that one guy escaped and we know it's possible. So if you're truly innocent, you'll escape too. With no idea why. They've just been burying people because of me. It's probably why that other dude was buried down here. Hey, I'm back. I'm back, baby. I'm in. I'm about to fireball this village. You return into the village of Kuriyama somewhat cautiously after your last visit here ended badly. A few people pass by and nod your way. No one seems to recognize you, at least not immediately. Appealing smells drift from the kitchen. Clouds rumble as they roll across the inky sky. We could go back to the fire. I'm going to the kitchen this time. Then we'll go to the fire. You return to the cook's hut. The chef is working on some kind of broth and she smiles briefly at you. Wasn't this broth super expensive or am I crazy? You ask how much the broth is today. The cook tips her head.
The butcher hasn't been in a while, she answers. So prices have gone up. It's 8 gold pieces.
Absolutely not. I'll give you 4. The cook looks suddenly uncomfortable. She glances around awkwardly. You wish to pay me less than it's worth? She asks. Yes. She nods. I see. It is clear she is not happy with the idea, but I don't want to give her my gold! No, I'm rewinding. I didn't actually want to do it. I just wanted to see if she would do it. She just took 4 gold. I'm at full stamina. No. Just because you said, yes, I'll take 4 gold, doesn't mean I give you the 4 gold. See you later. I just wanted to see if you would capitulate to 4 gold. Time abuse. Take it up with the Time Lord. Oh wait, he's dead. I rule time now. Mo Game Pro. Okay, with the Time Serpent dead, I ascend to the throne. Okay, what did it say? The few creatures sit nearby murmuring to each other. The sun has almost set and the sky has turned deep purple. Wait for night. Leave for the south. I think we stay here, wait for night, then go through the cavern at first light. I was there to increase my haggling skills. The sun dips behind the towering mountains and the air grows cold. No one recognizes me after they tried to bury me, which is interesting. You look about warily, fearful you'll be recognized as an escaped criminal, but no one seems to pay you any special attention. Gentle snoring fills the hut. Wow, okay, so the game knows. They know that I did the thing. You let yourself rest. You have not eaten today. That's okay. You lie back and try to forget your troubles. You feel untouched by danger here, and your slumber is unbroken by dreams. You used 1 provision on like a dying goat, entered the village of Kuriyama, got arrested, escaped, and found no new clues. How bizarre. And now it is time to go back into the tunnels, but there was a landslide there, right? You head to the north gate of the village. Smaller, clearly less frequently used. The path winds up toward the mountains. You cannot go inside. The whole thing has been blocked by a rockfall, and you turn to go back. Oh. I see. Well, that certainly complicates things. To be fair, isn't there supposed to be a guy up here that gives me some help? He was gonna go find clues and he didn't. I guess he was a scoundrel after all. Unless he's in the other time zone. Okay, have I even gotten warm yet? The Sun Serpent is here somewhere. The Sun Serpent is only vulnerable to water. If the Sun Serpent's vulnerable to water, he's not gonna be in the swamp. Right? That only stands to reason. That wouldn't make any sense at all for the Sun Serpent to hide in the swamp if he's allergic to water. So he's not on the lake. Sun Serpent is not on the lake for sure. I don't think he's here at all. He's not in, I'm gonna say not in the swamp. He has to be somewhere over here. He's definitely in this area. Chat, we're playing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire right now. We're playing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. I am going to say 50-50, eliminate 50-50, okay? So, this is my lifeline I'm using. I'm gonna say 50-50, he's in this area somewhere. True or false? We're playing Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. This is half the map. The other half of the map would be this. Half the map. True or false? True, right? Okay, so you know what happens? Every time you play Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and they do 50-50. True, true, yes, false, false, wrong. True, true, false, false, wrong. Nice. I don't know who to trust. The duality of chat. Well, okay, that doesn't mean I can't find clues in here. There could be clues in here. The clues could be anywhere, though. Where have I not been? In what time zone? Yeah, Katie Bell, I know you're supposed to wander a lot. I've wandered everywhere I can realistically wander, though. Without trying real hard to wander harder. Like, it's not wandering anymore, it's very pointed searching at this point, because I've been basically everywhere that GamerSense has been able to take me. Maybe he's there because he's the least, you least expect to find weakness to water in the swamp. I don't want to actually Google the answer, because that's not fun. Man, this is rough. We haven't been up here in a long time. Let's see what's up here. The mountaintop is empty. There's no sign of Vankus anywhere. Overcome by curiosity, you approach the hut. It takes 2 circles to find there was no apparent door at all. I'm gonna regret this, aren't I? You tap once, then quickly stop, as you feel your skin stick to the hut walls. There are now grazed patches on your knuckles. Looking more closely, you see the hut itself seems to be not canvas, but a thick layer of skin. You call out to Vankus, but there is no reply, and your voice is carried by the endless wind. Why would that be a thick layer of skin? The climb is uneventful. We're heading back to the tower, so I can at least move the beam somewhere else. These lamps are not safe. Ugh. The afternoon is drawing on. I know. There's got to be someone else. Like, the centaurs knew about the sun serpent's weakness, and that was over here. But, I mean, we got the water serpent's weakness over here, too, and the water serpent was on the other side of the map, so that's not really a proximity clue. The only one they said was close by was the moon serpent. So, I'm going to eliminate. I don't think the sun serpent is here in present day. He might be here in the... No, hang on. Have I fought any of the time serpents in the past? I don't think I have. I fought all the serpents in the present/future. Right? Never in the past. I think that's important. Moon serpent was in the future. Earth was in the future. Air, water were in the future. Time serpent was mixed. Fire serpent was in the forest, which is also the future. Snata is the future. Marsh is the past. Okay, that might help simplify things, because that really eliminates half the map from contention. There might be a mechanic where you need to use the past to affect the future, but he's ultimately not going to be in the past unless he is the one exception to all the other serpents. Sun serpent. Sun serpent. Okay, I'm gonna get out of this area. If I moved the beam, that cave is completely gone if you move the beam, which is interesting. I am tempted to just do this for now. Let that just kind of hang tight where it is. Snata is present day? Yeah. Yes. That is correct. If I teleported, where would I go? Huh. Where would I go? Good question. I don't know. I've been all through this zone in present day. We've been in the cave, we've been along the rock face, we've been to the little holes in the ground, been to the bridge, been to the monument, been to the whirlwind, been to the hut, been to the tree, been to the forests before or after the forests are all dead, been here after the house is gone, after the flume is gone. This one is interesting because it's like partially hidden, but I've definitely been here. I wish I could see all my red pips. That's what I want to see. He's definitely not in the water. That'd be 1, 2, 3, 4 serpents in the water, plus we got the 4th one right there. He's not in the water. Could be up here, because what was this whole city of Tin Pan for? Did we do anything in the city of Tin Pan besides sell a tooth? I almost refuse to believe that Tin Pan is here for nothing. So, I'm gonna try an idea. Does Tin Pan change? Like this. Like anything behind or right around the beacon. Find Ghost Girl's parents. That was like on the steps. That was on this little path. I'm just trying to see what the lights do. This is definitely the hardest part of the puzzle. We've made so much progress that even just a little bit of looking around and backtracking and stuff is like harsh, you know? Just because we've done so many things today. 6 serpents. Wait, no. 5 serpents down. Well, I can do this. This covers the whole road. Which I don't know if that matters. I'm just gonna try it out. It seems to go all the way to the back wall. I don't know if that's important or not. I'm really just fumbling around in the dark here, I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna pretend like I have the answers, because I have no idea. Is any of the city... Okay, there's all the little red pips around. Gonna try adjusting the beam, see what happens. Possibly nothing. So let's just I'm tempted to just point this up and away until I figure out kind of what I want to do. Cox, please listen. I'm sorry. I can't help you. All right, until I figure out what I want to do, I'm just going to point it away. Let's go down and look in the city again, because this city area, but this is the past. And I just got done reasoning that he's not going to be here in the past, right? The factory chimney is still smoking. Presumably the workers are slaving away inside, but there's nothing else to look at save for the road. This is literally it. I'm probably not even warm. The pillars you saw earlier have built themselves up into an arch which spans the road, casting a deep shadow. Carved into the lintel stones in the old hand are 2 pictograms. The first symbol is for metal, the second for pain. This, it proclaims, is the city of Tinpeng, the city of miners. Well, I was hoping for a clue. That's fine. No clues. The road is busy. It is getting dark. Yeah.
The road is so busy.
I must not be wandering in the correct place. You lie on the broken stones that litter the ground, trying to get comfortable, but whichever way you lie, there's a slate in your back or cutting at your neck. But the thought of walking further is worse than any discomfort. You have eaten nothing today. Too bad. You stretch out and rest. The long night is filled with vivid dreams. The Sightmaster Sergeant, bleeding thickly from the mouth, is explaining combat drills to you. He demonstrates each blow by hitting himself hard with his staff. Mocking laughter. Yes, I'd be laughing too if I was wandering for 6 days helplessly with no clue of what's going on. You're bruised all over, sore from the stones. The road is well paved. That's all there is to say. We haven't been here since this has been destroyed, I guess. The walk through the mountains is tiring and time-consuming. The air moves a little, icy but fresh. You stand on a dry plateau on top of a mountain. It seems impossible to have reached such a place, as the only path is a set of broken steps from the east. This must be the highest peak in the Horns of Ilklala. Certainly you have an unbroken view in all directions. To the west, the trees of the forest of Snada fill the valley. You can make nothing out but the ground between their leaves. To the east is the glittering sludge-gray water of Lake Ilklala. The lake is fed by several rivers, though the largest seems to have dried up. What looks like an ancient road turns northward away from the lake toward the Zanzunu Peaks. You follow the line of the road. This must have been a well-populated, important place once. That was not helpful at all. Okay. I am missing something that's going to jump out and bite me. Maybe I need to go back through the steps. We've been through the forest recently. We've been through the town. We've been way a bunch through the water. We've been through this. We really haven't been through the steps, except, well, yeah, we kind of did, actually. We kind of did. To go up to that village. Chat, scale of 1 to 10. If you know what I'm supposed to do, how difficult is this for me to figure out, scale of 1 to 10? And also, separate question, if you did you figure it out yourself or did you look it up online? Shrug emoji. 8-5. Looked it up. Impossible, probably. Okay, but if I don't kill the Sun Serpent, what was the point of even coming through here? Literal needle in a haystack. Really? It's one of the most common things people look up. Oh, dear. Okay, well, are you saying I should just leave and give up? Because I don't want to cheat. So I'm not gonna go for the needle in a haystack. Because I don't want to know. Follow your prior instincts. Well, I'm just gonna wander around the steps, and that's really the last thing I can do because, like I said, we've wandered this. We've wandered this. We really have. We went east to west, north to south here. We went forest. We went swamp. We went here. All the way up and around. The only thing we didn't do is go up here in the present. We haven't been up here in the present. That's literally it. Here's my hunch. Did it have something to do with this Stonehenge place? Because this is the weirdest thing in the whole game. And if I had to pick one place a serpent should be, it would be this Stonehenge monument. That if I threw a dart at the board, it would go right there. I got swallowed up by the earth. I went in the circle of the death wraiths. You're right and wrong at the same time. Wow, that's interesting. I think the time serpent got me there. Because it did say that time ebbed and flowed and I turned into a skeleton. Maybe the Sun Serpent's not even on the map anymore and he's already gone to tell Tattletale to the Archmage. I don't know. Maybe you're right, Techno. Maybe that's the trick. Okay, chat. Ugh. Have I said anything so far in the last, like, 45 minutes? I just looked it up and lol. Have I said anything that indicates that I even have a chance at finding it based on my previous statements and intuitions? You've been in the area before? Well, that doesn't say much, because I've been on the whole map. Sort of. I believe in you. I'm losing faith in myself. I am losing faith in myself. I think that in any other circumstance, without asking chat, I would give up at this point and just go. I think I would just leave. Because I have literally double-backed to every area. I've been every area like twice. It's right there. I'm pointing at the screen. I have literally been everywhere in this game that I've been to twice. I'll go up and down the whole map. Been to the cave. Future, past, future. Been to the forest. Future, past, past. I've been here 4 times. Been here, both times. I haven't been back to the tree in the other time. Whatever. I know that's dumb, but I want to see if you can summon Shadrach again somehow. I doubt you can. I'll try and ask Desperation. I don't think I've been back to the tree in the future. Only that one time he, like, kicked me off his branches. I thought the stream went down. That's because I dropped 20,000 frames. So just refresh. If you gotta refresh. The problems still persist. I don't know when we'll get them fixed. I have no idea. I have no control. I apologize for any inconveniences that it may cause you. In one corner, something gleams. You go over to look and see what appears to be a well-crafted longsword, but before you can investigate further, the door opens once more and a man in guardsman's livery enters. Where am I? I've been here 100 times. I'm very confused. Greet the man, hide and watch, hurry up the stairs. Okay, well this is new at least. I'm gonna hide and watch. You drop back into the shadows under the stairway, confident that the guard will not see you. It seems he is returning because he has forgotten his sword. He snatches it up and then hurries away out of... No. The candles and relative peace provide you an excellent No. No. I thought we were spying on somebody. Okay, let's try again. Well, I guess I'll just greet him this time. You step forward and greet the man. Greetings! The guard stops and looks you up and down. You're one of the overseers? He asks. Yeah. The guard comes quickly to attention. Apologies for the disturbance, overseer. He gestures at the sword in the corner of the room. I left my weapon here. I will take it. The guard looks at you with surprise. But, overseer, weapons are forbidden to all except the guard in Tin Pang. How can I be sure you are a guardsman? The guardsman stares, then nods sharply. Quite right, overseer. I will return to the barracks for another blade. He salutes smartly and then leaves the tower, clearly grateful to be away from your presence. Take the sword. You take the sword and buckle it to your belt, a fine blade. Well, there you go. You could return up the tower or back out into the street. Hello? Hello, Internet? Yes, I'm speaking to you now. So, did this happen because I have the light on the tower, where I did not have it on the tower before? Ooh, longsword +2. Oh, baby. Humana. Don't worry, he can go get another one from the barrack. It's fine. So there's really no reason else to be here. That was just like a secret tower interaction. Follow guard and take more swords. So, okay, to explain the rewind. I thought he was coming back in to like do something and I was gonna spy. I thought this related to the overarching plot, not just here's a sword. So I was gonna like listen for clues about the serpents, but instead, when I realized he was just gonna leave immediately. Because like in any other scenario, it'd be like, oh, he's leaving. You know, like here's a spell, but he just kind of leaves before you get a chance. So I think that was a justifiable rewind. They're all justifiable at this point, in my opinion. And we have earned it with our -3 sword. Let's be real. I do believe we have earned this. Well, that was not what we were looking for, but it is a thing. I have no idea where to even go from here. I like how the broadsword back in Korea was the finest blade you've ever seen, but random guardsman's sword is better? No, the broadsword was... We didn't buy that broadsword. Or we didn't buy that sword, KBS. The finest sword we've ever seen was 25 gold, and we never purchased it. This is just a regular broadsword, which we bought for 15 gold on a different occasion. Anyway. I will give up soon. I will give up soon. I only have a couple more things to do before I give up forever. You climb down the stairs at the base of the tower. Time to move along. At least we're actually doing stuff, even though we're backtracking a lot. You know? Like finding that sword, for example. Getting the clue from the centaur. You are walking through Boggy Marsh. Another night begins. You need to rest, especially after so long walking with an empty belly. Stand on the central stone. Move to stand in the center of the stones. You find they seem to tower even more, blocking out the horizon on all sides, as if a curtain has been raised. Nothing remains but the view directly overhead. Looking up into the stars, you see a single constellation picked out from darkness, formed from the stars Tixus, Urus, Flie. Tux, tough? You sense great power there, but it is no magic you have ever seen before. Tough, T-U-F. This seems a dangerous place to rest, teeming with powerful magic, but you are tired, so you settle down with your back to one of the stones. You can only hope the magic of this place is benevolent. It'll be fine. You close your eyes and let tiredness overtake you. It was that easy. You changed to using the longsword and found no new clues. Well, at least this wasn't a waste of time. The longsword's a big deal. You get to your feet feeling refreshed for your night's sleep. By day, the stones are somewhat less intimidating, and the strange stars overhead have faded away. But there were no stars there before. They wouldn't let me cast a spell here. Maybe... Oh. I see. Tough! Remembering the vision of the stones that you saw in the crystal orb, you hold the yellow feather from your pack aloft and begin to cast the spell. Lines of power begin to form around your body, gripping you and then lifting you up into the air. The feather ignites. You hold onto the feather, the flames reaching along its length to your fingertips. The feather burns down to your fingertips and into your arm. You feel your strength bolstering as though the power of the sun itself was entering your body. Then suddenly, the spell is gone. You've had this vision before. I did have this vision before. I had this exact vision before. About holding the fiery feather. Well, we don't want to fall. We just got risen up into the air. Tough again. Tough again! You fumble with your spell, but it doesn't seem to work. You're missing a vital item. Well, 21 stamina, wow! Oh, I became a god. Yeah, that was an actual super power-up. Did I just hurt myself? Anyway. You could be missing a vital... I thought I was falling. Yeah, what? Yeah, I thought I was... Yeah, it says lifting you up into the air. I thought I was gonna have to, like, catch myself. Anyways. You plod through the marsh water. Is that 21 stamina permanent? I believe it is. We found another, like, secret by exploring. So again, not wasting time at all. We just went up 4 permanent stamina. Used the golden feather we've been holding on since the beginning of the game, right? Didn't we grab that off one of the birds that was carrying us? Found a +2 sword. We're gonna be ripped for part 4. Basically, yes. Basically, yeah. Not wasting time. The marshes give way to solid, barren ground. The sands are featureless now. You continue to walk. Wasn't there a figure in the well here? At one point? The steps seem to flood underfoot. A few clouds turn in the sky. You are back by the old well in the marsh. You stride upwards. There's no way to go into the well. Just FYI. The Sun Serpent was the 21 max stamina we made along the way. Yo, I don't know. Can I give up now? I think we've done enough. We got a +2 sword. We got 21 stamina just from fumbling around looking for the sun serpent. I haven't even come close to finding it. I've got one clue, its weakness. No one has ever heard of the sun serpent. No one has a clue as to its location. I feel very cold. I think I will not find this without cheating. So I am going to not cheat. This is my story. I know we've rewound a couple times, but that's different than looking up like an answer to something as critical as one of the 7 serpents on the wiki. Choose Your Own Adventure books are all about rewind a little bit. You know, flip back to that other page and see what could have gone differently. Not, in my opinion, for me, the way I want to play, looking ahead to what should be. I think there's a difference in flipping back a couple pages when you goof on a choice versus skipping to the end, which is, I think, what this would be. So we're just going to move on. Like you said, Nummy Rules, we're just going to move on. I think we've done everything we can do. It's been 8 hours. We've got 6 out of 7 serpents. We should be proud. We've got swords. We've got stamina. We got 24 gold. We got a ration of food. Think about where we were at the start today. Let's see what happens at the end of the trail. Yeah? Okay, let's do it. Do you remember where the boat is? I think the boat is here, right? I think the boat's up here. I don't want to swim, but we need to go here first to move the light. So let's do that. We had a -3 sword. We also had 3 stamina. 0 food. Like 3 or 4. And that's it. I didn't kill the serpents in my playthrough and it was fine. Yeah, because the fun of this game is that there's many different ways to play, many different avenues of success. And there is not a correct way to play except don't die. You don't have... I'm pretty sure... Don't confirm or deny, chat, because I don't want to know. Find out on your own playthrough. I'm pretty sure you could play through this whole area without killing any of the serpents. You could. I mean, I'm sure that would be fine, too. You might have penalties, you might have side effects, consequences, but you can. That's the fun of a Choose Your Own Adventure book. You literally are doing just that. All right. We're going to go here. And we're going to move the beam. Again, I don't remember where the boat is, though. I believe it's north. I think it's north, but I don't remember if there was... What time of year it was, though. I don't remember if it was future or past. Right now we're in past. I have no idea. So we might just have to rewind here depending on how it goes. But this is it. This is the finale. We just need an easy way to cross the lake. Somehow or another. Good idea. Might have to try that. Super replayable too. I would like to play this with different, you know, different styles. Maybe go full evil, steal from everybody, blow people up, go full villain. But I also like to try playing it where I like save Corée, where I do all that right, solve that mystery. Hey, this was the boat. Sick. You can play with no magic? Yeah. I don't know why I would want to play a game called Sorcery with no magic, but I think it's very doable. It would just be harder, no doubt. All right, we're shifting the boat. Day 41, you gained some max stamina and found no new clues. Rip some stamina. That's okay. We'll go in with 9 out of 21. 9 is still decent. It's not bad. Rewind to flanker. I'd have to rewind to part 1. That'd be a long, long rewind. Okay, and here we go. Let's enjoy the ending here, whatever it may be. The mid-afternoon heat fills the region. You are back at the stone harbor at the lake's southern shore. You can land and start the walk to High Salmon, or return to try to defeat the final serpent. Maybe for a future playthrough I will. I'll probably play this again on my own at some point. Try to do just that. There is no time to waste. You will have to try to race the remaining serpents to the fortress instead of defeating them. Perhaps you will be able to reach the fortress undetected, but in your heart, you doubt it, of course. To the Salmon Road. You begin the slow climb. Ahead, the stony road leads into the Zanzunus, toward the fortress at Mampang in the final stage of your quest. One serpent is still free, but there is nothing you can do about that now. You have taken 41 days to cross the Backlands. It is almost certain the Archmage has received word of your journey from the remaining serpent. You walk on, disheartened, but stronger than ever before. As you walk, you are stopped by a man bent double under a great load. His presence is most surprising on the empty road. "Ew," he demands breathlessly. "Are you going to High Salmon?" "That is where this road goes." The man nods. I know. He adjusts his grip on his heavy pack. "I'm going home," he tells you. Home is Kariyama, a little village over the lake, over the marsh. I'm sure you won't know it. "Oh, I know it," you tell him. He smiles. "Do you? I'm glad. I'm glad of that." A frown crosses his face. "Only, I was worried by something I heard while leaving." "Don't worry. Whoopsie daisy, looks like I forgot to push the light over that way, huh? My bad, my man." Sorry. It's okay, this guy can't travel through time anyways. Unless he's a secret time traveler. "Well, what did you hear while you were leaving?" "The birdmen up at the fortress were talking, you see, about the beacons. They said the beacons were emptying the land. I'm a simple peasant. I don't know anything about magic, but I'm headed home as fast as I can." "The birdmen are evil," you tell him. "They look evil enough, and what they were describing sounded most evil," he agrees. "They said the beacons were wiping out whole villages, leaving only bare rock and dust behind. It sounded so strange. But then I heard the rumors that Tinpang had been turned to ruin overnight, and all the people gone." His voice drops to a whisper. "They said it's being done by the most evil sorcerer in the land." He's talking about us. But also, none of these people can go through the time warp, right? Right? Except for that one little girl. The most evil sorcerer in the land. Oh, really? Ask who built those beacons in the first place. You misunderstood. Kariyama stands. You tell him, as the implication of his words sink in. He shakes his head. "I must find out for myself." And with that, he shoulders his pack once more and hurries down the path, quickly lost in the mist. This was once a grand road. There are hints of gold leaf on the corners of the steps, carvings and holes for lanterns in the pillars that line the way, but all has long since fallen to disrepair. The only inhabitants remaining are birdmen, cursed to the air, shrieking like demons to each other. The sun sinks down behind the tallest peaks, and its dying rays light up a sight you will remember for the rest of your days, however numerous they are.
There it is. The fortress of Mampang, and the birdmen flying about, Venus flytraps guarding it. Mampang. Tall spires and sharp angles make the building look like a rusted blade. One thing is certain, entering the forest will undoubtedly be the most perilous stage of your journey. To Mampang! It is time. Your journey across the Backlands is complete. You took 41 days to cross. In the course of your journey, you defeated 6 of the 7 serpents, left the Sight Master Sergeant in his last moments, met Elthira the Mystic twice, met Fenestra, the Sorceress of the Forest, and met Shala, the Mad Priest of Throff. You learned that all spells can be countered, not to eat from the larder of Throg, and that you should not light the blood candle in Mampang. You collected a fantastic number of magical artifacts. You are now armed with a fresh long sword and your original sword. You have 1 ration, 24 gold pieces, and a spell book. The adventure concludes in Sorcery 4, The Crown of Kings. Your cloud save name is Rakewu.
Rakewu. I think we've already got that one written down. I do. I got Rakewu written down. Oops. Got to alt tab. And it's done. Well done. Good game, guys. We did the best we could without cheating. No metagaming of the serpents allowed. Steve Jackson's Sorcery Part 3. Designed and developed by Inkle. Fantastic job. There's only one more part left to go, baby. But no, don't tell me where it was. I want people in the chat who might play this game to enjoy as well. Maybe they'll do better than me. I don't want spoilers so someone else who might want to play through doesn't accidentally ruin it for themselves. You guys can look it up on your own. I can figure it out on my own too. Plus, I also don't want to spoil it because I kind of want to figure out if the Sun Serpent somehow comes into play in Part 4. Maybe it does, maybe it doesn't. I don't know. But it can't hurt to just wait one more game to find out. I will say I have no regrets about prowling the land looking for him, because in doing so, literally, if we had not been driven to the brink of insanity looking for the final serpent, we would not have found that sword, nor the huge stamina buff. Like, if I'd have given up earlier, we would have been severely hampered with that -3 sword going through Part 4. We got super powered right at the end. Good song. Nice finale song. Yeah, I would say we definitely explored like 80+%. Rokewu. Okay. Good game, everybody. Why did it take 41 days? Because this is my first playthrough. And I was exploring everything. I mean, the map, this is bigger than Corée. And every single area can be explored in the past and the present. So, significantly more backtracking. Lots more puzzles in regards to how to get to each one of the beacons. And then trying to turn all the stones over, looking for clues as to the whereabouts of the final serpent who evaded me. But I don't need to 100% it to feel like I accomplished something, and I feel like I accomplished a lot. Part 4 is a hell of a ride. I'm looking forward to it, Overlooked. We will start that this coming week, maybe this next weekend or something like that. Give it a little breathing room. But yeah, this is a big map. Corée is more dense. Corée is much more densely packed where, like, moment-to-moment things only inches apart can be significant events. This is the only game I've seen where they find the backtracking to be fun. That's because there's always something else to look at. I mean, even at the very end, over here, we found the Giant's Tooth. Like, an hour ago. We found the Centaurs. We got arrested, and the villagers tried to bury me alive, claiming I was a ghost up here. So there's still tons of stuff happening, even though we had to do a bunch of backtracking there at the end. There was still a lot of stuff to see. We dropped the Rock Demon Tooth about 6 times. No, we didn't. We've dropped it about 5 times and had to rewind. Only one of those was a questionable rewind. It was when I slept in a boat, but I only did that, like I said, to find out what is the worst thing that would happen sleeping in the boat, and turns out that's the worst thing that could happen. The other couple were just weird time glitches where the boat vanished when the wiggling time waves moved. So those were very justifiable. This was the only bad decision that was made. But yes, we have the Rock Demon Tooth. We could have sold it to the vendor for 25 gold. I decided to keep it. And we got a lot going on. Can I actually close this and look? We can. Cool. We got an oak branch that I would like to whittle next time so we can actually focus attention on stuff. We got a flask of oil we brought with us. Still got the human skull, the dice, firefox fangs, snatacat teeth. We sold one snatacat tooth. We found them in like a chimney. Slew of, like seriously, in part 3 we found so many magic items. The jewels of gold, stone dust, the jewel medallion, the ring of teleportation, the light jewel may have been Karay. The giant tooth here we found. Pebbles we found here, sand we found here. More beeswax, the crystal tooth, so many. How many frames did we lose? 26,000. But this is huge. We found a hefty arrow from the centaurs, which is apparently a weapon. Curious how that's gonna play. The serpent ring was invaluable, talking to the serpents and finding their weaknesses. We got food and water. And we'll be ready to start part 4 next time. So, it was a lot of fun, guys. Thanks for sticking it out with me. Honestly, 8-hour stream, that's about what I expected to finish this up today. I'm glad we did. So, trying to divide this up into 2 streams would have been very messy. Very, very messy. So, we got the cloud save. I can quit. Part 3 is done. What's next on deck? Stream on Tuesday. I don't know exactly what it'll be, but we'll figure out something. So I haven't really planned that far ahead. We're gonna take tomorrow off, possibly do some chores. Actually, yeah, I got some chores to do. But enjoyed the 3-day marathon. What's next on deck is Germa is probably very impatiently waiting on me to finish so I can watch Game of Thrones. Is today Sunday? Yeah, today was yeah, it's Sunday. Game of Thrones was today, huh? Yeah, it was. I gotta go watch that. For sure. But super happy with Sorcery Part 3. It gets a little tiresome trekking back up and down the... It'd be nice if after there's nothing else left to show you, that you could just skip from the bottom to the teleportation stone. Because you have to do like 5 steps every single time, and that gets a little old, but overall still excellent experience. Super, super fun. Didn't find anything particularly frustrating. I just couldn't find the Sun Serpent. Oh well, no big deal. When are you gonna play Dark Souls? I don't know. Can we talk about Endgame? Yeah, it was good. No, I thought it was fantastic. You're decked out for part 4. Good, I guess. I wasn't really trying to meta improve. It's just places that made sense to check again had super valuable items. So, was totally worth spending that extra time. I mean, we did a lot. 5 serpents in one day. In the first, like, 6 hours, actually. We just spent kind of the last hour and a half, 2 hours trying to sweep the rest of the map clean. But anyways, I need to take care of Midas, give him some food, and grab some myself. So thanks for hanging out, guys. Not trying to rush off. But I will see you again on Tuesday. I'll be hanging out on Discord, lurking around from time to time, too. I'll try to get that stupid Better Twitch TV emote plugged in, as promised. Techno, I think you found it or somebody else found it. Could you DM that dumb GIF to me so I could try and figure that out? I'd appreciate it. Good night, guys. Thanks for tagging along. Hope you enjoyed the story. I think it was a good one. We'll do like a recap once we start part 4. but there was so much to see and do in part 3 that it's so hard to even remember how to sum it up. I feel like that's one of those things I would love to see a recap of, because there's so much cyclical. Like, you find Tree summons Shadrach. Shadrach plants into a tree. Womanette Tree turns old, turns into bird, golden feather, power up. It's just like it's a loop. They created a loop. And with an ominous finale where the people are becoming aware via the Archmage that there's a sorcerer in their midst who is wiping the land clean with time towers that I didn't even make. So the plot definitely thickens for part 4. Love me some sorcery. Me too. Good night, guys. I'll see you again in a couple days. Enjoy the start of your new week. Come Monday. And I'll see you again Tuesday, probably. All right. Peace. Bye, New Occurred Jeff. Stuart, Kyratopi, Gremius. I'll have to give it a look. Sword of Shannara. (1977) epic fantasy novel by Terry Brooks. Cool beans. See you, Striker, Evanito, Trombone, Half Gun. Bye, Miss Lizarday. Good night, Overlooked. And see you later, Lord 10 and Rockarola. If you were overlooked, thanks for playing, thanks for hanging, and I'll catch you next time. Bye, guys. Good night.